Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's so wonderful to see so many bright, excited faces, so many entrepreneurs, so many innovators, so many ideators in the crowd. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the word entrepreneur could have been derived from a number of languages, but the most beautiful explanation comes from the Sanskrit language, meaning ANTHA PRERNA, which means self-inspired and motivated. Now, taking motivation from ANTHA PRERNA, we bring to you ANTHA PRERNA 2021, Goa's premier startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit. Let's hear a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's absolutely exciting to be here among all you people. This ANTHA PRERNA 2021 has been brought to you by the SPC, which is the Startup Promotion Cell, and the Government of Goa, in collaboration with AICGIM, which is the Atal Incubation Cell Goa Institute of Management, which is funded by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission, and also by the Information Technology Department of Goa. But ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed proud and happy to have all the support of our chief guest and our guests of honor and special guests that have come here to be with us today. I'd like to introduce them to you. Some of them do not require an introduction, but I'll do so anyway. Please put your hands, ladies and gentlemen, for our chief guest, Dr. Pramod Sawant, our Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Goa. Thank you, sir, for making it here. Our guest of honor, Ms. Jennifer Montserrat, the Honorable Minister, Revenue, Information and Technology, Labor and Development, Government of Goa. Thank you, ma'am, for coming here today. Mr. Vivek HP IAS, the Managing Director, Infotech Corporation of Goa Limited. Thank you, sir. A big round of applause. Keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. Mrs. Ankita Anand IAS, Director, Department of Information Technology and CEO, Startup Promotion Cell, Government of Goa. Ms. Swati Salgaonkar, the Vice Chairperson of Confederation of Indian Industry or CII in Goa. And Professor Ajit Parulekar, the Director of the Goa Institute of Management. Please give them all a big round of applause. I'd now like to request Mr. Vivek HP and Mrs. Ankita Anand to kindly escort our Honorable Chief Minister and Ma'am Jennifer Montserrat for the lighting of the lamp. I'd also request Ms. Swati Salgaonkar and Professor Ajit Parulekar to please join them. The lighting of the lamp is very significant, where light depicts knowledge, and light dispels darkness, and such knowledge dispels ignorance. You can keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Requesting the delegates to kindly take their place on the dais. And now we'd like to welcome all our delegates with a small, beautiful rose. Thank you for making it here today. So we begin with our Chief Minister, our Honorable Chief Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawant. And that's Akanksha from AICGIM giving away the rose. And of course, the Honorable Minister of Revenue and IT, Ms. Jennifer Montserrat. Ma'am Ankita, Mrs. Ankita Anand, IAS, Director, Department of Information and Technology. Ms. Swati Salgaonkar, Vice Chairperson, CII. Mr. Vivek HP, IAS, the Managing Director, Infotech Corporation of Goa. And Professor Ajit Parulekar, Director, Goa Institute of Management. Give them all a big round of applause. They have loads of wisdom to impart, which over this day you're gonna get a little bit a taste of it throughout this day. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we actually begin with all the speeches and all the talks, we have a very exciting initiative that we'd like to launch. It is called iMagic. And iMagic is an initiative taken by AICGIM to identify entrepreneurial talent in Goa, to harness this talent by giving them access to knowledge, and to mentor them and to support them and to provide them with grassroots support for innovation in Goa. I'd like to request Shri Rohan Desai, the Board of Directors of ITG, to kindly ask our Honorable Chief Minister to launch the iMagic. So I need your eyes to be on screen. It's going to be a virtual launch. And here it is. SPC, in collaboration with the AIC Goa Institute of Management, ladies and gentlemen, presents iMagic, a program to identify your entrepreneurial talent in Goa, to harness this talent by giving you access to knowledge and mentors, to support unique grassroots and rural innovations in Goa, to give opportunity to be entrepreneurs in residence, and to cultivate and promote an innovation culture in Goa. Now, aren't you guys excited, all of you sitting behind? Come on, give them a big round of applause. And I'm sure this iMagic is going to spread some magic in your lives as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to begin with the welcome address. And to deliver the address, I'd like you to put your hands together for Mr. Vivek HP, IAS, Managing Director, Infotech Corporation of Goa Limited. Give him a big round of applause, everyone.
Good morning. Welcome all to ANTHA PRERNA 2021. It is our privilege and great source of inspiration that Honorable CM is here with us as our chief guest, and the Honorable Minister for IT is our guest of honor. Sir and ma'am, your presence will serve as a big motivation for all of us today for the days ahead of this Startup Conclave and Entrepreneurship Summit, ANTHA PRERNA. I welcome all the eminent speakers and representatives of Government of India from Niti Aayog, Atal Innovation Mission, Startup India, AICTE, MIT, Ministry of Education, and National Startup Advisory Council. I welcome the guests from across the country, especially the CEOs of AICs, startups, and angel investors. I welcome all the eminent speakers, and it is also great to see that we have participation from all Goa startup ecosystem enablers here today. Better together we all are, and together we will make Goa a better ecosystem. I see a clear opportunity for Goa to emerge as top startup hub in days ahead, not just for entrepreneurs from Goa, but also for entrepreneurs and innovators from across the country who wish to make Goa as their base. We extend all cooperation and support to all the startups and ecosystem enablers. Today reminds me of the Founders Bootcamp that we organized in March 2020. We at ITG, DOIT, and Startup Promotion Cell hosted the Microsoft Highway to 100 Unicorn program, and about 50 plus startups from across the country were here in the state of Goa for about 3 days. It was also proud moment for us when 5 startups from Goa were selected for the same. Even more proud was the fact that only one woman entrepreneur till then was part of the Emergex, and she happened to be from Goa. I see the same energy and enthusiasm today. Unfortunately, due to COVID pandemic, we could not build on the momentum that we gained from the Microsoft event. But nonetheless, today we are making another beginning and shall bring the change and start again. We are delighted to host this conclave and summit, ANTHA PRERNA. ANTHA PRERNA is being organized by Startup Promotion Cell Goa in collaboration with Atal Innovation Center, Goa Institute of Management, and Infotech Corporation of Goa Limited. I thank GIM, AIC GIM, and especially the CEO of AIC, Mr. Rajesh Joshi, and his team for collaborating with us and putting up this stupendous effort. We at ITG are taking up various initiatives in the field of IT and IT-enabled services. Since August, we are carrying out the activities of Startup Promotion Cell. I assure you full assistance and cooperation from ITG as and when required. The theme of this ANTHA PRERNA is to unleash the entrepreneurial and innovative ecosystem in Goa, and let this ANTHA PRERNA be the catalyst to enable a vibrant and cohesive startup ecosystem, not just in Goa, but all over the country. With that, I would like to invite Mrs. Swati Salgaonkar to set the theme for ANTHA PRERNA. Thank you.
Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant, Honorable Minister for Information Technology, Ms. Jennifer Montserrat, respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished invitees present here today, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and thank you all for being a part of the inaugural day of ANTHA PRERNA. This event marks the first in a series of events that aims to create an enabling ecosystem to support innovation and boost the growth of entrepreneurs and startups in Goa. Goa is exceptionally poised to grow as a startup destination and position itself uniquely in the country. We may not have a lot of the resources that other established hubs like Mumbai, Bangalore, or Gurgaon may have, but we do need to build on and leverage our existing strengths to differentiate Goan startups from the rest of the country. Rather than look at a lot of hot or glamorous sectors which the rest of India is pursuing, Goan startups can achieve great success by disrupting sectors where the state already has an inherent advantage. For example, tourism, hospitality, mining, aquaculture, or even shipbuilding, to name a few. Similarly, there's a lot of room for innovation in creative sectors where Goa has a rich tradition, like art, design, music, as well as more recent sectors like destination events, entertainment, and media. Given the scarcity of land we have here in Goa, we are a great destination for asset-light, sustainability-driven startups, focusing on climate change, waste and water management, renewable energy, and green technology. Goa is also an extremely attractive destination for startup founders and digital nomads to assimilate into. The pandemic has ensured that remote working is here to stay, and the Goan startup ecosystem will benefit tremendously from the exposure to innovative ideas and investors. Work from Goa could very well be a natural extension of our tourism industry here. I would like to also take this opportunity to share with you that the Confederation of Indian Industry, or CII, is working closely with the Government of Goa and with AIC GIM to holistically evolve and develop the business and investment environment for Goan startups to gain national exposure and leverage corporate partnerships. This initiative will support startups with end-to-end assistance on a single platform to transform business ideas into successful ventures, impacting the social and economic development of the state. CII and AICGIM will provide mentorship and showcase promising Goan startups to financial investors and strategic corporate investors at a national level. Over the next few days, startup founders, budding entrepreneurs, and students will be able to interact with mentors, investors, government officials, and various other key stakeholders of the startup world. I encourage the entrepreneurs in the audience to take advantage of this opportunity to learn and network, not just with investors, but with your peers, to find synergies and collaborations that can benefit your ventures. With the support and mentorship of the government, industry, academic incubators and accelerators, the possibilities for Goan startups are endless. I'm confident that over the course of the next few days, the ANTHA PRERNA platform will facilitate a productive dialogue between all stakeholders to help take Goan startups to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Swati Salgaonkar. I'd now like to request Mrs. Ankita Anand, IAS, the Director, Department of Information Technology and CEO, Startup Promotion Cell, Government of Goa, to kindly come up for a special address.
A very good morning to all. I deem it as a great honor and a matter of immense pleasure to welcome our Honorable CM of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant, Honorable Minister of Revenue, IT, Labour and Employment, Ms. Jennifer Montserrat, MD ITG, Shri Vivek HP, Vice Chairman CII, Ms. Swati Salgaonkar, Director GIM, Professor Ajit Parulekar, distinct invitees and guests. Goa has been an emerging startup destination 2 years back, but today it is truly making a mark with an increasing number of successful Goan startups. There are startups emerging in a gamut of fields, ranging from tourism to education, agriculture to IT, just to name a few. With the mark of 111 certified startups and more than 1.1 CR fund dispersal to various startups, Goa Startup Promotion Cell has always endeavored to energize the startups. The SPC has truly lived to its tagline, startup, speed up and scale up. All these efforts have been aimed at not just horizontal and vertical integration, but what I term it as cobweb integration of all the stakeholders in startup ecosystem. In continuation of the various successful startup events like Vibrant Goa Summit and Startup India Venture Capital Summit in 2019, Microsoft event Highway to 100 Unicorns in 2020, we have now come up with Startup Conclave ANTHA PRERNA. The Startup Conclave aims to build a stronger startup ecosystem by boosting the entrepreneurs within the budding startups and connecting them with the various investors. The conclave will give an opportunity for enabling direct startup investor connect. There would be an experience sharing sessions by various successful startups. The central government and the state government representatives would be explaining about the various facets of enabling startups growth. As the new startup policy is in the anvil, we would be explaining the changes that have been proposed to assist the startup ecosystem. So, in fact, this event would be a perfect amalgamation of all the key ingredients for nurturing the startup ecosystem. Last but not the least, I request all the participants to be present and make best use of the conclave to let Goa unfold as the next startup destination. Dev Burikuru.
Thank you, Mrs. Anand. Just a small little tidbit for you guys. Our website is live, and basically ANTHA PRERNA is live right now on anthaprerna.in. So if you just go to your phones and click on YouTube, you will get the live feed. You can pass this information for those who are not here. Those who are sitting here can actually see the live feed on stage. Well, I'd now like to call upon the President of the Goa Technology Association, or GTA, Mr. Milind Anvekar, for the IT industry address. Please give him a big round of applause.
Respected Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Honorable IT Minister, respected dignitaries on the dais, special invitees, my dear industry colleagues, and dear students. A very good startup morning to you all. So, thank you so much for this invitation at this event. It is very great to be amongst all of you after a very, very long time, physically seeing and meeting people. On behalf of Goa Technology Association, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Startup Promotion Cell Goa, Department of Information Technology, and AIC GIM for organizing this two-day startup conclave. In the recent years, our Government of India has taken several measures to support startups, including broadening the definition of startup, simplifying regulations, providing income tax exemptions, and setting up 10,000 crore fund of funds for startups. India currently houses world's third largest startup ecosystem, with 38 firms already being valued at over $1 billion. Government of India has recognized 40,000 plus startups already, which has created more than 5 lakh jobs in India. In the year 2017, we decided to describe Goa as a beautiful state of sea, sand, sun, and startups. It was in the same year that we formed the Goa Technology Association, with a clear objective to boost the IT ecosystem in the state of Goa, wherein we worked very closely with the academic institutions for skilling the resources and recruiting them for this ecosystem, and working closely with the government of Goa for policy formation and infrastructure support. Today, we have more than 200 plus IT, ITES, and tech startups companies operating from Goa, employing more than 10,000 plus employees and serving the global markets. Even during the pandemic times, I can say with a lot of pride that some companies and professionals were creating great success stories from Goa, or rather for Goa. Just to name or highlight a few, IoT company from Goa scaled new heights. A new cryptocurrency was born in Goa and launched by Goans. In fact, a schoolboy is now invited to address India's largest crypto and blockchain summit in the coming month. Our college and university professors are creating great researches and patents in the field of AI. In fact, one more great point to highlight here is that during the lockdown, many industry professionals from different parts of India came down to Goa and were working in Goa. So, this creates an opportunity for us to push for work from Goa. While all this is happening, there are also a few challenges that needs attention. I'll just highlight two of those which we are working on. One, availability of skilled resources in Goa. This is coming up as one of the key changes post-pandemic, wherein we're not getting the kind of right skilled people in time in the Goan market. This is not only going to pose a challenge for the IT companies, but a bigger challenge for startups, because the cost of these resources is something which is going to have a financial impact on startups, which needs to be addressed. Second, consistent and strong internet connectivity, especially in the rural areas of Goa. So, we have already discussed all these points and challenges with you, with possible and quick solutions to this. Under your able leadership, sir, we trust that all this will be addressed on priority. Goa Technology Association is committed towards strengthening IT ecosystem in Goa, and we will focus on export-oriented growth for Goa in lines with the call from the Honorable Prime Minister of India. At this event, I am pleased to announce that Goa Technology Association has been appointed by NASSCOM to drive the future skills training program in Goa. This, we believe, will help us in developing skilled workforce for future skills. This supplements very well the initiative CM Cares by Honorable Chief Minister and Government of Goa towards introducing robotics and newer technologies from the school level. Immediately under this particular initiative, we will open a course on AI and machine learning to students, faculties, and professionals, followed by national level hackathon in the coming month. In the year 2019, GTA started with technology awards appreciating companies that were successfully operating in Goa for the last 15 plus years, and also promising startups were appreciated on a platform which helped them immensely, and we're glad that many of them are doing very well today. Last year, because of pandemic restrictions, we were unable to do these particular awards. However, I'm pleased to announce that this year, we are definitely going ahead with the awards for startups and IT companies. Many startups have been reaching out to us for help at various levels: idea creation, process, scale-up, mentoring. We are working on a project to formalize the support process to the startups, and we'll definitely want to work with like-minded organizations to partner with. I'm very pleased with the announcement of iMagic. I'm sure this is something which is really going to help the IT ecosystem in Goa. The secret of getting ahead is getting started. Ideas are easy, implementation is hard. I have seen the entire agenda of this conclave and trust everyone attending this two-day conclave is going to immensely benefit from this particular efforts and initiative from the government of Goa. I would like to take this opportunity to once again thank the organizers for the efforts in putting this event in these difficult times. I thank the government of Goa for having this event and ensure our support of the Association of IT Companies in Goa at all particular times. I'm very pleased to know that there are such series of events that are being planned. Sir, we are always there for any kind of help you need for the betterment of IT in Goa. Best wishes and support to all the startups and aspiring startups. Let us together make IT better in Goa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anvekar. Well, I'd like to now invite Ms. Maria D'Souza Chowdhury, a co-member of the GITP, that is the Goa IT Professionals, for her IT address. Please give her a big round of applause.
Honorable CM, Honorable Minister, Honorable delegates and dignitaries and our students, on behalf of the Goa IT Professionals Group, GITP for short, तुमकां सगळ्यांक एक माये मोगाचो येवकार ह्या समिटान. So GITP stands for the promotion of a green and locally sustainable IT industry. To give an idea, we have around 30,000 Goans who are working both in the Indian and the global sector in the IT field. What GITP would like to do is to have more of these Goans based in Goa and to prevent the mass brain drain of Goa's education and skilled human capital, leaving our parents, right, feeding for themselves, broken houses. So I would like to thank you all for providing us this opportunity to be with our families in Goa. So in the past, GITP has been involved in conducting numerous camps for school students. The student, right, Gaja, that my friend Milin was talking about, he attended one of these camps when he was just 6 years old. And I'm happy that he has got great laurels to Goa. We have also worked in setting up labs in school with the funding from private individuals, helping the government revamp the school curriculum, providing dozens of leads and connects to the Goa government in IT segments, and conducting talks like Tech Balkaun to create awareness and inspire Goans to prosper in Goa itself through technology. So we have seen a lot of enthusiasm. We have really great startup policies in place now. and we desire to see the same enthusiasm in time-bound implementation of the policies and see that they remain current. So these are the few areas of high importance that GITP would like the government to focus on. First is setting up of an advisory board to be headed by a notable IT veteran to move this thing forward and work with the government. So this would help streamline the local IT system and invite appropriate IT industries to Goa. One of the good things of the pandemic is that we are now able to work from home, and IT anywhere is a new norm. So we would like the government to support us to encourage setting up of public Wi-Fi in parks, in KTC buses, beaches, bus stands, and hospitals as well. Connectivity needs working professionals and the student community, right? We need a very high-speed fiber-based connectivity. And educating people, setting up mobile towers, and with the new plan in place, I'm sure we can do much better in the connectivity area. As far as a single window system is concerned, we would like to get all the departments to participate in defining an integrated workflow. So this should be designed to minimize the interaction with the government and provide timely and deemed approvals. Computerization of key services like KTC transport, GMC, admission to colleges would very much be needed in Goa. So basically, we need to set up a system in place where the investor can seamlessly interact with the entrepreneurs as well as decision-making authorities in the government. And if there are any grievances, right, we would like to have an efficient and effective grievance redressal mechanism to see that these hurdles are handled as quickly as possible. Now coming to the main point is mentorship. I'm really happy, and I'm sure with this iMagic, we would also like to have mentorship in place for school and college teachers. So we have IITs here, we have top institutions like also BITS Pilani and the engineering colleges. And it would be nice for all these school teachers, college teachers to interact as a community. Okay? So this will also make our college students industry ready. As far as education is concerned, we need to focus on computational thinking from grade 1 onwards. ACM India has a great program called CS Pathshala, and you can look it up at cspathshala.org, and where they provide free materials and free training to all the teachers and institutes in India. And I'm sure by our CM CARES program, we can utilize this. One of the things that we can encourage students, right, is to get the school labs operational across Goa. So something that a low cost, like Raspberry Pi or any other low cost alternatives, which they can use existing monitor, keyboards, and mouse will definitely help. And so I heard that my colleague, right, he mentioned about the dearth of IT professionals in Goa. It would be good if we can create a database of IT professionals with their key expertise. Okay, this will really help all the IT industries and startups in Goa. And we would like to see a SLA-bound policy and scheme provisions to the eligible beneficiary IT companies and startups and timely disbursement. So GITP is here to work with the government to improve the IT system in the state. And we really hope we can move forward on the issues plaguing Goa IT community and make Goa one of the top IT startup destinations in this country and the world. And I must really thank our CM and our IT Minister for actively working on this and taking this forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. D'Souza Chaudhary. Thank you so much. And that was GITP. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I, for one, am extremely excited that we in Goa have a young, beautiful, vibrant woman that is leading our information and technology department. Ma'am is looking all over the place. Yes, I'm talking about you, ma'am. And we would like to hear more about her. She has a genuine connect with the youth of Goa. She's genuinely concerned and is interested in every entrepreneur and wants to see every Goan grow. So I'd like you to put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Ms. Jennifer Montserrat, our Honorable Minister, Revenue, Information and Technology, Labour and Employment, Government of Goa. Give her a big round of applause.
The field of information technology will always be at the forefront of innovation, spearheading any major advancement or breakthrough, be it the field of science, education, business, finance, tourism, or any other IT space. It is here to stay. This is why we are all here today. A very good morning to everybody present here today. I also welcome all of you to ANTHA PRERNA. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Honorable CM, Dr. Pramod Sawant, sir, and also thank him, before I start saying anything else, for his constant support and encouragement. All Government of India representatives of Startup India, Department for Promotion of Industry and Trade, Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog, Mighty Startup Hub, Atal Incubation Center, to the Director of GIM, Vice Chairman, CII, GTA, GTIP, and all the distinguished speakers, investors, startups, and IT enthusiasts present here today. First, I would like to congratulate the Startup Promotion Cell and Department of Information and Technology, and a special thanks to our Secretary, Sri Sanjay Kumar, Director IT, Mrs. Ankita Anand, Vivek HP, for organizing this two-day startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit, ANTHA PRERNA, as well as launching the iMagic, a platform that will further help us find entrepreneurial talent in Goa. It is also wonderful to see such distinguished speakers, mentors, and businessmen, investors as well, all under one roof. I am hopeful that this interaction brings a lot of positive outcomes. Even in the midst of the pandemic, the Department of IT has successfully digitized multiple department processes and have aided businesses in these difficult times. Startups like the Suarez Healthcare help provide support to COVID-affected patients and families, and as well as distribution of oxygen concentrators, which was much in need at that time. Sabka Mandi also helped with deliveries of essentials and groceries to people in need. These are just a few of the entrepreneurs who I'm naming, but there were a lot of other startups that helped during the time of distress. We are bringing national schemes and benefits to the fingertips of every Goan with just a click of a button. Through our startup cell, we've helped hundreds of investors, partners, incubators, and business mentors to build a sustainable growth, intensive startup culture in our beautiful state. Through constant networking, community building activities, and mentoring sessions, our aim is to provide our Goan startups with the exposure and opportunities to access global platforms. In the past, we've organized workshops and flagship events like the Global VC Summit, Microsoft 100 Unicorns, the Goa IT Summit, and Vibrant Goa 2019, to just name a few. It won't be too long before we see international companies and Goan businesses partner together to revolutionize the world of technology. Plans of upscaling the connectivity and infrastructure in the state are already in motion, as well as the setup of various other incubation cells to encourage healthy startup investments and motivate young, promising entrepreneurs. Companies like 91, Springboard, and Delivery have already set up their main offices in Goa, and we are hopeful that many more will follow suit. Our goal is to place Goa on the IT map of India. Being a world-famous tourist destination would just be an added bonus. A place that offers the perfect work-life balance where companies will want to be based out of and employees would love to work and grow from. It is satisfying that the IT Policy 2018 and the Startup Policy 2017 have been implemented during my tenure. And as Minister IT, approximately 1.80 crores of financial incentives have been approved for certified Goan startups and about 1.47 crores has been avoided under the Goa Startup Policy. 111 startups have been certified by the Government of Goa, out of which over 20 have been founded by women entrepreneurs. The policies have been tremendous in impacting over 1,500 entrepreneurs and about 45 startups have been incentivized. According to the current startup dossier, startups are employing about 788 individuals, out of which 558 are Goans. Given that the last 2 years have not been easy, we have seen more than a few success stories, and we hope that these stories will inspire Goan entrepreneurs to come forth and outshine. We will be only looking up and ahead from here on, and I extend my full support to all budding minds to come forward and present us with your vision so that we can help you make it a reality. I hope that this conclave will conclude with all startups benefiting from the knowledge and the experience our guest speakers are here to share with us, giving our entrepreneurs the much needed nudge that they need to be successful. I request all participants to take advantage of this conclave and make Goa the best startup destination. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Montserrat. May I request Mr. Vivek HP to kindly hand over a small token of our appreciation to our guest of honor, Ms. Jennifer Montserrat. Please give her a big round of applause, and you know you have a friend. Whenever you need something, you know who to contact. Thank you, Mr. Vivek. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a gentleman who needs no introduction. He has a young, dynamic, Honorable Chief Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawant, has provided inspiration and motivation to the youth of Goa for a long time and has given a strong push to the SPC and the AIC GIM. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our chief guest for today, our Honorable Chief Minister, the State of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant. A big round of applause, everybody. Make this really resounding. Thank you.
Thank you. For today's function, present along with me for the Goa Startup Conclave Entrepreneur Summit, ANTHA PRERNA, the IT Minister, Srimati Jennifer Montserrat, congratulating for her initiatives for these programs, which leads the IT department. The Secretary IT, Mr. Sanjay Kumar, I think due to some reason he is not there. Vivek HP, the MD ITG, Srimati Ankita Anand, IT Director and CEO of Startup Promotion Cell. Sri Ajit Parwekar, Director GIM. Sri Jit V, CEO for the Mighty Startup Hub. Sri Chaitanya Vaishnav, Mission Director for the Atal Mission. Sri Chatta Khattar for the Startup India. Sri Amitabh Banopadhyay, the National Startup Advisory Council. Ms. Swati Salgaonkar, Vice Chairman for the CII Goa. Mr. Milind Anvekar, the President for the GTA. Maria D'Souza, for the member for the GITP. The entrepreneurs from Goa and across the India. The members and media, my friends, the ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to extend my heartiest congratulations for the Startup Promotion Cell, Goa and Department of Information Technology for organizing this Goa Startup Conclave and Entrepreneurship Summit ANTHA PRERNA, in collaboration with the Incubation Center and Goa Institute of Management. It is overwhelming to see that the Government of India's representative of Startup India, the Department of the Promotion of Industries and Internal Trade, the Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog, the Meti Startup, and CEOs of the 10 Atal Incubation Centers across the India are gracing this event with their presence. With immense pride, I can say that Goa is one of the first 4 states in India to implement the startup policy. We are in fact revising the startup policy very soon with lot of additional changes which will benefit for the upcoming startup. As of today, our IT department has certified the more than 100 startups in Goa. Goa is fast becoming the preferred base for the startup in India, and our vision is to see the featuring in the top 25 startups destination in Asia by 2025. I believe the startups needs an ecosystem created in order to foster the culture of ideation and innovations. We need to encourage the thinking from school and college level. We have already started implementing coding and robotic education from the school level. My government has subsidized the fees for all the degree and diploma technical education in government and aided colleges. This will ensure that no student will be left out from obtaining from the non-technical to the technical courses. I'm glad that, and we are also launching the Future Skill Training Program initiatives by NESCOM Goa in association with GTA. I strongly believe that such program will help our future generation to be the technology ready and more innovative. We need to integrate all the stakeholders and at all levels to boost the startup ecosystem in Goa. We will soon have the Bharat Broadband project implemented in Goa to ensure the very strong internet connectivity. The ease of doing the business for a startup is another area my department is actively working on it. Innovation and export-oriented growth for the startup is what I believe and we should try to achieve for Goa. The government of Goa is providing all the support in creating the vibrant startup ecosystem in state. With this national level event, the ANTHA PRERNA, the Goa's innovation ecosystem, infrastructure and presence of sector-focused incubators and accelerators is being highlighted. This event will be the great boost for the Goa's startup ecosystem. Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji also been motivating the Indian youth towards the entrepreneurships and startup. He said in his Independence Day speech, "Yesterday's startups are today's unicorns." And I'm glad that the Goa is the state where aligned with the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of building the better and vibrant startups ecosystem in India. Over the last few years, the many startups and tech companies have done very well, even in new technology domain like IoT, cryptocurrency, the blockchain, artificial intelligence, etc. The many startups have emerged during the pandemic, and this gives the confidence that no obstacle can stop Goa from being the Swayam. These startups are standing on their feet and with the power of their unique ideas, moving ahead and working with the dreams of conquering the world. They are moving by the force of their unique ideas and the dreams of winning over the world. In this decade, and we need to relentlessly work towards making the India's startup and startup ecosystem the best in the whole world. The government of Goa stands with all might and with these startups. The government of Goa will explore the avenues whereby the startups can partner with the government and to improve the governance and accelerate the phase of delivery. This will create the symbiotic ecosystem. To achieve the motto of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, the IT sector will play the major role. And we have recently launched the Know Your Scheme, the portal, wherein even the citizen can know the various schemes and benefits provided by the government by just sitting at his home. Especially in Goa, and we have no shortage of the skilled manpower in this sector. And the IT sector growth in the state will provide the sufficient opportunities so that my Goan youth in this sector are not forced to look for the opportunities outside the Goa. The priority of my government, the retain Goans in Goa. I call upon the established businesses as well as the aspiring entrepreneurs to expand their horizon and embrace the new age of opportunities. ANTHA PRERNA म्हाका साथ घालता म्हज्या मनांतल्यान, म्हाका साथ घालता म्हज्या काळजांतल्यान, म्हाका साथ घालता म्हज्या तकलेंतल्यान. हांव उलो मारता म्हज्या समेस्त गोंयकार भाव आनी भयणींक. आयच्या ह्या ANTHA PRERNA कॉन्क्लेवांतल्यान म्हाका खरेंच दिसता जो तरणाटो गोंयांतलो जो गांवांत आसा तो आज व्हर्च्युअली म्हाका आयकता आनी निश्चितच हांव त्या गोंयकाराक साथ घालता. येयात म्हज्या बरोबर, येयात आमच्या IT डिपार्टमेंटा बरोबर. तुमकां उलो मारला भौमानिस्त माननीय पंतप्रधानान, तुमकां उलो मारला नव भारत निर्माण करपाक, तुमकां उलो मारला IT स्टार्टअपांत न्हय तर वेगवेगळ्या स्टार्टअपांतल्यान नवीन भारत घडोवपा खातीर. आनी निश्चितच म्हाका खोस आसा की ANTHA प्रेरणांतल्यान तुमकां सगळ्या जाणांक प्रेरणा मेळटली, तुमकां सगळ्या जाणांक जोश मेळटलो, तुमकां सगळ्या जाणांक नवी उमेद मेळटली, तुमकां सगळ्या जाणांक नवी दिशा दाखयतले हो नव भारत घडोवपा खातीर. हीच ती वेळ आसा. गोवा @60 आनी आझादी का अमृत महोत्सव आमी सगळे जाण मनयता आनी हीच ती रायट वेळ आसा म्हाका दिसता गोंयांत बदल घडोवपाची. वेगवेगळे प्रॉब्लेम्स आसतले. आमच्या बरोबर आसात GTA, आमच्या बरोबर आसात IT प्रोफेशनल्स, तुमच्या बरोबर आसा म्हजें सरकार आनी निश्चितच आमचे भौमानिस्त मंत्री आनी भौमानिस्त म्हणजे IT सेक्टरांत सगळे काम करपी सगळे जाण. हांव उलो मारतां आज IT सेक्टरांत काम करपी आनी नव्यान येवपी म्हजे नवे तरणाटे युवा मित्र आनी मैत्रिणी. प्रेरणा घेवची हातूंतल्यान की आमकां दिसता की वेगवेगळे स्टार्टअप्स गोंयांत सुरू जावपाक शकता आनी निश्चितच ताका हात दिवपाक जाय. तो म्हाका दिसता GIM आसात की तेंच्यांनी सुरू केल्लें हें नवें मिशन आसा. ह्या मिशनांतल्यान गांवागांवांत आशिल्ले वेगवेगळे नवीन इनोवेटिव्स घडोवपी तरणाटे ह्या हातूंतल्यान निश्चितच सरकारा कडेन आकृश्ट जातले, IT कडेन आकृश्ट जातले. पण हाज्याय फुडें वचून हांव म्हणटलों आत्मनिर्भर भारत आनी स्वयंपूर्ण गोंय हें सुरू जाल्लें मिशन आसा आनी स्वयंपूर्ण गोंय हें म्हाज्या लिमिटेड आशिल्ल्या फक्त एग्रीकल्चर, हॉर्टिकल्चर, डेरी कल्चर इतक्याच पुरतें नासून सेकंड फेजींतल्यान हांव उलो मारतां म्हज्या सगळ्या प्रोफेशनल भाव भयणीक. हांव उलो मारतां गोंय स्वयंपूर्ण करपा खातीर वेगवेगळ्या सेक्टरांत गांवागांवांनी सुरू जावचे स्टार्टअप सेल, गांवागांवांतल्यान सुरू जावच्यो स्टार्टअप कंपनी. आमची तयारी आसा तुमकां मदत करपाची आनी निश्चितच म्हाका दिसता ही ANTHA प्रेरणा हातूंतल्यान सगळे जाण प्रेरणा घेवन गोंयांत नव्यान क्रांती घडटली. गोंय आमी जें म्हणटा आमचें विजन आसा, ही सद्याची आशिल्ली भारतांतली 34 स्टेट्स आसा. आमचो विजन आसा की एशिया खंडांतलें 2025 पयलें राज्य जावचें आनी निश्चितच तें जातलें हेजी हांव आशा बाळगितां. आनी परत एकदां हांव तुमकां देव बरें करूं म्हणून म्हाजी 2 उतरां सोंपयतां. जय हिंद, जय गोमंतक.
Thank you, Dr. Pramod Sawant. We look forward to your continued dedication and support, and we know that with your blessings we will succeed. We hope that under your guidance, Goa becomes an innovation and entrepreneurial hub and makes India proud. Thank you so much, sir. Well, I'd now like to request Mrs. Ankita Anand to kindly hand over a small token of our appreciation to our beloved Chief Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawant. Well, ladies and gentlemen, GIM, or the Goa Institute of Management, requires no introduction. They have been a pioneer business school in India, and we are proud and happy to have with us right here. And they've supported the AIC GIM is what is bringing you ANTHA PRERNA today, is who is bringing you ANTHA PRERNA today. Ladies and gentlemen, to propose a vote of thanks, I'd like to invite Professor Ajit Parulekar, the Director of the Goa Institute of Management, to kindly come up on stage. Please give him a big round of applause.
Organizing a large event like this, where you have so many different players as part of it, requires the vision of few people, requires a slightly larger team of people to plan, and requires a huge force of motivated people to be able to implement, do a lot of hard work. And therefore, there are a lot of people that I have here to thank. First of all, from looking at the vision of this, it would have not been possible had we not had such a dynamic and supportive Chief Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawant ji. I remember, barely 6 months back when we inaugurated our AIC GIM. At that point in time, he said that, Goa has a lot of strengths in becoming the startup capital of the country. And he said, I'm committed towards doing this. And, that was the time I think he would have probably had already the conversation with the IT minister at that point in time, said, we'd like to do something like this. And we said, sir, it requires a lot of actors to come together. We are happy to be a part of this. So thank you so much, sir, for the vision. At that point in time itself, we also had a conversation with the IT minister, Ma'am Jennifer Montserrat ji. At that point in time, she also said that, whatever is the kind of support that is required, all of you here would know that we have a very progressive startup policy and a very progressive IT policy. So thank you, ma'am, also for the vision. There are a lot of people who are required to translate vision into a multitude of different activities that will run over a long period of time. And for this particular event, we have several people like that who've been instrumental in putting this event together. First, I would say the secretary, Shri Sanjay Kumar ji. Unfortunately, he was supposed to be here today in the morning. Due to some commitment last minute, he was not able to make it today. So thank you, Shri Sanjay Kumar ji. The managing director of the IT Corporation of Goa Limited, Shri Vivek HP ji. So thank you so much for helping us in the entire team in planning this event, planning today's all activities, the whole week, as well as the end event on the 3rd. We've had a lot of support from the director IT and the CEO of the Startup Promotion Cell, Madam Ankita Anand ji. So thank you so much, ma'am. There are a lot of other people in each of their respective teams who made it possible for today's event to happen. The event, as we're seeing it, doesn't only have a lot of players from Goa. It's an event that's a national event. We have all the major agencies in the country who are committed, and all the major players who are committed towards startup, towards incubation. And we have a presence and a strong presence from most of those organizations. So thank you, Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, the Mission Director of Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog. As you know, the AIC GIM is one of the first cohort of 13 AICs across the country, and it was possible only because of the strong support that the AIM team from Niti has been able to give us. He's come with a strong team here to support this event, and you'll see them featured through the day in variety of different panel discussions. Shri Jitendra Vijay ji, who is the CEO of Meeti Startup Hub. He's also here today, and they run several initiatives, and some of the initiatives benefit multiple other, not only AIC GIM, but they also benefit a lot of other startups in Goa. Shri Deepan Sahu ji, who's from AICT, he's the Assistant Innovation Director at AICT. Shri Chahat Khattar ji, who's from the Startup India Foundation, from the Startup India DPIT. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. There are multiple incubators in Goa who've benefited from your organization. Professor Amitabh Bandopadhyay, who is a professor from IIT Kanpur, and he's a mentor, he's a member of the National Startup Advisory Council. Thank you so much, sir. Early today is when we get to benefit from his strong experience, and he'll be chairing one of the sessions. No startup ecosystem is complete unless and until we have all the actors present, and one of the most important part of this is investors. Shri Mahendra Pratap Singh ji and a lot of other investor organizations, we thank you so much for your presence here through this event, and for a continued support to help us build a very vibrant startup ecosystem in the state of Goa. To all our partnering incubators, Goa has a reasonably large number of incubators, and that's what makes this a vibrant ecosystem. Startups cannot function unless and until you have all of us collaborate together, and I think Goa is a good leading example where multiple different incubators are able to collaborate together. We have a panel discussion today where we have representatives from many of the leading incubation centers in Goa. So we thank you so much for being a part of this event and almost all the other events, whether the government has done Vibrant Goa, whatever event has been done in the state, there's been active participation by all the different incubators. The Goa Technology Association, the Goa IT Professionals Association, the CEOs of both these organizations, thank you so much for helping making this event to take off. We have CEOs from 10 different AICs across the country, and these CEOs are not here only today for today's function. It's also in this week we are also going to have a week whole of different segments of sectors of startups. And these AIC CEOs have helped in identifying and selecting from a very large pool of startups so that they'll be able to present here, as part of an event by Horses Stable. I thank Horses Stable and the CEO of Horses Stable. They are a team for being here because they've been able to bring in variety of different investors who are going to be here through this entire week, and you're going to have a lot of startups, many of them Goan startups too, and startups from all across the country who will get an opportunity to pitch, to these investors. Not only get an opportunity to pitch to the investors, this will be available on mass media, and therefore it will also go to variety of different people, across the country and across the world. The various event management teams and media promotion teams that have helped us, and Genie Solutions, one of our startups. So one important part of this event has been wherever it has been possible to have things being done by startups themselves. That's what the whole team has done. The team has made sure that wherever we had startups available in those spaces, those startups would be the partners for doing all the logistics, for doing all the arrangements, media promotion, all of that. So thank you, Genie Solutions, for making all the hospitality and logistics arrangements. Of course, no startup event is going to be a success without the most important player, startups themselves. So we thank all the startups. It's such a pleasure that on a Sunday morning to see a convention hall that is packed to the last seat almost, when you're just emerging out of post-pandemic. And that's, I think, because you have all the different players who've shown their commitment to be here and to be an active part of this. And these players have come from variety of different parts of the country, of course, and from virtually every sector, in the state. I thank members of the press. Thank you so much. It's only your presence that makes it possible to take these initiatives from rooms like this to the entire state and to the entire world outside. So thank you so much. We thank the Taj that you gave us, the convention center, the entire staff here. You gave us the confidence that we would be able to organize immediately post, we're not really post-pandemic, but to be able to organize safely with all protocols in place an event with so many people present here. I must thank, of course, the CEO of AIC GIM, Rajesh Joshi, who's been a driving force connecting all the dots in this entire, over the last 6 months to make this event possible, and a very dynamic young team that he leads. And I thank all the organization teams from AICGIM, from the Startup Promotion Cell, from the IT, the Information Technology Corporation of Goa Limited. And thank everyone, ladies and gentlemen, all of you who've been present here, and I've not been able to cover you as part of the different specific organizations. The fact that you're here on a Sunday morning, shows a lot of commitment towards the entire startup ecosystem. Thank you so much. And I'm sure you have a fantastic day. If you look at the agenda for the day, it's so power-packed with all different kinds of perspectives, whether it is investors, whether it is startups, whether it is policy makers, whether it is incubators. All of those people are present here, and they're present in large numbers and large different perspectives. So I hope all of you make the most of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Parulekar. Well, we just like a group photograph before our dignitaries leave. So may I request Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, Mr. Jeet V, Mr. Manglesh Yadav, Mr. Chahat Khattar, Mr. Amitabha Bandyopadhyay, Mr. Dipan Sahu, and the delegates from the Atal Innovation Mission, if you could kindly come up. We'd like a nice big group photograph. A big thank you to all our delegates. Please give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for making it here and for your constant support. Well, we're going to take a 10-minute, not really a break, but we're going to change over because now the next portion of the day is some very, very exciting sessions. We've got panel discussions, we've got interviews happening, we've got one-on-one talks, and you definitely do not want to miss that. So on screen, we're going to show you a couple of videos which are very informative. Keep your eyes peeled on screen, and just give us about 10 minutes to just change over the setup on stage. Thank you.
GIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal. AICGIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AICGIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi, a serial entrepreneur and over 2 decades of starting ventures and consulting with Big Four, AICGIM embarked on a new mission to transform the startup ecosystem in Goa, across India and around the globe. This gave birth to our new mantra, building a better startup ecosystem, a better startup world. We further fueled our journey with the Leapfrog strategy to drive deeper collaboration in the startup ecosystem and with all startup ecosystem enablers. Under this flagship, we are running a spectrum of programs like iMagic, a youth entrepreneur talent hunt, River, identifying local resident entrepreneurs and building investable ventures. We also realized that while it was important to cast our net wide, it was equally critical to zoom in on certain focus areas. This manifested into programs like We Nurture, catering specifically to women micro-entrepreneurs, and S4S3, focusing on how startups can themselves be sustainable in their operations. AICGIM also runs long-running marathon outreach events like Investathons for investors to view startups as a viable investment option, Meetathons, connecting ecosystem players, Matchathons, a catalyzing event for startups, industry and government to gain exposure of each other's capabilities and needs, Collaborathons, creating an environment for all ecosystem enablers to collaborate, GAIN, evangelizing a Goa-based angel investor network. AICGIM is conducting and organizing India Startup Week, which will be organized for a week in consecutive months, and each of these weeks will have a specific theme and focus area. WISE, Week of Investments, Startups, Entrepreneurs Week, is focused on raising investment for startups across India. ESG Week is focused on startups in the environment, climate, social impact and governance sectors. Recipe, a culinary startup week about food entrepreneurs and startups in the culinary and kitchen space. Goa Startup Week, an annual startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit showcasing best of Indian startups, and the entire startup ecosystem of India will converge at Goa. AICGIM visions itself to be a nucleus, the energy center for the Goa startup ecosystem, and also a big role in the India startup ecosystem. We believe that there is power in the collective, and becoming a catalyst is our humble attempt towards nation building. We are promoting entrepreneurship and assisting ventures. Together, we are combining forces to create an impact in Goa, India, and our world. AICGIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AICGIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi, a serial entrepreneur and over 2 decades of starting ventures and consulting with Big Four, AICGIM embarked on a new mission to transform the startup ecosystem in Goa, across India and around the globe. This gave birth to our new mantra, building a better startup ecosystem, a better startup world. We further fueled our journey with the Leapfrog strategy to drive deeper collaboration in the startup ecosystem and with all startup ecosystem enablers. Under this flagship, we are running a spectrum of programs like iMagic, a youth entrepreneur talent hunt, Riva, identifying local resident entrepreneurs and building investable ventures. We also realized that while it was important to cast our net wide, it was equally critical to zoom in on certain focus areas. This manifested into programs like We Nurture, catering specifically to women micro-entrepreneurs, and S4S3, focusing on how startups can themselves be sustainable in their operations. AICGIM also runs long-running marathon outreach events like Investathons for investors to view startups as a viable investment option, Meetathons, connecting ecosystem players, Matchathons, a catalyzing event for startups, industry and government to gain exposure of each other's capabilities and needs, Collaborathons, creating an environment for all ecosystem enablers to collaborate, GAIN, evangelizing a Goa-based angel investor network. AICGIM is conducting and organizing India Startup Week, which will be organized for a week in consecutive months, and each of these weeks will have a specific theme and focus area. WISE, Week of Investments, Startups, Entrepreneurs Week, is focused on raising investment for startups across India. ESG Week is focused on startups in the environment, climate, social impact and governance sectors. Recipe, a culinary startup week about food entrepreneurs and startups in the culinary and kitchen space. Goa Startup Week, an annual startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit showcasing best of Indian startups, and the entire startup ecosystem of India will converge at Goa. AICGIM visions itself to be a nucleus, the energy center for the Goa startup ecosystem, and also a big role in the India startup ecosystem. We believe that there is power in the collective, and becoming a catalyst is our humble attempt towards nation building. We are promoting entrepreneurship and assisting ventures. Together, we are combining forces to create an impact in Goa, India, and our world. AICGIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AICGIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi, a serial entrepreneur and over 2 decades of starting ventures and consulting with Big Four, AICGIM embarked on a new mission to transform the startup ecosystem in Goa, across India and around the globe. This gave birth to our new mantra, building a better startup ecosystem, a better startup world. We further fueled our journey with the Leapfrog strategy to drive deeper collaboration in the startup ecosystem and with all startup ecosystem enablers. Under this flagship, we are running a spectrum of programs like iMagic, a youth entrepreneur talent hunt, River, identifying local resident entrepreneurs and building investable ventures. We also realized that while it was important to cast our net wide, it was equally critical to zoom in on certain focus areas. This manifested into programs like We Nurture, catering specifically to women micro-entrepreneurs, and S4S3, focusing on how startups can themselves be sustainable in their operations. AIC-GIM also runs long-running marathon outreach events like Investathons for investors to view startups as a viable investment option, Meetathons, connecting ecosystem players, Matchathons, a catalyzing event for startups, industry and government to gain exposure of each other's capabilities and needs, Collabothons, creating an environment for all ecosystem enablers to collaborate, GAIN, evangelizing a Goa-based angel investor network. AIC-GIM is conducting and organizing India Startup Week, which will be organized for a week in consecutive months, and each of these weeks will have a specific theme and focus area. WISE, Week of Investments, Startups, Entrepreneurs Week, is focused on raising investment for startups across India. ESG Week is focused on startups in the environment, climate, social impact and governance sectors. Recipe, a culinary startup week about food entrepreneurs and startups in the culinary and kitchen space. Goa Startup Week, an annual startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit showcasing best of Indian startups, and the entire startup ecosystem of India will converge at Goa. AIC-GIM visions itself to be a nucleus, the energy center for the Goa startup ecosystem, and also a big role in the India startup ecosystem. We believe that there is power in the collective, and becoming a catalyst is our humble attempt towards nation building. We are promoting entrepreneurship and assisting ventures. Together, we are combining forces to create an impact in Goa, India, and our world. AIC-GIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups.
Seat at your tables, wherever you are. We'd like to begin our next session. As I said, we've got some very exciting sessions coming up. Believe me, you'd want to listen to every word of them. Well, we begin with the first session, and that is Goa Startup Policy. What is the way forward? And to tell us more about this, I'd like to invite on stage Mrs. Ankita Anand, IAS, the Director, Department of Information and Technology, Goa. Please give her a big round of applause. Come on guys, give her a big round of applause. Put your hands together for Mrs. Ankita Anand, a wealth of information there. And our moderator, Mr. Abhishek Singh, the Incubation Manager of AIC-GIM Foundation. A big round of applause for Abhishek as well. And together they're going to tell us what's the way forward in Goa.
A very lovely afternoon to everyone present here and to you, Ankita ma'am. Thank you for joining us for this wonderful session. I'm very excited to begin with the first session with Ankita ma'am. Ankita ma'am, before we go forward, as the discussion says, we are talking about the Startup Policy 2021. What were the achievements of the current startup policy? Would you like to shed some light on that?
Yes, surely. Thank you, Abhishek. So we have a Startup Policy 2017, which is currently operational. It is under extension, as you are aware, till September. And the prime achievement is that 111, that is a 111 number of certified startups which we have achieved. Around 21 startups have already been incentivized, and more than 1.1 CR has already been disbursed. So other than the financial incentives, I guess Government of Goa has given various non-financial benefits also in terms of the traction which they get by connect with Startup India or giving them platforms at various events like Vibrant Goa Summit and other things. So I guess a lot more to offer, which I would like to tell in my brief presentation, what all have been the achievements if you count in terms of outcomes.
Yes.
Yes.
So ma'am, going forward, the need of the new startup policy. What arises this need? What was factored into consideration before drafting the new startup policy? Could you share something about that?
Yes. So what I felt was like we have a startup policy of 2017. As the time advances, the needs changes, the whole ecosystem changes. So first of all, what I felt was I reached out to DPIIT, that is my one spot center, wherein I found that the definition itself needs a change. To increase the ambit of startups which can be included under startups. It's not just IT, which people feel ki startup is just IT. Startup is sector agnostic, like I highlighted in my speech. So first thing was that I reached out to DPIIT. I saw that the definition needs to be aligned, first of all. Then what I felt was the learnings from the startup policy. Various startups, we had various review meetings with the startup, at least 3-4 of them. I used to initially call for physical meetings, and thereafter we had audio calls also, wherein the startups shared that while applying for incentives, they were facing problems in some places or the other. So my team started analyzing what can be done. In fact, we did a lot of changes on the portal also so as to assist them in applying in a better EODB format. Then we also felt, other than the feedbacks from the startups, from the incubation facilities which are present here, we also sought feedback from them through online mode, so that we have concrete ideas other than the interactions, other than the deliberations which we did, the learnings from the previous startup policy that made us think, okay, in the new startup policy, let us revamp it, let us add more nutrients to it so that it is more comprehensive. And it's not just IT. Why I'm saying again and again IT? Because Department of IT, being Director IT, I am steering the policy. But there are various departments to it. If it's an agriculture-based startup, if it is industries-based startup, so the respective HODs need to assist them, needs to identify the problem statement and take the task from these startups. Plus another thing we had in terms of procurement when we talk about. Earlier we didn't have GFR rules 2017 into picture. Now we have GFR 2017 adopted by the Government of Goa. That will also be very much beneficial for the startups. We have GEM portal. We'll soon be having another session regarding GEM portal. So what I found was that the startups were lagging in terms of small supports from the government, which I tried to include in the new startup policy. Yes.
So can you help us with the details of the schemes that are supposed to be included into the...
So like I was talking about the outcomes, this is just a snapshot of that. And the discussion regarding the new startup, I've made it a very concrete manner so that people can understand. Next. The first thing which I talked about was definition of startups. So like I said, in the current definition, 7 years of incorporation, an annual turnover of not exceeding 25 CR, and working towards pure plug-play innovation, development of improvement of products and services powered by engineering or internet-based software or technology. So that made various startups feel that only IT-based startups would be included in the definition. So making it more sector agnostic, making it more explicitly sector agnostic, we transformed that definition. So what we have modified as per the prevailing DPIIT notification is to have up to 10 years of incorporation and an annual turnover of 100 CR. Now, how will it be beneficial in this regard is they'll be able to benefit from the MSME policy also, which has changed. So, and as you can see, should work towards development or improvement of product, process or service and have scalable business model. So this doesn't highlight just the IT component, it is a sector agnostic element. Next, please. Now, with respect to definition of startups in terms of fresher. On my interaction with various startups, they said just college pass out might also have done some kind of post-graduation. So he is also kind of a fresher. They have deployed. Startup is such an entity. It's like that nascent stage entity, which might be in ideation stage, traction stage, and they would have deployed manpower who just out of college who have done PG also. So as per our current definition, only the freshers who have graduated within a stipulated period of study and not more than 2 years have elapsed. So that's what we propose to change in the new policy, that graduates and PG professionals who have completed the graduation within stipulated time and not more than 2 years. So as to include those kind of professionals also. Please, next. With respect to salary reimbursement scheme, as per the current policy, the startups hiring local talent, which is a benefit for the startups who are hiring local talent, 50% of the salary of the fresher will be reimbursed, because most of our policy is circulated around fresher deployment, etc. So that's why the first thing which I proposed to change was with respect to fresher. So with respect to salary reimbursement, we have capped, the cap has been increased to 15,000 per month per recruit and changed from 10,000. Please, next. With respect to R&D reimbursement, what we found was that other than PhD, there were people who have done master's degree. So why not benefit those startups who have various manpower having master's degree? So that's why the benefit remains unchanged, but we have now included the salaries of the employees with master's degree along with PhD degree. So that's another beneficial thing for the startups who have master's degree people deployed. With respect to IPR reimbursement scheme, what we found was that not really various startups have been able to achieve a successfully registered IPR. So that incentive amount will remain same, but it will be extended even if IP is not registered successfully. Like, this is the point to be noted. I mean, Goa government has been really kind enough, Minister Ma'am has been really kind enough to think beyond what has been already there in the startup policy to benefit the Goan startups. Please, next. The assistance for the woman entrepreneur, women is currently figuring in more than 30% of the Goan certified startups. That's a wonderful number, I would say, and even DPIIT has acknowledged this fact time and again. So I would say that we should have some assistance for the women entrepreneurs as well. So women entrepreneurs at an idea stage, they will be given a monthly allowance of 22,000 per month for a period of 1 year, and a technology support assistance also of up to 10 lakhs. That's an amazing number, I would say. I have also consulted various other startup policies of other states, and we've tried to include all the good, those kind of points which can be incorporated in our startup policy. This was one among those which I wanted to incorporate in the startup policy. Then assistance to the startups to relocate to Goa. So there are various startups, various Goans, I would say, who have moved out for studies and for other modes, and they would have settled outside Goa, but it's an opportunity for them to come back to their roots, come back to Goa and motivate the students, the college students, the school students to, they ignite their entrepreneur within, that they should be relocating back to Goa. So this is one more step which we are doing, creating a funder fund. I'll be seeking assistance from DPIIT and Startup India with respect to the funder fund aspect. In fact, our worthy Chief Secretary, sir, has also highlighted in the Hari Powered meeting, and Honorable CM, sir, was also very keen, along with our Minister IT, madam, to have a funder fund in place from outside Goa. They can come, who set up their major operations in Goa and employ more than 50% local. Please, next. Regulatory compliance enablement. So this is one more thing which I did. In the previous policy, there was this clause which cited in addition to each government department having a regulatory administrative interface with a startup shall designate a senior officer. Now you understand, coordinating, collaborating with different departments, it becomes difficult. In spite of the fact we're not working in silos, we are very much collaborated. But to ace that, I have added HODs will be appointed as a nodal officer. It's a by default thing which I have put in the new policy that will enable in faster grievance redressal, in faster interaction between the current various departments and the startups concerned with that department. Please, thanks. With respect to financial incentives, so I'd like to just give a brief on one of the schemes which we have. We currently have a seed capital incentive scheme. So what is seed capital incentive scheme? It is 10 lakh amount which is dispersed in 3 tranches, 4:3:3 ratio. We have currently a high-powered committee chaired by Honorable CM Sir, and there are various other dignitaries in that. They are competent to approve that seed capital incentives. Prior to that, we have a panel of experts which scrutinize the applications. So what we found was that seed capital incentives, currently they are being utilized by various startups. Majority of the startups are applying for seed capital and salary reimbursement schemes. We have this January, we have the Startup India Seed Fund scheme, which was launched by DPIIT, which is actually equal to the seed capital scheme which we are running currently. And that is also amazingly planned, if I would say. They select incubators. They have an empowered committee at DPIIT level, and they select incubators. If I'm not wrong, FIRE and SIBA have already been selected. I congratulate them. And through them, various seed capital incentives will be provided to the startups. So not to have a duplicated scheme and have a proper SIS-FS scheme implemented in Goa, we propose to remove that badge. Next. So these are certain things which we propose to have in the new startup, the evangelizing the creation of at least 500 innovative technology startups. Like we have already crossed 100 in a span of 3 years. I really feel there can be much more number. It could cross even 500. That's a very conservative estimate, but still I feel that we have a lot of ecosystem boosters currently in place, which will definitely in the next 3 years will have more than 6,000 youth being employed. Like ma'am highlighted about the startup dossier. We will again run this feedback and data collection exercise, and I really hope it will definitely reach more than 6,000 Goans. In terms of having a more innovation hub, I will have more interaction, in fact, with Niti Aayog and try to set up a center of excellence in this regard, which will be of utility to the startups and the incubation facilities. Yes. So like I wanted to highlight in a very clear manner what all proposed changes we want in the new startup policy and the reason thereof. Yes.
Right. Thank you so much, ma'am. But before we conclude, a lot of startups, a lot of young entrepreneurs and budding entrepreneurs, a lot of ecosystem enablers are also present here, and they will have one single question which I can think of. It would be, when is this startup policy and when are these benefits? When can we avail this? Okay. So could you help us?
So what I feel is within a span of 2 months, we would definitely like to push forward and ensure that the new startup policy comes in for the benefit of the startups.
That's very assuring. I'm very excited about the startup policy coming further, and I'm sure a lot of members present here would agree with me on this. A lot of incentives, incentives and amendments made to the policy, which will help boost the ecosystem of Goa. Thank you so much, Ankita ma'am, for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, Abhishek.
Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Such a wealth of information there. Thank you, Mrs. Ankita Anand and Mr. Abhishek Singh. Thank you so much. Well, with that, we move on to our second session. And in this session, this is also promises to be a very, very interesting session. It's a talk by the Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog. The Atal Innovation Mission is a central government initiative under Niti Aayog. And under this, we have the Atal Tinkering Labs, which are 5 in Goa, and the Atal Incubation Center. We have 1 in Goa and about 62 all over India. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call on stage the Mission Director of the Atal Innovation Mission, Dr. Chintan Vaishnav. Give him a big round of applause. Dr. Chintan Vaishnav is an engineer and as a teacher, innovator and entrepreneur. He has first-hand experience of innovation ecosystems, both in India and in the US, and holds a PhD in technology management from MIT. And to discuss, the role of the Atal Innovation Mission, the Atal Tinkering Labs, the Atal Incubation Centers in promoting innovation culture and entrepreneurship in India, I'd like to also invite on stage the CEO of AICGIM Foundation, Mr. Rajesh Joshi. Please give him a big round of applause. Mr. Rajesh Joshi.
You can't wait for their support. Sometimes you just got to run and look behind you.
Okay, so a kind request for all those of you who are outside, could you please come inside? We're going to shut the tea coffee very soon. But if you do have your glasses and you've been served, please bring your glass inside. Take a seat at the table. You do not want to miss the interesting discussions that are happening on stage. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rajesh Joshi, ladies and gentlemen, and Dr. Chintan Vaishnav.
Thanks. I was actually outside gathering the crowd when I'm on the stage, because sometimes when there are more people outside than inside, you can't have interesting questions and interesting answers. Sir, it's a privilege and pleasure to have you in Goa.
Thank you.
It's an honor for us as AICGIM. You mentioned yesterday the first AIC you visited was us, so I think from my side, from our director's side, and GIM and AICGIM, we are so proud and honored to have you here and host you and your team. And we'll look for a lot of insights from you. I got a couple of messages from our startups last night that we want more people like Dr. Chintan to visit us and give us the impetus and the encouragement which you did. So thanks from AICGIM, thanks from our incubated startups, and thanks to a wonderful team.
Thank you so much. And it is really true that this is my first visit outside of Delhi, and it is a visit to Goa. So I'm really privileged to be here. I was very excited to meet the startups yesterday. Earlier there was a point made about sector agnostic startups, and truly I was inspired to see people solving problems in such different walks of life. So I congratulate you on assembling such an interesting bunch, and it's great to be here.
Thank you, sir. I think AIM is spearheading this, and AIM is the enabler for us to become enablers. So thanks for that. And that brings me to the first question, sir. Sir, your experience has been immense in terms of innovation, entrepreneurship, seeing the innovation systems or the innovation ecosystems in the US. You spent most of your life there in MIT, the leading, I mean, for us, it's the pinnacle of innovation, be it the college, be it the country. Can you just enlighten us and some of the audience, because some of them are from the startup ecosystem, the difference or the kind of innovation ecosystem is there in the US?
Okay, great. Well, that's a great question. I certainly have been really privileged to have spent time in one of the most vibrant innovation ecosystems of the world, namely MIT. And I'm happy to share a few things about it. Can I ask a few questions just for me to know who is in the audience at the moment, so I can calibrate what they may want to hear? Who is an entrepreneur here? Okay, so there are several, all right. Are there, who's an aspiring entrepreneur? Always, right? Me too. People from the industry? Okay, certainly. Academia? Okay, all right. Government? Okay, several government people. And then, so clearly there are some other folks. Incubators. Okay, of course, right. All right, okay, so this is a very diverse crowd. Let me say, this is really important also, that the ecosystem has this diversity. Let me say a bit about MIT. Of course, if we were to think of them as one, let's say, guiding post. Of course, they don't have to be a guiding post, but let's say we imagine that we want them to be a guiding post. Their numbers, here's what MIT would look like, So MIT, first of all, has been at this business of innovation incubation in a very serious way for 40 years. So that's the first thing to appreciate, that it's a marathon, not a sprint. So that's one. If you look at their numbers, MIT has produced, if you ask a question, if you consider a company an MIT startup, if one or more of the founders is an MIT alum, then there have been more than about 30,000 startups that are MIT startups. Now, compare that to our current number. India, DPIIT would say we have about 40,000 startups. Of course, we've been at it in a serious way in maybe 5 years now from an Indian perspective, but that's the number we are looking at, right? Some of the MIT startups are household names. Some of them we don't even think they are MIT startups, but they are MIT startups. Qualcomm, Intel, Hewlett-Packard, Bose Corporation, Dropbox. These are some of them, right? Their annual, so they've created, if you ask how many jobs have they created, that number would be about 6.4 million jobs so far. And their annual turnover today, annual revenue today of MIT startups is about $2 trillion US. So this together, this is like the 11th largest economy of the world. So that's the number they have produced, right? One can then ask, what enabled them to produce this number? Of course, budget is one thing. Their expenditure is 3.6 billion US dollars. But more importantly, 45 or so percentage of it goes to sponsored research, which has some entrepreneurial outcome. They look at about 200 to 300 startups, 200 to 400 startups, they produce about 200 to 400 startups every year. Not all of them survive. About 1 in 26 survive. So they take a lot of risk because the other 74 don't survive, right? Structurally, if you look at the institution, MIT has about 11,000 students, of which about 6,500 or so are graduate PhD, postdoc type of people. So this is a heavily research-oriented place. Most of the times, most institutions have more bachelor's degree students, right? This place has more master's degree, PhD degree students, so the depth automatically kind of goes up. And one last thing I want to also mention, which many of you know about, but I want to maybe give an example so that we have appreciation for it, is that their motto is mens et manus, or mind and hands. And so in the entire pedagogy is is geared to this mind and hands type of thinking. So let me give you an example. So if you say that, how do people learn software programming, right? Most of the parts of the world, people learn to do software programming, learn languages, but when they are told, here's a language, here's a syntax for the language, why don't you teach yourself, or let us teach you syntax, and why don't you start programming? Nothing wrong with it. 99% of the places teach programming languages in that way. A lot of people learn programming languages. They become very good job seekers. But if you were to learn programming at MIT, let's say you're an undergraduate, you enter this undergraduate programming language 101 class, you're given this Dabba computer, which is from 1978, the PDP-11 computer. And you're told, you know, this Dabba is all we have. And it only understands 5 instructions. But we want you to produce a program that can do this, this, and that task. So why don't you create your own language? So every student creates their own syntax. Once you do that, you are told, but you know, this Dabba, look at it, it only understands 5 instructions. Why don't you write an interpreter that can understand the language that you just created? So students create that interpreter in those 5 instructions. When they do that, they're told, oh, but you know, this Dabba, it only understands these 5 instructions. Why don't you create a compiler so that it can execute your program? So they create a compiler. Now, what this does is, by the time you end your first semester, you can open any language of the world and you have a completely ground up fundamental understanding of why the programming languages are the way they are. And I'm only giving you one example. I can give you many examples of topics. But I think that fundamental inquiry is what leads to the startups that we do, this 200, 400. Content is easy to scale, but this pedagogy is very hard to scale. You know, and that is because a teacher, imagine you're a teacher teaching a course where 100 students came, everybody created their own language. You will have to learn every single one of them, right, to interact with them. So.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's to develop an ecosystem is not a sprint, but a marathon. And we have reached there someplace as AICGIM, because that's why you would have seen our initiatives are named Collabothon, Meetathon, Matchathon. So we are getting prepared for that marathon in our own way, which leads to the next question is, I think AIM and Niti Aayog is immensely, should be privileged to have somebody like you with that experience coming in, and you're going to bring it to India. We are beneficiaries of Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. For the sake of the audience, can you just briefly let them know about the work which Atal Innovation Mission has done under its banner through Atal Tinkering Labs and through the Atal Incubation Centers. I think we have 5 Atal Tinkering Labs in Goa, and obviously one special AIC is also here. So can you just brief about the work which you've done for the sake of the audience knowledge?
Certainly. So,
and your future vision of the same.
Okay. There are Atal Innovation Mission is engaged in 5 different streams of activities, if you would. You mentioned Atal Tinkering Lab. This is the only platform in our innovation ecosystem of our nation that touches our youngest people. So Goa today, actually, just to correct that number, Goa has 18 Atal Tinkering Labs. That would make for, so if you look at, in fact, so Goa is probably, if you look at it this way, that Goa has about 0.13% of nation's population. But when it had 18 of 7,400 ATLs, so it has 0.24% of ATLs. So you have 2 times the ATLs proportionally. So today, the Atal Tinkering Labs, there are 8,700 of them granted. So some more of them are being created. But this is a platform where children this is a sort of a maker space. with 3D printers, two-dimensional design, electronic benches and machine shop and so on, where children can create what's in their head as an artifact, right? There is a tremendous amount of excitement. In fact, one of this platform has unleashed enormous amount of creative energy. This Monday, many of you saw the 13th season of the Kaun Banega Karodpati, which just started. The first contestant in it was an in charge of an Atal Tinkering Lab from Jharkhand, who has taught children how to build drones and other things. So this is really touching many lives in very exciting ways. At the college or industry level is where we have the incubators. One such is AIC GIM. Here the idea is to sort of provide an experience of a world-class incubation where somebody can go from an idea to at least an early stage enterprise. Another variant of this work now, a very differently focused variant, is the Atal Community Innovation Centers, which is just starting. There are 9 of them. We're going to take it to 50 in the next couple of years. Community Innovation Centers are more the sustainable development goal focused activity in underserved areas where innovators at the grassroots levels who innovate, or people who innovate for underserved populations can be engaged to do a similar incubation for those types of problems. Goa may even be at the intersection of the two, I would imagine, because there are some very interesting niches here that are there to exploit. Fourth initiative is a set of challenges that we run. It is called Atal New India Challenge and Aneek, and then there is also Arise. And the idea there is that ministries and MSMEs submit a problem statement, and we run a challenge to bring together solutions that can address those problem statements. So that's a platform we have offered. Some very interesting challenges we ran this year. For instance, Mysore Zoo ran a challenge with the Central Zoo Authority to want to redesign the zoo experience for animals and people. And so architecture students have submitted proposals, and the 3 winning ones are now building the new Mysore Zoo. And that experience may be taken to other parts of the country. Similarly, with Airport Authority of India, we have designed Digi Yatra, which is trying to make the airport experience more contactless. So there's a lot of stitching of the institutions that has to happen at the back end, so startups can come in and plug into such an ecosystem. So that's very, very exciting. One final thing, which is about the inflection point at which we are for the whole ecosystem, which is that so far it feels like we have built a lot of infrastructure for innovation. We are now trying to really formally map the ecosystem and see where the gaps are. How can we infuse something in those gaps so that we fill them, strengthen them, whatever it takes. So those are the things that Atal Innovation Mission has been doing. And this inflection point of building that strong ecosystem is really what is our vision going forward. Of course, a lot of people talk about ecosystems and a strong ecosystem and all that. So let me take this opportunity to also very clearly define what I mean by it. So to me, an innovation ecosystem is the actors that have to interconnect and perform certain functions so that an idea can become an enterprise as efficiently as possible. So that is what, to me, is an ecosystem. And strengthening it, the idea of strengthening it, to me, is one where that journey of idea to an enterprise becomes a more predictable one. So that's what we're trying to do.
So I think Chintan sir indirectly have told all the CEOs present of AICs, buckle up. we have to perform, and just not perform us, but make our startups perform. So I think that was a subtle hint we as CEOs take from that. But no, it's interesting. I think the work which your team always does and the support system they have built has been immense. So any passing thoughts? You have heard the CM, you heard the IT minister, you have heard the administrative officials who are running the Startup Promotion Cell, Infotech Corporation of Goa, Department of IT. I know we have a roundtable with the CEOs later, and hopefully the Department of IT and ITG will join us, because Sir threw us a challenge when me and Ajit Sir visited Sir. Sir said, I want to do a CEO innovation table and I want to do a state innovation table. So we'll be glad to use ANTHA PRERNA and start the two initiatives from today. So we'll have the representatives of ITG, Department of IT, and the delegates of AIM do a round table with Jeet and Sir, with you, Sir, who's to start the state innovation table. So yeah, looking at what's happening in Goa right now, you heard the honorable dignitaries. You have probably met some of our startups, which you met yesterday. You'll meet some. Any tip or any kind of 3 things which you think Goa can do right now, Goa should do right now, or Goa should aspire to? Because we have a common vision. The startup ecosystem enablers of entire Goa are here. Our common vision is to make Goa a top startup destination. I personally believe Goa can be the best of the rest. When I mean best of the rest, which Swatiji reflected in her address, that Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, NCR region are there, but there are so many other places. And our common goal is how can we make Goa the best of the rest startup destination? Any tips on that, sir?
Certainly. That's a nice phrase, best of the rest. I have a little bit of reservation with that phrase. We're in calling yourself the rest. I feel that, so I think the 3 things that I would think of, first is first 2 are actually things that are already happening and we heard about this morning. But just to, resonate with them, the idea of creating a startup destination hub as unique to the characteristic of this place is, I think, the right idea. I have, in my own sort of observations of innovation hubs in the United States, Europe, and so on, I think the ones that have succeeded the most are the ones that had the confidence to be true to the nature of that place. So I think that is really something to hold on to and strengthen. There is no point in running a race with these other places who have very different characteristics, and there's enough here. So I think that's one idea that I really liked. Second, I think, of course, a lot of wonderful work in startup innovation policy already at state level is going on. There, actually, my aspiration is that we at Niti Aayog learn from it, in the sense as to what's really happening at state level, on the ground, etc. It has to be a two-way conversation, right? And so I am really looking forward to learning from every state. And I was just mentioning to Ms. Anand that we will, in a couple of weeks, be doing the state table where we bring together other states also. And at the top, very top level in the Niti Aayog, there is a lot of excitement in doing so also. The third piece is that we need some kind of an articulation of a state-center interaction, whereby the state level momentum becomes self-sustaining and, just every state sort of blooms into a unique offering from a startup perspective. That architecture is not yet visible to me. I mean, I'm still trying to understand that elephant, you know. I can hear people describe different parts of that elephant, but I don't yet see anybody understand the whole elephant. And so I'm trying to do that. But that will be the third piece that probably a little abstract, but something that I desire to focus on.
Last question. What is the role you want us as AICGIM to play? And any passing thoughts, any last thought which you want to share with the audience?
So I think, so already congratulations on all the wonderful work, first of all. I feel that our potential, I mean, the potential of this place is way beyond what we are currently doing. So in that sense, I think, thinking of, and we haven't talked about this, but thinking of a scale that's, okay, I want this momentum to be 3 times what it is in 2 years, or some goal of that sort. I would have said 10 times, but that would probably would probably come across as unrealistic. But to me, I was just presenting to some people in Delhi this work. I said, and I used a metaphor that, in 1983, for example, when India won the Cricket World Cup, we felt that, oh, this was like, it was a fluke, or, it was a struggle to get there. Today we have 3 different cricket teams, one for T20, one for ODI, one for, test matches, and each of them is capable of winning the World Cup. I think this is what, we're closer to the 1983 and startup realm, but but our potential is closer to 2021. So I think that's the gap we have to bridge. And we'll work together to do that.
And in India, you can't go wrong with the cricket analogy. So I think very well put, sir. We all have understood what you mean clearly, and we'll work towards it, sir. So thanks for being here. Any passing thoughts, any last thoughts which you want to share with the audience, which has a bit of government, which has a bit of industry, a bit of startups there, aspiring entrepreneurs, academicians, incubators, any last thoughts which you want to share with them?
Yeah, only one thought: lower the uncertainty of getting from an idea to an enterprise. Work together to do that, right? Lower the friction. That's one simple mantra that we have to go with. I also want to thank you for all your energies in, strengthening AICGIM, Professor Parulekar, for all the work and the support. I have to say that I was truly inspired by how much goodwill and trust GIM as an institution in this context has enjoys and has garnered and has stayed true to for all these years. So thank you for all of that. I want to thank our team. There are many of our team members here. Garima is here, Vinay is here, Rajiv, Anish is here, Mangalesh, who leads the pack, is here. And they work really tirelessly to address whatever comes our way. And we will, and I can promise you that we will continue to do so. And all of us are reachable. So any of you want to talk about your startup, bounce off ideas, I am always open to doing that. One of my most fondest memories of MIT, which is not an old memory, it's only 3-4 months ago old, but at MIT I would keep my door open and a student would walk in and straight go to my whiteboard and say, sir, this is the problem. And this is what I'm thinking about building. And we will say, let's build it. So let's do it here too. Yeah.
Open door policy is the way to innovate, I think so. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chintan Vaishnav and Mr. Rajesh Joshi. That was a very interesting talk. And ladies and gentlemen, as you know, AICGIM is strongly supported by Niti Aayog and the Atal Innovation Mission, and today would not have been possible without them. So please give them a big round of applause, a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Okay, our next panel discussion is, will involve more than 2 members, so give us around 5 minutes just to set up the stage. But it promises to be a very interesting discussion, so don't go anywhere.
Side of Goa. Goa aspires to become the most preferred destination for startups in India, and not just that, but also in an ambitious race to be in top 25 startup destination in Asia by 2025. Goa launched its startup policy in September 2017, launched incentive schemes in April 2018.
AIC GIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AIC GIM incubated 31 startups. And
The topic for this session is the government's role in nurturing entrepreneurship and startups, especially for women and rural entrepreneurs. I see a lot of women in the crowd, so I'm sure this session is going to appeal to you. And it is indeed a proud moment for ANTHA PRERNA that we have amongst us representatives from the Government of India and the Government of Goa. So without much further delay, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Jeet V, CEO, MeetY Startup Hub, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Please give him a big round of applause. Mr. Jeet V.
Bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it.
Ms. Svetika Sachan, IAS, Director, Industries. Please give her a big round of applause. Mrs. Ankita Anand, IAS, Director, Department of Information and Technology, Goa. A round of applause, please. Mr. Manglesh Yadav, Program Director at Niti Aayog. Come on, people, put those hands together. Show them some love. These are the ladies and gentlemen who are going to tell you what the government has to offer. Okay, so this is something that you really need to pay attention to. Mr. Chahat Khattar, the from Startup India PMU, DPIIT. Give him a big round of applause. And our beautiful moderator, Ms. Snehal Galvankar, Operations Manager, AICGIM Foundation. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, Snehal.
Good afternoon. So India is doing tremendously well with its Global Innovation Index, and it is all because of this. And it is all because of the efforts of the. It is all because of the efforts taken by the. So India is doing tremendously well with its Global Innovation Index, and we are becoming better day by day. This is all because of the efforts and initiatives taken by the department, led by our dignified panelists. We have with us Mr. Jeet from MeetY Startup Hub. So MeetY Startup Hub has been doing phenomenal work around the startup ecosystem. Could you tell us something about it, please?
No, thank you so much, and I think you'll do wonderful. Just relax. Take it. No, but first of all, I think when we look at this, sitting here today and heard from the Honorable CM and the Minister, Goa is literally bringing us back to life. Goa has always had the free spirit and the opportunity for us to start living the normal life by organizing an event like this. I think it's a great boost, great accolades to your team, and I think what the Ankita and the team here is doing. Now, Azadi ke Amrit Mahotsav pe, when we look at India at 75, becoming the second largest startup ecosystem in the world, with 50 unicorns and plus. More and more unicorns are being born faster and faster. Now look back 2016, 5 years ago. It was the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister that India will be built on the intellect of its youth. And that within 5 years we have accomplished so much. Now imagine what 5 more years later will look like. And when we talk about 2047, 100 years, where would India be? So truly it is these events, truly it is these initiatives, it is truly these efforts that no one really sees it, right? The guys and girls sitting in the back rows there, right? They are the dreamers, they are the builders, we are the enablers. So now what is MeetY doing? So under our Honorable Prime Minister, every department, every ministry in the government has been working tirelessly, be it MSME, be it Niti Aayog, be it MeetY. So at MeetY, we have supported 51 odd incubators. We have set up 26 Center of Excellence in Deep Technologies. We have funded multiple of accelerators. And we understand the pain of a startup. That a startup needs funding all the way from idea level to a scaling level. So our schemes fund from idea level and EIR grants that are given. Then for product and prototype development, and up to 40 lakh in scale funding. Even just 2 weeks ago, we sanctioned 45 different startups getting 40 lakh each for scale funding. Now that's just one scheme that we have. Now out of those 45, they are validated ideas, so something good will come out of it. Second, last week, our Honorable Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav sir, he launched a new scheme called Samridh, under which we will be looking to support 300 odd startups and giving them funding of up to 40 lakhs each again. The point is that it's not the lack of funding in India. There's plenty of funding, but funding only goes to validated startups in the late stage growth. But it's the young guys and girls who are still building their idea, building their product, they don't get the funds, and that's where the role of the government comes in. It's twofold, where MIT is working very hard. One is to enable reduction in hurdles, so make it easy to work, ease of doing business for a startup by changes in regulations and rules by working in interministerial groups. Second is by providing funding wherever possible. We even have a fund of fund called Electronic Development Fund, which is managed by Can Bank. It provides large funding to growth level companies through VC funds. We are even looking to set up another fund for software product development companies. Because the idea is India should translate from being an IT services country to software product country. Why do we rely on Western products all the time for our software needs? Why can't we build our own and be the national and world-class leaders? So we are working on that. Now, lastly, under our Honorable Chief Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav sir, he's asked us that, what does India have? India has only 500, 600, 700 incubators at this point. Why can't we not take it to 10x? China has more than 4,000. Indian population is pretty high, and incubator doesn't mean you need to set up some extravagant infrastructure and a lot of labs. It's only an enabling environment where like-minded people can come, share some resources, get some enthusiasm, and get connects. So our minister has tasked us with envisioning a 10x growth in the number of incubators we set up. So we are working on new programs and new vision to figure out how do we take the incubator ecosystem that har gali mein hona chahiye. Har kisi entrepreneur. So our minister says, right, that life is a right, liberty is a right. Opportunity to explore your dream is also a right for every youth of our country. And this is what our minister is seeking to provide, and I think that is what our Honorable Prime Minister has been saying, and I think that's what our Honorable CM has said here in Goa. And I really appreciate when he went to the back end and he met with all the startups and youngsters sitting back. I think it's a leadership of people like these at the central level and the state level, I think, where tremendous work can be realized. So again, thank you so much for organizing this, and my request to the startups sitting in the back is that, anything you ever need, there's a ton of resources, ton of support. You just need to reach out, because we are here to enable you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we as AIC GIM are supported by Atal Innovation Mission and Niti Aayog, and we know about the work, what they do, and the support what we get from them. So we have with us Mr. Manglesh Yadav on the panel. So could you tell us something about your work in building a better startup ecosystem in India?
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon to everyone who's sitting here also on the dais. Thank you for inviting me here. Now, when we are talking about what have been the roles of Niti Aayog with respect to the growth of the startup ecosystem and what are different initiatives or programs that we are running, see, the role that we have taken or thought about is of development of an ecosystem. Now, when we say that we are developing an ecosystem, how are we really making it as a life cycle approach so that everyone who is at different age levels is able to take some learnings from the entire inquisitiveness that we want to develop for entrepreneurship, and then taking it further to developing a startup. There's a life cycle approach, and Dr. Chintan Vaishnav rightly explained the 5 different programs that we do. We start from school and go up till the age of 60 and above if you want to be a startup and open a startup, right? When we are developing this ecosystem, there are 3-4 important factors also to be taken into consideration, or as we also say, the actors. When we think about corporates, when we think about PSUs being a part of it, what would be their contribution for the development of an ecosystem? They are more towards giving the support and helping us find the right challenges that we might face in the future. So the role that these players could play is finding problems and helping startups find the solutions. That's one of the roles that Niti Aayog has taken upon it and is trying to build. When we are seeing our ecosystem being developed in the last 6-7 years, we are also thinking that we have enough incubators in the tier 1 part of the country, in the metropolitans, but what are we really doing when we are looking at tier 2 cities and tier 3 cities? Are we really developing that ecosystem? So what we have come up with is an Atal Community Innovation Center program for supporting the grassroots innovators. What we really want to achieve there are a lot of frugal innovations in this country, but they really do not have the right support to make it to the next level. So what we actually envision is that once we develop these community innovation centers, which will be focusing more on frugal innovation, SDG-based innovation, accelerate our journey towards meeting the SDG 2030. All these things would require a lot of support from the incubation centers, for sure, but also we need a different kind of thought when we really look at social enterprises, and we are trying to build that narrative and really take that program to the next level. So we'll be building about 50 of those in the next couple of years max. So we are developing the infra around it. We are trying to develop the right actors coming into it. What would be the next steps? How would you now encourage women-led startups? So our specific programs in AICs have been, couple of our AICs are totally focused on women-led startups, right? And the entire program that we do, we have more than 600 women-led startups in the 2,000 odd incubated startups at AICs. So what we are also giving is a push to being inclusive about when we really look at the ecosystem. So it's not that we are only looking at developing infrastructure, we are trying to develop the collaboration network. We are also trying to build in the inclusivity when we really think of an ecosystem towards the growth. So the idea that we are taking is how do we build this ecosystem for the future, and then taking different programs one by one, coming up with new initiatives, and then developing this entire web. So that's what the role that we are taking.
Thank you, sir. So as we see a strong possibility of meaningful connects between startups and industries, we at AIC GIM has an initiative called Matchathon to connect startups with industries. We have Mrs. Shwetika Sachan, Director of Industry, with us on this panel. Ma'am, could you tell us how we can build this connection?
A very good afternoon to one and all. Firstly, I would like to really appreciate and congratulate the IT department and led by Ankita and Vivek and everybody involved, including the Honorable CM as well as Honorable Minister, to have conceptualized something this good and giving a platform for budding entrepreneurs as well as policymakers to incubators to academicians to come together as in a platform, and then at least start the discourse on why startups are not probably have taken up in our country despite the immense potential. No matter what we target, we will, I think, always be under evaluating what the scope in our country is, being such a big country with so much of diverse you can say talent as well as culturally diverse, and in so many ways we could be a leader in the world. So as far as industry is concerned, yes, industry and startup has a very I think important link. Any startup that would want to probably set up in any place in India would have to go through a multiple level of governmental clearances, etc. So just can you just repeat the last part of your question? What exactly you wanted to know?
Yeah, So we have an initiative called Matchathon, AICGIM.
Okay.
So in Matchathon, we want to connect startups with industries.
Okay, yeah. So exactly, even at in industry department, when we were conceptualizing some new entrepreneurship development programs, so we understood the needs that, an incubator or somebody as a mentor is very important for somebody. Number one, to understand, whether an idea is viable or not, and if it is viable, then, how do you go about it? That is why I think it's a very appreciable program. We are also conceptualizing a similar entrepreneurship development program where we, deliver certain ideas, convert them into actionable, proposals, DPRs, and then, assign every budding entrepreneur to our mentor. So there'll be a mentor and mentee, and that kind of a connect, if we can achieve, we would then probably be converting more ideas into, as was said earlier, into actually grounding them and commissioning those startups. What I would like to, from the government point of view, say, and I think as we move along the discussion, which the underlying theme for which is, with a focus on women entrepreneurship as well as rural entrepreneurship, I would like to say that it's very important for us to bring in such discussions to understand where the actual hiccups for these budding entrepreneurs are, so that we can work together, and I think it's a good initiative. So I will say only this much at this point in time, and as we go into the discussion, I would probably give more inputs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. So all the startups in Goa know about the fabulous work done by the Startup Promotion Cell Goa, and they have been taking benefits of various schemes of Startup Promotion Cell. So we have with us Mrs. Ankita Anand, CEO of Startup Promotion Cell. So ma'am, tell us about your experience as the CEO of Startup Promotion Cell Goa.
I took over as CEO of Startup Promotion Cell in November 2019. That very time, even I felt like I had that, that urge to learn from the startup. That is my first thing. So I felt it was an enriching and more enterprising experience. Enriching in the sense that I started from ground zero, wherein I didn't have a proper support team in place, a proper structure in place. And I have to build my own team, first of all. Just like the fear which a normal startup will have, the fear an entrepreneur will have, even I had that fear, that I was working like a startup that time. But all thanks to the small team which we had, finally I got in touch with the startups which are present here. At that time, there were around 53 certified startups. And today, I can proudly say that we have at least double the number of certified startups. It could be possible because of various things which the government has done. The first thing which I tried to do was that we had a high-powered committee. And as I got to know from DPIIT, it took hardly 48 hours for registration purpose. So that was the very first thing we implemented, that we reduced the level of certification at Secretary IT level. So that was a fast-forward way of getting certified by Startup Promotion Cell. Another thing which we did was that, like I told in my earlier panel discussion, that we have a seed capital incentive scheme. And the tranches, it is given in 3 tranches. So the second and third tranche, now they are dispersed at the Secretary IT level. So there were 2-3 things we did to ace their working. So I would say I primarily focused more on availability and accessibility. These were my 2 mottos, I would say. Accessibility, as CEO SPC, I was always accessible to all the startups. We have a WhatsApp group, and anytime they can call me, message me regarding the issues. And because of that, I learned a lot from them. Like I highlighted in my speech in the beginning, I felt like we should have a cobweb integration. Now, why do I say so? We have horizontal integration in the sense as government, I interact with the startups and the incubators. That is like the horizontal integration. When I talk about vertical, because in the beginning I was interacting more with DPIIT and Startup India to assist me how to progress, what all other incentives which we should focus upon, how I should mentor the startups if I don't have a team in place, what all I should do. So that's how I integrated with DPIIT and Startup India, and all thanks to them we could have a technical integration done. Now what was that? Startup India already has certified various Goan startups. So there were more than 200 in number. And I found that we have such less number of startups in Goa. So why not do the technical integration of the portal, and automatically, which is a Goan DPIT certified startup, they can directly avail the schemes which we have. So that was another initiative which we did. So that vertical integration was helpful. Now how about the cobweb thing which I'm talking about? स्टार्टअप क्या है? बिल्कुल एक छोटी सी ऐसी एंटिटी है जहाँ पे बच्चे डरते हैं कि कैसे रिस्क लिया जाए. हमें उनको संभालना है, उनको सपोर्ट करना है, फाइनेंशियली भी, नॉन फाइनेंशियल मोटिव से भी. तो इसलिए ज़रूरी है स्कूल के बच्चे, जो कॉलेज के बच्चे हैं, जो कॉलेज से निकलते हैं, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सेल्स होते हैं, उन सबको जोड़ने की बहुत ज़रूरत है. उसकी आवश्यकता इसलिए ज़रूरी है क्योंकि जब तक उन्हें ये आश्वासन नहीं देगी सरकार कि हम किस तरीके से आगे उनको सपोर्ट करेंगे हर एक कदम पर. अभी वो अर्ली ट्रैक्शन स्टेज पे हैं, बाद में अर्ली रेवेन्यू स्टेज है, जिस भी अलग स्टेज पे हैं, एक आइडिएशन से बढ़ के वो किस तरह से आगे जाएंगे. सो व्हाट वी डिड, वी हैड अ वाइब्रेंट गोवा समिट जहाँ पे हमने 8 स्टार्टअप्स को अपने प्रोडक्ट्स दिखाने का एक प्लेटफॉर्म दिया जहाँ पे उनका काम बहुत सराहा भी गया. इनफैक्ट स्टार्टअप वीसी समिट में सेक्रेटरी DPIIT सर, लेट मोहापात्रा सर भी आए थे, एंड उन्होंने बहुत अप्रिशिएट किया था कि बहुत अच्छा कार्य कर रहे हैं हमारे स्टार्टअप्स, और इनफैक्ट लोकल लेवल पे बहुत कुछ है इनोवेशन अवेलेबल जो हमें दर्शाने की ज़रूरत है. वी हैड सांकली महोत्सव जो ऑनरेबल CM सर की कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी है, वहाँ पे भी हमने लोकल लेवल पे लगाया. बिकॉज लोग सोचते हैं स्टार्टअप एक हाई क्लास चीज़ है या कोई बड़ी चीज़ है कि ऐसी एंटिटी है जो हम नहीं कर सकते. आपके छोटे छोटे इनोवेशन को भी सहारा देती है ये स्टार्टअप प्रमोशन सेल. एंड आई फील उसमें कि हमने सांकली महोत्सव किया, उसमें भी बहुत लोगों को ऐसा लगा कि येस हम भी कुछ कर सकते हैं, बच्चे भी बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं. तो वो एक कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग की ज़रूरत है, जिसलिए हमारे डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल एजुकेशन, डायरेक्टर हायर एजुकेशन का भी काफ़ी योगदान रहेगा. दैट हैव प्रपोज्ड इन द न्यू स्टार्टअप पॉलिसी. इनफैक्ट ग्राउंड लेवल पे जैसे लोकल भाषा वो एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करती है. भले ही कम्युनिकेशन का माध्यम है, पर लाइक माई टीम हैज़, लाइक स्नेहल इज़ देयर, जो हमारे लोकल भाषा बोलते हैं, कोकनी बोलते हैं, एक डायरेक्ट कनेक्ट बैठता है. सो आई फील कि इन लोगों के प्रेजेंस होने से भी स्टार्टअप प्रमोशन सेल ज़्यादा ज़मीनी स्तर पे इसका इम्पैक्ट कर पाएगी. इनफैक्ट आई वुड लाइक टू अप्रिशिएट ऑल द स्टार्टअप्स जिन्होंने कोविड के समय पे सरकार का बहुत ज़्यादा साथ दिया था, बी इट इन टर्म्स ऑफ ई-कॉमर्स और द रिलेटेड टू हेल्थ केयर. सेवारत है, बहुत सारी अलग अलग स्टार्टअप है जिन्होंने हेल्थ केयर के भले ही स्टार्टअप होते हुए बहुत कुछ अच्छा काम किया. सो आई वुड से एज गवर्नमेंट वी आर ट्राइंग टू enable the all and key in all the ingredients which will be there to assist them in growing. जैसे इन्होंने इनोवेशन की बात करी और इन्हें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ही बनाने की जैसे नहीं, और भी ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है इनको, इनके मैन पावर उनकी जिस तरह से हमारे ह्यूमन रिसोर्स है उन सबको भी ट्रेन करने की काफ़ी ज़रूरत है, जिससे स्टार्टअप आगे बढ़ के दे कैन बी सक्सेसफुल एंड दे शेयर देयर स्टोरीज. लाइक आज बहुत सारी सक्सेसफुल स्टार्टअप्स भी आज आके आपके साथ शेयर करेगी. Best wishes. I feel we at Startup Promotion Cell will be always there to assist you. You can anytime reach out to us, and all the best to all the budding startups. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We all know about the work of Startup India, especially in Goa. Since few days back, 2 Goa-based incubators were selected to disburse the Startup India Seed Fund scheme. We have with us Mr. Chahat from Startup India team. Sir, could you tell us about the various initiatives of Startup India?
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, many congratulations to Government of Goa, GIC, Swati, and all the stakeholders for such a beautiful event and for actually getting all of us together. We know each other and we do interact with each other over VCs, but it's always good to see in person. And we are celebrating this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the 75 weeks of celebrating 75 years of India's independence. And I would say that these startups are the real Amrit to India's economy. They will be, innovation is the backbone and will be the driving force of the next decades of Indian economy. And it's very important that we recognize innovation, we foster innovation, and we make sure that we provide best possible support for the stakeholders at large. And the Honorable Prime Minister in the Independence Day speech of 2021 specifically talked about startup ecosystem. And quote unquote, I must mention, he specifically reiterated it with the Honorable Chief Minister sir also mentioned that we have to work relentlessly towards making India startups and our startup ecosystem the best in the world. And for that, I'm sure all of us will work together to make sure that we are the best in the world. Now, Our startup ecosystem has grown leaps and bounds. We were just about 600 startups in 2015 before the actual definition came into the picture. Today we are about 55,000 recognized startups. And this is not just a 100x increase in the number of recognized startups. It's actually about the structural development of this ecosystem. We started by defining what is a startup. And once the definition came into the picture, we came out with something called Startup India Action Plan. Now, if today you read that action plan, you'll see how much basic things it really covered. It talked about creating a Startup India hub. It talked about creating a mobile application. It talked about creating a seed fund, a credit guarantee fund, a fund of fund. Today, they will look very basic. But at that point in time, in 2016, that is what was required. And when we look back, it feels so gratifying that out of 19 action plan, 18 of them are full-fledged working, and the 19th will also, hopefully we'll achieve that soon. The credit guarantee scheme will hopefully see the light of the day very shortly. Now what I'm trying to also reiterate that this would not have been possible by collaborative efforts and work of the center and the state. To give you perspective, when we actually launched state startup ranking, there were just about half a dozen of states with their startup policies, and very few of them had dedicated nodal officers. Today, as we sit here, 30 Indian states and union territories have dedicated startup policies, and more than 25 Indian states and UTs have dedicated nodal officers. So startup ecosystem today indeed has become a mainstream agenda. And earlier, I must say that entrepreneurship or entrepreneur was considered as to be possibly not as a mainstream profession. Today, it's very much in line and it's rather more respected than other professions as well. And very soon, very shortly, I'm very sure that with science, commerce and arts, we might have entrepreneurship as a complete subject matter line. And then that day is not very far. Then at the same time, what we also realize that it's important to recognize and reward the stakeholders of our ecosystem. So we came out with something called National Startup Awards, and the second edition of it is currently going on, and the results will be announced shortly. Now, National Startup Awards is another fantastic story, and it was not just about giving check or recognition to those startups. It was actually about hand-holding those startups throughout their journey. So from last 1 year, we actually have been helping all the National Startup Award awardees, finalists, winners, across different pillars. There is a program called Startup Champions of Doordarshan, which was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister on 16 January 2021. All the National Startup Award winners actually have featured in Startup Champions of Doordarshan. And now what we are doing, and as we are into Startup India 2.0, as you may call, and the Honorable Prime Minister unveiled Startup India the way ahead on 16 January 2021, we are now making our industry champions lead from the front and develop programs for Startup India. We have Professor Amitabh from IIT Kanpur, who is part of the National Startup Advisory Council. Now the role of National Startup Advisory Council is not just to give fundamental inputs and just tell us what needs to be done. We are now asking them to design programs for us. So we had our last meeting on 16th August 2021. 7 different programs we have created which will lead to expansion of Indian startup ecosystem, right from mobilizing domestic capital to national mentorship program. And these are actually the ecosystem players who are developing these programs. For example, Rajan Anandan, he is now working towards creating a program for seed capital. Mr. Manoj Kohli, who heads SoftBank India, is creating the national mentorship program. Say Abhiraj Well from Urban Company, he's trying to develop a framework for a domestic capital or a domestic fund for the Indian startup ecosystem. So we have come a very, very long way. We have seen a lot of regulatory reforms, and then when Zomato got listed, it was so humbling and it was so gratifying that finally we are there. Finally our startups now are giving back to its initial stakeholders, and of course the journey has just begun. And there are of course certain areas which require a lot of work, lot of inputs, and I can really assure you from Startup India side, we are working practically 24/7, 365 days to ensure that we provide the best of the best to our ecosystem, to our stakeholders, to ensure that India remains not as a third, but rather the topmost startup ecosystem in the world. Thank you.
Okay, before we continue, just if anyone would like to ask any questions, we've got the who's who of the Indian startup ecosystem right here on stage. So I'm sure a lot of you have questions. I have a girl there in the pink shirt who's going to be circulating a mic. Just raise your hands if you have a question. And when you, so the mic there. And when you ask your question, keep it short. And if you want to address it to any particular person, please name the person that you're asking the question to, so that we can do this fast. Identify yourself and please name the person that you're asking the question to. Yeah?
Sure. So my name is Manoj Naik. I have registered startup with the DIPP as well as the Goa state also. And see, the one of the criteria that Government of India startup is giving for the exemption of technical criteria and financial criteria. Now see, we participated the government tender for the railways as well as the Indian Navy. For example, one tender was a 65 lakh rupees worth. And we are asked for the technical exemption and the financial exemption. But that Navy and Railway also denied the giving the exemption. So we write a letter to the Startup India cell. They have given the replies to us and they have taken the issue. Now since the last 6 months we are in follow-up with the Startup India, but as on date, there is no communication we have received or any result has come out of that. So that exemption of technical criteria and financial criteria, we are independently taken with the railway also, but railway says such a provision is not with the railway board.
So is your question directed to anybody in particular, sir? Or
it
what
is a
the
startup,
exactly?
DIPP.
I'll address it from Startup
Yes,
India.
okay.
Yeah. Hope you're okay, ma'am? Yeah, okay. So thank you so much, and this is a common question, and thank you for raising it. It also gives me a chance to tell you a couple of more things. First of all, whenever you write to government, I would suggest you go through the public grievance portal. Please submit your grievance through public grievance portal. I assure you that it will be addressed. Now, a couple of important things. One, that let me clarify that there is no exemption, so to say. There are relaxations which different ministries and departments are required to provide as per the general financial rules. So of course, your concern will be duly addressed, keeping that in view. Another important thing which I want to highlight, and for the larger group, we have something called as Government E-Marketplace, GEM. GEM is India's largest online gateway for public procurement, through which all government functionaries, whether central and state, can procure from startup, MSME, and large corporates. Now, I would really urge and motivate all the entrepreneurs here to actually go and register themselves on GEM. GEM has something called as Startup Runway, which ensures that all the exemptions which are provided under GFR for startups are provided digitally through GEM. And to give you a number, that so far, as we said here, contracts worth 10,000 crores have been given to startups through Startup Runway on the GEM platform. So GEM is a very powerful tool. So you should also go register and participate through GEM. And with respect to your grievance, I would really request you to submit it through public grievance portal, and the concerned authorities will definitely address the same.
Sir, this all tender which I am referring, that we participated through GEM only.
Okay.
And as far as the grievances, we are raised with the PMO office and the UN Department of Industrial Promotion Policy also. All the possible forums we have raised the grievances. But last 6 months, nothing has happened, sir.
Sure, so you can always connect with us, but if you are submitted it through the public grievance portal, we have a strict turnaround times, and of course are responsible to address. We'll make sure that the same shall be addressed.
Okay, thank you so much for asking. Anyone else, you can raise your hand. Anybody else has a question? Mr. Rajesh Joshi. All the startups sitting behind, think of your question, and if you have something, raise your hand. We will send the mic over to you.
It's not a question, but just heartfelt gratitude to all of you to be here. And you have given me so much ANTHA PRERNA that next time we organize any such events, I want the aim, obviously the Department of IT, obviously AICGIM will be there, the Startup Hub, the Department of Industry, and obviously Startup India. So on that commitment, I think unless some passing thoughts, we can break for lunch. So is that committed? Atal Innovation Mission? Sorry, so it's a very humble request, sincere request, but coming from a good place, heartfelt gratitude for all of you to be here. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, they can continue. So that was
Okay, the end of the session.
I just want them to commit to me either personally or on the dais. That's fine too.
That's a nice way to ask for a commitment. You can't even say no. All right, so I think, sorry? Yes, and if you say yes, it's on camera. It's all recorded. So you're very smart, Mr. Joshi. Snehal, is it wrapped up? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so with that, it's a wrap. We still have one more session. Oh, you have one more question? Okay, last question. If you can stand up, sir, so they can see you.
I'm Raghuveer Chari from Government Polytechnic, Panaji. So ours is one of the oldest institution in the whole state of Goa. It is more than 60 years. Many entrepreneurs have grown from our institution, but they were all on their own. And in the past 60 years, there's not a single rupee which has gone from through the government to this directly linked through the institution to the students. So just because we are polytechnic, maybe we are the sufferers. Means our students are sufferers because they are studying into polytechnic. They are not getting direct access to any of the schemes of government.
So I think Mrs. Ankita Anand would like to answer that.
Degree people get, yes.
Sorry?
Students studying in degree colleges.
Degree colleges
yes,
get it, but
heard,
not.
So in the new startup policy, probably I forgot to highlight with Department of Skill Development also and Secretary Skills Development, we'll be working forward for the new policy. That is also additional element. Probably it was missed out on the slide. So don't worry on that. The polytechnic kids, they won't be suffering anymore, and we have definitely thought over it. Like we have mentioned in the panel discussion, DT, DHA, and all the skill development related thing will be taking care of that. Okay,
I think that deserves a big round of applause. See, you have a voice and your voice is heard. You know, so the people who have sat down quietly and have not said anything, you've really lost out on something.
You can reach out to me. You can anytime reach out to me. We can work together.
Thank you.
Okay, so you are free to interact with the panelists a little later. A big thank you to all our panelists on stage. Thank you so much for making the time to come all the way to Goa. A lot of you have come from out and to be here. Thank you, Snehal, for that. Also for moderating this, this discussion. Thank you. We will move on to our next panel discussion, and that's the last panel discussion just before we break for lunch. So a big thank you to Mr. Jeet V, Mrs. Svetika Sachan, Mrs. Ankita Anand, IAS, Mr. Manglesh Yadav, Mr. Chahat Khattar, and Ms. Snehal. Well, quickly we're going to turn over for our next panel discussion.
AIC GIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AICGIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi, a serial entrepreneur and over 2 decades of starting ventures and consulting with Big Four, AICGIM embarked on a new mission to transform the startup ecosystem in Goa, across India and around the globe. This gave
panel
birth.
Discussion will be conducted by CII Goa, and this is promoting Goa as a workation destination for startups and entrepreneurs, and the role played by incubators and accelerators in Goa. I think Ms. Swati Salgaonkar has spoken a little bit about it earlier, and she's going to be moderating this session as well. So first I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Prashant DS, the CEO of FIRE, that is a Forum for Innovation and Incubation and Entrepreneurship. Give him a big round of applause. Mr. Prashant DS. Mr. Rajesh Joshi, you've met him earlier, the CEO of AICGIM Foundation. Mr. Joshi. A big round of applause. And to moderate the session, Ms. Swati Salgaonkar, Director, Wimson Group and Vice Chairperson of CII Goa. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This promises to be a very interesting session, the last one before we break for lunch.
Thank you. So sorry to be holding everyone back from lunch, so I promise to make this quick. I think what we've seen in the course of the pandemic and even before the pandemic, this concept of remote working and, digital nomads where location didn't really matter. And I think what COVID-19 really showed us is that this trend really became accessible to everyone, so work from home became work from anywhere. So why not work from Goa? And I think Goa has a lot of factors which really make it very attractive to this concept, and in a sense it's a natural extension to the tourism that we already have in a state. So if we could leverage on all these factors and really look at how to make Goa an ideal remote working destination. And of course I think a very important part of that is the enabling ecosystem through the accelerators and incubators we have in the state. So maybe what I'll do first is just ask our panelists, to shed a little bit of light on this by introducing themselves, and also the work that, their respective incubators and accelerators are doing to encourage mature startups, but also budding entrepreneurs to work from Goa. So maybe Rajesh, we can start with you.
Thanks. Thanks Swati for this panel and the talk. As you can see, I'm without my blazer, because I'm not speaking as a CEO of AICGIM, but I'm going to speak as a workationer in Goa. I came Jan 2020 on a project with EY to Goa, and since then I've been workationing in Goa. That's why this attire of a pink shirt or a pink t-shirt is demonstrating it. So a lot of my question and answer will not be as the CEO of AICGIM, but as a fellow workationer, or as somebody who wants to promote workation in Goa as a destination. That's me, and I always say, and something we are working with CI very closely and with the Department of IT and Startup Promotion Cell, that workation in Goa is better than vacation in Goa. I would like to congratulate Prashant and FIRE and also the SIBA team. We are very proud and Startup India. We are very proud that the 2 incubators selected in Goa, even if it's not us, it was FIRE and SIBA, and that's very proud because that's what we want to develop, right, Prashant? We want to develop a cohesive, collaborative startup ecosystem, an ecosystem for entrepreneurs, an ecosystem for innovators where the industry, incubator, accelerator, and all the, including the government, comes together and promotes this destination as a vocation in Goa. So very aptly put panel, Swati, and the topic is brilliant, and that's something close to my heart, and that's what the life I've been living for the last 18 months. So.
Thanks, Rajesh. Prashant, maybe you would like to.
Thank you for this opportunity. First of all, thanks for congratulating FIRE. This is an opportunity for us to support the startups. And also DPIIT, I think it has been like a rocket speed. Sometime in June, we made the pitch. July, everything came in. August, we were asked to disperse the money. 350 applications. Yesterday, we had the screening round. We selected 10 of them. Lalit from CII is also part of it. Ankita ma'am is also part of our board. And we are ready. Now we have been asked to disperse the money within the next 15 to 20 days. So this is what is happening within the ecosystem. And talking about vocation, for me, I got introduced to this during the launch of the 2016 startup policy. Travis, the co-founder of Uber, made a presentation, and during the presentation, he had one scenery of a beach in Varkala in Kerala. And he asked the audience, can you identify this place? And then he told that I spent 18 days here in Varkala coding and building the stuff. So according to me, the understanding was, okay, this guy is somebody who cannot take a vacation. He is on work all the time and is finding a place where he gets an opportunity to work around. And then soon after the pandemic, it has come to us that we have to create the situation where people have the opportunity to go around and work and also take a vacation and a break. And as far as our incubator is concerned, we have been getting a lot of applications for people who wanted to come down to Goa and see if there is a space around. And I think most of the accelerators which are working around in Goa are getting filled up, and they are finding it difficult to fulfill the demand. In fact, we have 100 seats and we are already full. It means that there is a lot of demand for this vocation opportunity, and it's going to stay here for long.
Thanks. That's very encouraging to hear that you're already sort of running out of seats. So clearly, this is a trend that's growing. Rajesh, maybe if you could talk a little bit more about the perception of Goa, because to a great extent everyone thinks of Goa as a party destination or a vacation destination. What do you think Goa really needs to do to market itself as a place where you can get deep work done, especially for this growing generation of entrepreneurs that's location agnostic?
That's a great question, and since I moved to Goa, I've been struggling to answer even my personal family and friends that I'm actually working in Goa. So I think it's something which I have to answer every day. That's why an event like this helps, because you show that you're serious and doing some serious talks, you're having some serious discussion. So I look at it like two ways, right? So as a personal, it becomes challenging because people normally assume that you are at some beach in some shot with your some laptop, right? So I think from that point of view, the way I see Goa is Goa has a great potential to become the workation destination, but the work culture still needs to be inculcated. The corporate culture, the innovation, the entrepreneurship, the startup, the cohesive way of working together, right? Goa traditionally has attracted tourists and tourists. So tourists are very transient. Tourist is something, okay, you will bear with this person even if you don't like him for 4 or 5 days because you know he's going back. So I think from that point of view, Goa has to adopt a more embracive culture, a more long-termish culture. So there are two aspects, right? One is how Goa can adopt to that culture. The second thing is when people like us who come for vacation here, right? I was just telling somebody from my family where they sometimes worry about the internet speed. You know, in my resident group, I have people are normally just cribbing about the internet being down or the power being down, right? And so I keep on telling them that sometimes downtime is good. Sometimes downtime is good enough. Yes, somebody will say, you don't have a web call happening, you don't have a Zoom call. But I think that's the Goa way of life, right? Like I tell a lot of people that, what are you comparing against, right? I mean, few trade-offs are necessary. So even some people who come here with a workation concept, they need to come up with some trade-offs are required. So I think that's one way. So it's also about preparing to come here to workation. So that is one thing for people who are coming into Goa, I look at. Second thing, who are already here, right? You want people to come to your land, to your place, and make you better. The great thing about Goa is, you know, you put your hands up, people will allow you to do what you want. So for example, ANTHA PRERNA, we're able to do because the people of Goa allowed us and were excited to be part of it. So that's a great part about the Goa culture. It's about a trade-off with somebody coming to Goa, and it's also about the people who are already here, the companies who are already here, they need to adopt well to the people coming. So I think it's a mix. I mean, like I think Vivek sir mentioned in his address, better we are together, and together we should become better. So I think that's the way I look at workation from both perspectives, people who are coming to Goa and also what Goa needs to do from more culture. Because I personally believe that culture is the most important of a visitor and of a resident. And I mean, if you look globally across, the places which have emerged as a great innovation ecosystem builder have been culturally emerged. So you look at a San Francisco, you look at a London, you look at Dubai, and even closer home in Bengaluru and NCR. So I think it's a mix, matching, and some trade-offs.
Thanks, Rajesh. And Prashant, would you like to share your thoughts, you know, on what really Goa needs to do to position itself as a destination for entrepreneurs, for startups, so more of, you know, sort of an inbound kind of attraction?
Yes. In fact, through my experience, I have seen that Goa is #1 as a vacation place. And I just wanted to check it and confirm it on Google, and I checked and I found that most of the top, in the top lines, we are saying that Goa is #1 as a vacation space. But I have to go with one clear view here that if we are looking at promoting Goa as a vacation space, then we need to look at the two segments of startups. Startups who are at a very early stage, and startups who have matured enough or who won't mind working with a kind of a work from home kind of a scenario. For those at a very early stage, I think it may not be the ideal place because they need to work intensely, they need the right ecosystem, and they need to get the people. So they have to get themselves attached to some kind of a support system, whether it's an accelerator or an incubator or something which is structured. Definitely they can relocate, but relocate into a structured process. But for those who want to use the ecosystem and work around, then I think Goa has the best place to offer. And nobody has could figure out what is that is drawing people to Goa. Everybody is still struggling to them. Most of them are saying that it's in the air and it's in the genes and so on, and it's in the culture and so on. But I think definitely Goa has that calling. And one great thing about Goa is that Goa is not into that competitive mode of, you know, we want to do the most effective way or the best way. Goa is a place where you can come and work at your own space. See, for example, the startups which are come down to Goa, in fact, we have invited a lot of startups and they are doing fairly well. They are trying to build startups not to raise money as such. They are trying to build startups which can generate revenues, we can become sustainable, which have the unit economics at the right space and so on. So the whole outlook at looking at the startup and the ecosystem is quite different in Goa. So I think that everything together makes Goa the right place for vocation as well as relocating to Goa as a startup unit.
Thanks for that. Rajesh, if you could just talk a little bit about, I think with the pandemic, AICGIM has been doing a lot of virtual incubation as well. So are you finding there are particular sectors, which find better synergies working in Goa? Or is there anything, we've talked in the past about things like climate change and sustainability. Do you find that there's a particular advantage for startups like that to be in Goa vis-a-vis other startup hubs in the country?
Sure. Like you mentioned during your address, during the theme setting, and thanks, it was a very well done theme setting because it set the tone right. There are certain specific sectors where Goa has its inherent advantage, be it either the industries are here, or the topography and the ecology environment is here, or I think it's also the way how the certain communities have moved here. So I think a lot of the creative communities have for years been moving here. I think that's a great base to work, right? We get a lot of requirement, prima facie, though we want to offer them virtual, they're always saying us when the pandemic gets over, we want to come to Goa. So that also is an impetus for us. I mean, just to throw a mix, there's no controversy created yet on the dais, so we should create a controversy. So I actually differ with you where you say that early stages startups should not move here. I personally feel, and this is just for the sake of controversy, I personally feel that a lot of early stage startups could actually move to Goa because I personally think Goa is a great product market fit state. And I'll just explain that concept, what I mean by product market fit state or product market fit city. If you look at Goa, around this place, we have Panjim, which is urban. You have the urban, rich, affluent class. The HNIs, most of them have their second homes here, right? If not all of them, at least some 50% would have had their second homes here. So you've got your urban population, the affluent class. And obviously, there are hardworking people like us, middle class, who go every day working and all. So you have that base as well here. You also have the rural population here. So when, I heard the Atal Innovation Mission, the Startup India, the Meaty Startup Hub, all the central government agency talk about innovating and inventing for Bharat 1, Bharat 2, Bharat 3. I personally feel Bharat 1, Bharat 2, 3 are just around here. So I personally feel it's a great place for a product market fit test, right? Because I said this is the range, and yes, I was just creating controversy. So, no, but on a more serious note, I think the way I look at it, so we get a lot of requests for virtual incubation, then physical, and then just to all of you, we have started something called on-demand incubation, because we realize we can't physically virtually incubate. So if any startups has a certain need, we go and address that. So I personally feel a product market fit state, this is great because you have that base, because every startup requires a proof of concept, a market. In a place like Goa, to put a hoarding also, other than if you're not a casino, you'll get a very good rate to put a hoarding, right, in Goa. So, that hoarding is available. Otherwise, in Mumbai, if you want to place a hoarding on the highway, it costs lakhs of rupees. But a startup who comes up with an app, findmypet.com, because why I say this is on my resident group, a lot of people are losing their pets. And I realize that's a very common. So I was thinking about just, hey, I'm just throwing a hackathon challenge for any of the startups there. Start findmypet.com might be a great idea. So, just to put a hoarding there on maybe Kadamba Plateau is going to cost you 1/50th of what it will cost in any metro cities, right? And you'll get your target audience, you'll get your base audience, because that's what investors look to invest. Like I think yesterday to Dr. Chintan, one of our startup was saying that we don't have the investor ecosystem. So I get that point from the investor ecosystem. Maybe you don't get those angel investors, but I think on 3rd of September, me and Swati might have something about that also to be launching. So you see, I'm just fitting my marketing bits. I have it ready about all the launches. So yeah, that's my point.
Just to respond to that, what I meant when I said for early stage startup, what I actually meant was they should be attached to some kind of a support system which is structured. So when we have, say for example, we have accelerators like Build 3, or like 91 Springboard could be a space where people could come in and join. So for early stage startups, that's a great opportunity. But my experience of the last 6 months during the pandemic was that a lot of people have relocated and started living, taking up small rooms, small shacks, staying out from that. In fact, even a very good friend of ours from the other incubation managers also, like from CII, Ahmedabad, IIM Ahmedabad, and also CII, Center of Excellence, Varun, all these people stayed in Goa and started working out from Goa for a long period of time. But they were not attached to any particular incubator or they didn't pick up space there. So what I meant was actually that. Yeah.
Thanks. So, one question for the both of you. I think in Goa, oftentimes when we talk about, people, quote unquote, outsiders coming in, there's a lot of controversy and there's a lot of resistance. But obviously, I think, there are a lot of advantages to having that kind of, mingling of minds and ideas. So I was wondering if both of you could talk a little bit about what you see as the advantages of this sort of work from Goa or workation in Goa concept, both for entrepreneurs, for the general economy of the state, but also in terms of, the ecosystem itself that we're trying to build. You mentioned, the lack of investors. Like, do you think this could bring, more investors in? So I just wanted to hear both your thoughts on what you see as the advantages for Goa at large with this concept.
So I think we both are outsiders in some sense, but you came before me, so I think you should answer.
In fact, I have been in Goa for the last 46 years. So I have an insider perspective of what's happening. And incidentally, I have been in this ecosystem for around 10, 12 years. So our first investment was in 2012 in a company called Transo Technologies, which went on, where we invested around 25 lakhs, which raised on around 10 crores, and have been doing pretty well. Now they're expanding abroad. So the whole question is, which I'm hearing very often, both from investor side and also from the government side, particularly decision makers, is the quality of startups in Goa is not so great. Now, it may sound a controversial statement, but let me be honest to address it here. Now, we cannot expect an ecosystem to just come out and build quality startups, particularly in a tier 2 city and tier 3 city, unless and until they are exposed to this. And what is the meaning of exposure? Exposure doesn't mean looking at somebody else and trying to repeat what they are doing. Exposure for us is actually you do, you fail, you do, you fail, and then you learn and build something great. But how long can we wait for that is the big question. So another way of doing it is trying to see how to get quality startups from across the country, get them to work shoulder to shoulder within an incubator, and see if those people or the other startups can learn from that. And it has been a very strong practice which we have been preaching. We have actually been successfully implementing that. In fact, one of the startup mentioned today, Subkamandi, is one of the example. A startup from IIM Calcutta pass out, come to Goa, piloted it out, struggling it out, and working along with other startup and employing local people. So these are the examples which we can cite, which is really helping the local ecosystem. And I think we need to be patient with our startups. We need to make sure that when they are falling down, we catch them and bring them up. And that's our job. We are passionate about that. I think that's what the ecosystem is.
Thank you, Prasad. Rajesh, your thoughts on the benefits for Goa. I know we've been talking about this concept a lot, but if you could just share with the audience, the advantages you see for Goa as a result of an initiative like this.
So I think something which I say very passionately, like there are different economic models to develop a region, a location, right? Goa inherently has a great advantage because, like they say, who will say no to Goa, right? Or who will say not to go to Goa, right? So based on that, how do you build it? So the way I see it is, I hope somebody from the government or the department is listening, Department of Industries or Economic, because this is the way I look at it. You need to develop a certain region. I was, Chaitanya sir, I had a discussion with Chaitanya sir recently as late as I think 2 weeks back, and we are talking about how Telangana or Andhra Pradesh, developed into what they have developed right now. So taking that thought ahead, how do you develop a state like Goa which has an inherent advantage where people want to come? So the choice for the state is either you attract entrepreneurs, startups, innovators, creative class, people like us who will come with to start their enterprise here. Obviously, they will get investors in who will invest in them. Obviously, they will get on the angel investors or basically get their money to this place. So if you get 1,000 people like that, who, and I ended up paying when I came here around 26-30 lakhs rupees per month, per year, you get 1,000 people like that, you have changed the economy of this place by making it a 300 crore economy, right? I think I got my maths right? 1,000 into 30 lakhs is, I think, 300 crores. And you just get 1,000 people, right? 1,000 people, creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship, they are just going to change the landscape of this place. They are going to influence your young, the youth. They are going to influence the people in college. They are going to influence the people who are already working. It's just going to be a catalyst and a turbocharge. So I think we should look at identifying 1,000 people, Prashant, you and I, together with the help of Swati, all across India, and just get them here. We would have given the Goa economy 300 crores within an annual, come out of nowhere. And they are going to spend their 30 lakhs in this place. They are going to eat here, they are going to spend here, they are going to hire here, they are going to, you know, just change the economy. So that's the way I look at it, or that's the way I want to package, again, based on my discussion with, you know, sir, about how the Andhra Pradesh or the Telangana was able to change the face of that state. So.
Thank you. You know, I'm not going to take up too much more time because I know we've sort of run late for this inaugural session. So thank you, Rajesh and Prashant, for sharing your thoughts about this. And I would like to add that as far as CII is concerned, we are working actively with the government of Goa, with AIC GIM, to put together a virtual roadshow actually on this work from Goa concept. So we will be sharing details about that in the weeks to come. And also CII has been working actively with incubators to use our sort of network and our membership in the region and nationally to promote Goa as a destination for investment, as a destination to work from. So we would, appreciate any support and, suggestions from the audience. Please feel free to reach out to any of us in the coming weeks. And thank you for being here.
Okay, give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They say that the two most difficult sessions to have is the one just before lunch and the one just after lunch. But they've held your attention superbly. So give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Prashant DS, Mr. Rajesh Joshi, and Ms. Swati Salgaonkar. Thank you for that information. Okay, so with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for... Okay, the photography can continue, but till then, we're going to take a very short break for about half an hour. Is that sufficient for everybody to grab lunch? Okay, so quickly come back in. We've got one more panel discussion and 2 master classes that are coming up after lunch. So make sure you quickly grab your lunch and then come on over and be back in your seat, ready for the next part of this session. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Parties and laid-back life. That's how most people know Goa, isn't it? Come on, let me tell you about the other side of Goa.
So can I give you a time to come back?
Aspire to become the most preferred destination.
AIC GIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AICGIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi, a serial entrepreneur and over 2 decades of starting ventures and consulting with Big Four, AICGIM embarked on a new mission to transform the startup ecosystem in Goa, across India and around the globe. This gave birth to our new mantra, building a better startup ecosystem, a better startup world. We further fueled our journey with the Leapfrog strategy to drive deeper collaboration in the startup ecosystem and with all startup ecosystem enablers. Under this flagship, we are running a spectrum of programs like iMagic, a youth entrepreneur talent hunt, River, identifying local resident entrepreneurs and building investable ventures. We also realized that while it was important to cast our net wide, it was equally critical to zoom in on certain focus areas. This manifested into programs like WeNurture, catering specifically to women micro-entrepreneurs, and S4S3, focusing on how startups can themselves be sustainable in their operations. AICGIM also runs long-running marathon outreach events like Investathons for investors to view startups as a viable investment option, Meetathons, connecting ecosystem players, Matchathons, a catalyzing event for startups, industry and government to gain exposure of each other's capabilities and needs, Collabothons, creating an environment for all ecosystem enablers to collaborate, GAIN, evangelizing a Goa-based angel investor network. AICGIM is conducting and organizing India Startup Week, which will be organized for a week in consecutive months, and each of these weeks will have a specific theme and focus area. WISE, Week of Investments, Startups, Entrepreneurs Week, is focused on raising investment for startups across India. ESG Week is focused on startups in the environment, climate, social impact and governance sectors. Recipe, a culinary startup week about food entrepreneurs and startups in the culinary and kitchen space. Goa Startup Week, an annual startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit showcasing best of Indian startups, and the entire startup ecosystem of India will converge at Goa. AICGIM visions itself to be a nucleus, the energy center for the Goa startup ecosystem, and also a big role in the India startup ecosystem. We believe that there is power in the collective, and becoming a catalyst is our humble attempt towards nation building. We are promoting entrepreneurship and assisting ventures. Together, we are combining forces to create an impact in Goa, India, and our world. AICGIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AICGIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi, a serial entrepreneur and over 2 decades of starting ventures and consulting with Big Four, AICGIM embarked on a new mission to transform the startup ecosystem in Goa, across India and around the globe. This gave birth to our new mantra, building a better startup ecosystem, a better startup world. We further fueled our journey with the Leapfrog strategy to drive deeper collaboration in the startup ecosystem and with all startup ecosystem enablers. Under this flagship, we are running a spectrum of programs like iMagic, a youth entrepreneur talent hunt, River, identifying local resident entrepreneurs and building investable ventures. We also realized that while it was important to cast our net wide, it was equally critical to zoom in on certain focus areas. This manifested into programs like We Nurture, catering specifically to women micro-entrepreneurs, and S4S3, focusing on how startups can themselves be sustainable in their operations. AICGIM also runs long-running marathon outreach events like Investathons for investors to view startups as a viable investment option, Meetathons, connecting ecosystem players, Matchathons, a catalyzing event for startups, industry and government to gain exposure of each other's capabilities and needs, Collaborathons, creating an environment for all ecosystem enablers to collaborate, GAIN, evangelizing a Goa-based angel investor network. AICGIM is conducting and organizing India Startup Week, which will be organized for a week in consecutive months, and each of these weeks will have a specific theme and focus area. WISE, Week of Investments, Startups, Entrepreneurs Week, is focused on raising investment for startups across India. ESG Week is focused on startups in the environment, climate, social impact and governance sectors. Recipe, a culinary startup week about food entrepreneurs and startups in the culinary and kitchen space. Goa Startup Week, an annual startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit showcasing best of Indian startups, and the entire startup ecosystem of India will converge at Goa. AICGIM visions itself to be a nucleus, the energy center for the Goa startup ecosystem, and also a big role in the India startup ecosystem. We believe that there is power in the collective, and becoming a catalyst is our humble attempt towards nation building. We are promoting entrepreneurship and assisting ventures. Together, we are combining forces to create an impact in Goa, India, and our world. AICGIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AICGIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi, a serial entrepreneur and over 2 decades of starting ventures and consulting with Big Four, AICGIM embarked on a new mission to transform the startup ecosystem in Goa, across India and around the globe. This gave birth to our new mantra, building a better startup ecosystem, a better startup world. We further fueled our journey with the Leapfrog strategy to drive deeper collaboration in the startup ecosystem and with all startup ecosystem enablers. Under this flagship, we are running a spectrum of programs like iMagic, a youth entrepreneur talent hunt, Riva, identifying local resident entrepreneurs and building investable ventures. We also realized that while it was important to cast our net wide, it was equally critical to zoom in on certain focus areas. This manifested into programs like We Nurture, catering specifically to women micro-entrepreneurs, and S4S3, focusing on how startups can themselves be sustainable in their operations. AICGIM also runs long-running marathon outreach events like Investathons for investors to view startups as a viable investment option, Meetathons, connecting ecosystem players, Matchathons, a catalyzing event for startups, industry and government to gain exposure of each other's capabilities and needs, Collabothons, creating an environment for all ecosystem enablers to collaborate, GAIN, evangelizing a Goa-based angel investor network. AICGIM is conducting and organizing India Startup Week, which will be organized for a week in consecutive months, and each of these weeks will have a specific theme and focus area. WISE, Week of Investments, Startups, Entrepreneurs Week, is focused on raising investment for startups across India. ESG Week is focused on startups in the environment, climate, social impact and governance sectors. Recipe, a culinary startup week about food entrepreneurs and startups in the culinary and kitchen space. Goa Startup Week, an annual startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit showcasing best of Indian startups, and the entire startup ecosystem of India will converge at Goa. AICGIM visions itself to be a nucleus, the energy center for the Goa startup ecosystem, and also a big role in the India startup ecosystem. We believe that there is power in the collective, and becoming a catalyst is our humble attempt towards nation building. We are promoting entrepreneurship and assisting ventures. Together, we are combining forces to create an impact in Goa, India, and our world. AICGIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AICGIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi, a serial entrepreneur and over 2 decades of starting ventures and consulting with Big Four, AICGIM embarked on a new mission to transform the startup ecosystem in Goa, across India and around the globe. This gave birth to our new mantra, building a better startup ecosystem, a better startup world. We further fueled our journey with the Leapfrog strategy to drive deeper collaboration in the startup ecosystem and with all startup ecosystem enablers. Under this flagship, we are running a spectrum of programs like iMagic, a youth entrepreneur talent hunt, Riva, identifying local resident entrepreneurs and building investable ventures. We also realized that while it was important to cast our net wide, it was equally critical to zoom in on certain focus areas. This manifested into programs like We Nurture, catering specifically to women micro-entrepreneurs, and S4S3, focusing on how startups can themselves be sustainable in their operations. AICGIM also runs long-running marathon outreach events like Investathons for investors to view startups as a viable investment option, Meetathons, connecting ecosystem players, Matchathons, a catalyzing event for startups, industry and government to gain exposure of each other's capabilities and needs, Collaborathons, creating an environment for all ecosystem enablers to collaborate, GAIN, evangelizing a Goa-based angel investor network. AICGIM is conducting and organizing India Startup Week, which will be organized for a week in consecutive months, and each of these weeks will have a specific theme and focus area. WISE, Week of Investments, Startups, Entrepreneurs Week, is focused on raising investment for startups across India. ESG Week is focused on startups in the environment, climate, social impact and governance sectors. Recipe, a culinary startup week about food entrepreneurs and startups in the culinary and kitchen space. Goa Startup Week, an annual startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit showcasing best of Indian startups, and the entire startup ecosystem of India will converge at Goa. AICGIM visions itself to be a nucleus, the energy center for the Goa startup ecosystem, and also a big role in the India startup ecosystem. We believe that there is power in the collective, and becoming a catalyst is our humble attempt towards nation building. We are promoting entrepreneurship and assisting ventures. Together, we are combining forces to create an impact in Goa, India, and our world. AICGIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AICGIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi, a serial entrepreneur and over 2 decades of starting ventures and consulting with Big Four, AICGIM embarked on a new mission to transform the startup ecosystem in Goa, across India and around the globe. This gave birth to our new mantra, building a better startup ecosystem, a better startup world. We further fueled our journey with the Leapfrog strategy to drive deeper collaboration in the startup ecosystem and with all startup ecosystem enablers. Under this flagship, we are running a spectrum of programs like iMagic, a youth entrepreneur talent hunt, Riva, identifying local resident entrepreneurs and building investable ventures. We also realized that while it was important to cast our net wide, it was equally critical to zoom in on certain focus areas. This manifested into programs like We Nurture, catering specifically to women micro-entrepreneurs, and S4S3, focusing on how startups can themselves be sustainable in their operations. AIC GIM also runs long-running marathon outreach events like Investathons for investors to view startups as a viable investment option, Meetathons, connecting ecosystem players, Matchathons, a catalyzing event for startups, industry and government to gain exposure of each other's capabilities and needs, Collaborathons, creating an environment for all ecosystem enablers to collaborate, GAIN, evangelizing a Goa-based angel investor network. AIC GIM is conducting and organizing India Startup Week, which will be organized for a week in consecutive months, and each of these weeks will have a specific theme and focus area. WISE, Week of Investments, Startups, Entrepreneurs Week, is focused on raising investment for startups across India. ESG Week is focused on startups in the environment, climate, social impact and governance sectors. Recipe, a culinary startup week about food entrepreneurs and startups in the culinary and kitchen space. Goa Startup Week, an annual startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit showcasing best of Indian startups, and the entire startup ecosystem of India will converge at Goa. AIC GIM visions itself to be a nucleus, the energy center for the Goa startup ecosystem, and also a big role in the India startup ecosystem. We believe that there is power in the collective, and becoming a catalyst is our humble attempt towards nation building. We are promoting entrepreneurship and assisting ventures. Together, we are combining forces to create an impact in Goa, India, and our world. AIC GIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AIC GIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi, a serial entrepreneur and over 2 decades of starting ventures and consulting with Big Four, AIC GIM embarked on a new mission to transform the startup ecosystem in Goa, across India and around the globe. This gave birth to our new mantra, building a better startup ecosystem, a better startup world. We further fueled our journey with the Leapfrog strategy to drive deeper collaboration in the startup ecosystem and with all startup ecosystem enablers. Under this flagship, we are running a spectrum of programs like iMagic, a youth entrepreneur talent hunt. River, identifying local resident entrepreneurs and building investable ventures. We also realized that while it was important to cast our net wide, it was equally critical to zoom in on certain focus areas. This manifested into programs like We Nurture, catering specifically to women micro-entrepreneurs, and S4S3, focusing on how startups can themselves be sustainable in their operations. AICGIM also runs long-running marathon outreach events like Investathons for investors to view startups as a viable investment option. Meetathons, connecting ecosystem players. Matchathons, a catalyzing event for startups, industry and government to gain exposure of each other's capabilities and needs. Collaborathons, creating an environment for all ecosystem enablers to collaborate. GAIN, evangelizing a Goa-based angel investor network. AICGIM is conducting and organizing India Startup Week, which will be organized for a week in consecutive months, and each of these weeks will have a specific theme and focus area. WISE, Week of Investments, Startups, Entrepreneurs Week, is focused on raising investment for startups across India. ESG Week is focused on startups in the environment, climate, social impact and governance sectors. Recipe, a culinary startup week about food entrepreneurs and startups in the culinary and kitchen space. Goa Startup Week, an annual startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit showcasing best of Indian startups, and the entire startup ecosystem of India will converge at Goa. AICGIM visions itself to be a nucleus, the energy center for the Goa startup ecosystem, and also a big role in the India startup ecosystem. We believe that there is power in the collective, and becoming a catalyst is our humble attempt towards nation building. We are promoting entrepreneurship and assisting ventures. Together, we are combining forces to create an impact in Goa, India, and our world. AICGIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AICGIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi, a serial entrepreneur and over 2 decades of starting ventures and consulting with Big Four, AICGIM embarked on a new mission to transform the startup ecosystem in Goa, across India and around the globe. This gave birth to our new mantra, building a better startup ecosystem, a better startup world. We further fueled our journey with the Leapfrog strategy to drive deeper collaboration in the startup ecosystem and with all startup ecosystem enablers. Under this flagship, we are running a spectrum of programs like iMagic, a youth entrepreneur talent hunt, River, identifying local resident entrepreneurs and building investable ventures. We also realized that while it was important to cast our net wide, it was equally critical to zoom in on certain focus areas. This manifested into programs like We Nurture, catering specifically to women micro-entrepreneurs, and S4S3, focusing on how startups can themselves be sustainable in their operations. AICGIM also runs long-running marathon outreach events like Investathons for investors to view startups as a viable investment option, Meetathons, connecting ecosystem players, Matchathons, a catalyzing event for startups, industry and government to gain exposure of each other's capabilities and needs, Collaborathons, creating an environment for all ecosystem enablers to collaborate, GAIN, evangelizing a Goa-based angel investor network. AICGIM is conducting and organizing India Startup Week, which will be organized for a week in consecutive months, and each of these weeks will have a specific theme and focus area. WISE, Week of Investments, Startups, Entrepreneurs Week, is focused on raising investment for startups across India. ESG Week is focused on startups in the environment, climate, social impact and governance sectors. Recipe, a culinary startup week about food entrepreneurs and startups in the culinary and kitchen space. Goa Startup Week, an annual startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit showcasing best of Indian startups, and the entire startup ecosystem of India will converge at Goa. AICGIM visions itself to be a nucleus, the energy center for the Goa startup ecosystem, and also a big role in the India startup ecosystem. We believe that there is power in the collective, and becoming a catalyst is our humble attempt towards nation building. We are promoting entrepreneurship and assisting ventures. Together, we are combining forces to create an impact in Goa, India, and our world. AICGIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AICGIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi, a serial entrepreneur and over 2 decades of starting ventures and consulting with Big Four, AICGIM embarked on a new mission to transform the startup ecosystem in Goa, across India and around the globe. This gave birth to our new mantra, building a better startup ecosystem, a better startup world. We further fueled our journey with the Leapfrog strategy to drive deeper collaboration in the startup ecosystem and with all startup ecosystem enablers. Under this flagship, we are running a spectrum of programs like iMagic, a youth entrepreneur talent hunt, River, identifying local resident entrepreneurs and building investable ventures. We also realized that while it was important to cast our net wide, it was equally critical to zoom in on certain focus areas. This manifested into programs like We Nurture, catering specifically to women micro-entrepreneurs, and S4S3, focusing on how startups can themselves be sustainable in their operations. AIC GIM also runs long-running marathon outreach events like Investathons for investors to view startups as a viable investment option, Meetathons, connecting ecosystem players, Matchathons, a catalyzing event for startups, industry and government to gain exposure of each other's capabilities and needs, Collaborathons, creating an environment for all ecosystem enablers to collaborate, GAIN, evangelizing a Goa-based angel investor network. AIC GIM is conducting and organizing India Startup Week, which will be organized for a week in consecutive months, and each of these weeks will have a specific theme and focus area. WISE, Week of Investments, Startups, Entrepreneurs Week, is focused on raising investment for startups across India. ESG Week is focused on startups in the environment, climate, social impact and governance sectors. Recipe, a culinary startup week about food entrepreneurs and startups in the culinary and kitchen space. Goa Startup Week, an annual startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit showcasing best of Indian startups, and the entire startup ecosystem of India will converge at Goa. AIC GIM visions itself to be a nucleus, the energy center for the Goa startup ecosystem, and also a big role in the India startup ecosystem. We believe that there is power in the collective, and becoming a catalyst is our humble attempt towards nation building. We are promoting entrepreneurship and assisting ventures. Together, we are combining forces to create an impact in Goa, India, and our world. AIC GIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AIC GIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi, a serial entrepreneur and over 2 decades of starting ventures and consulting with Big Four, AIC GIM embarked on a new mission to transform the startup ecosystem in Goa, across India and around the globe. This gave birth to our new mantra, building a better startup ecosystem, a better startup world. We further fueled our journey with the Leapfrog strategy to drive deeper collaboration in the startup ecosystem and with all startup ecosystem enablers. Under this flagship, we are running a spectrum of programs like iMagic, a youth entrepreneur talent hunt, River, identifying local resident entrepreneurs and building investable ventures. We also realized that while it was important to cast our net wide, it was equally critical to zoom in on certain focus areas. This manifested into programs like WeNurture, catering specifically to women micro-entrepreneurs, and S4S3, focusing on how startups can themselves be sustainable in their operations. AIC GIM also runs long-running marathon outreach events like Investathons for investors to view startups as a viable investment option, Meetathons, connecting ecosystem players, Matchathons, a catalyzing event for startups, industry and government to gain exposure of each other's capabilities and needs. Collaborathons, creating an environment for all ecosystem enablers to collaborate. GAIN, evangelizing a Goa-based angel investor network. AICGIM is conducting and organizing India Startup Week, which will be organized for a week in consecutive months, and each of these weeks will have a specific theme and focus area. WISE, Week of Investments, Startups, Entrepreneurs Week, is focused on raising investment for startups across India. ESG Week is focused on startups in the environment, climate, social impact and governance sectors. Recipe, a culinary startup week about food entrepreneurs and startups in the culinary and kitchen space. Goa Startup Week, an annual startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit showcasing best of Indian startups, and the entire startup ecosystem of India will converge at Goa. AICGIM visions itself to be a nucleus, the energy center for the Goa startup ecosystem, and also a big role in the India startup ecosystem. We believe that there is power in the collective, and becoming a catalyst is our humble attempt towards nation building. We are promoting entrepreneurship and assisting ventures. Together, we are combining forces to create an impact in Goa, India, and our world. AICGIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AICGIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi, a serial entrepreneur and over 2 decades of starting ventures and consulting with Big Four, AICGIM embarked on a new mission to transform the startup ecosystem in Goa, across India and around the globe. This gave birth to our new mantra, building a better startup ecosystem, a better startup world. We further fueled our journey with the Leapfrog strategy to drive deeper collaboration in the startup ecosystem and with all startup ecosystem enablers. Under this flagship, we are running a spectrum of programs like iMagic, a youth entrepreneur talent hunt, River, identifying local resident entrepreneurs and building investable ventures. We also realized that while it was important to cast our net wide, it was equally critical to zoom in on certain focus areas. This manifested into programs like We Nurture, catering specifically to women micro-entrepreneurs, and S4S3, focusing on how startups can themselves be sustainable in their operations. AICGIM also runs long-running marathon outreach events like Investathons for investors to view startups as a viable investment option, Meetathons, connecting ecosystem players, Matchathons, a catalyzing event for startups, industry and government to gain exposure of each other's capabilities and needs, Collaborathons, creating an environment for all ecosystem enablers to collaborate, GAIN, evangelizing a Goa-based angel investor network. AICGIM is conducting and organizing India Startup Week, which will be organized for a week in consecutive months, and each of these weeks will have a specific theme and focus area. WISE, Week of Investments, Startups, Entrepreneurs Week, is focused on raising investment for startups across India. ESG Week is focused on startups in the environment, climate, social impact and governance sectors. Recipe, a culinary startup week about food entrepreneurs and startups in the culinary and kitchen space. Goa Startup Week, an annual startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit showcasing best of Indian startups, and the entire startup ecosystem of India will converge at Goa. AICGIM visions itself to be a nucleus, the energy center for the Goa startup ecosystem, and also a big role in the India startup ecosystem. We believe that there is power in the collective, and becoming a catalyst is our humble attempt towards nation building. We are promoting entrepreneurship and assisting ventures. Together, we are combining forces to create an impact in Goa, India, and our world. AICGIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AICGIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi, a serial entrepreneur and over 2 decades of starting ventures and consulting with Big Four, AICGIM embarked on a new mission to transform the startup ecosystem in Goa, across India and around the globe. This gave birth to our new mantra, building a better startup ecosystem, a better startup world. We further fueled our journey with the Leapfrog strategy to drive deeper collaboration in the startup ecosystem and with all startup ecosystem enablers. Under this flagship, we are running a spectrum of programs like iMagic, a youth entrepreneur talent hunt, Riva, identifying local resident entrepreneurs and building investable ventures. We also realized that while it was important to cast our net wide, it was equally critical to zoom in on certain focus areas. This manifested into programs like We Nurture, catering specifically to women micro-entrepreneurs, and S4S3, focusing on how startups can themselves be sustainable in their operations. AICGIM also runs long-running marathon outreach events like Investathons for investors to view startups as a viable investment option, Meetathons, connecting ecosystem players, Matchathons, a catalyzing event for startups, industry and government to gain exposure of each other's capabilities and needs, Collaborathons, creating an environment for all ecosystem enablers to collaborate, GAIN, evangelizing a Goa-based angel investor network. AICGIM is conducting and organizing India Startup Week, which will be organized for a week in consecutive months, and each of these weeks will have a specific theme and focus area. WISE, Week of Investments, Startups, Entrepreneurs Week, is focused on raising investment for startups across India. ESG Week is focused on startups in the environment, climate, social impact, and governance sectors. Recipe, a culinary startup week about food entrepreneurs and startups in the culinary and kitchen space. Goa Startup Week, an annual startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit showcasing best of Indian startups, and the entire startup ecosystem of India will converge at Goa. AICGIM visions itself to be a nucleus, the energy center for the Goa startup ecosystem, and also a big role in the India startup ecosystem. We believe that there is power in the collective, and becoming a catalyst is our humble attempt towards nation building. We are promoting entrepreneurship and assisting ventures. Together, we are combining forces to create an impact in Goa, India, and our world. AICGIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AICGIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi, a serial entrepreneur and over 2 decades of starting ventures and consulting with Big Four, AICGIM embarked on a new mission to transform the startup ecosystem in Goa, across India and around the globe. This gave birth to our new mantra, building a better startup ecosystem, a better startup world. We further fueled our journey with the Leapfrog strategy to drive deeper collaboration in the startup ecosystem and with all startup ecosystem enablers. Under this flagship, we are running a spectrum of programs like iMagic, a youth entrepreneur talent hunt, Riva, identifying local resident entrepreneurs and building investable ventures. We also realized that while it was important to cast our net wide, it was equally critical to zoom in on certain focus areas. This manifested into programs like We Nurture, catering specifically to women micro-entrepreneurs, and S4S3, focusing on how startups can themselves be sustainable in their operations. AICGIM also runs long-running marathon outreach events like Investathons for investors to view startups as a viable investment option, Meetathons, connecting ecosystem players, Matchathons, a catalyzing event for startups, industry, and government to gain exposure of each other's capabilities and needs, Collaborathons, creating an environment for all ecosystem enablers to collaborate, GAIN, evangelizing a Goa-based angel investor network. AICGIM is conducting and organizing India Startup Week, which will be organized for a week in consecutive months, and each of these weeks will have a specific theme and focus area. WISE, Week of Investments, Startups, Entrepreneurs Week, is focused on raising investment for startups across India. ESG Week is focused on startups in the environment, climate, social impact and governance sectors. Recipe, a culinary startup week about food entrepreneurs and startups in the culinary and kitchen space. Goa Startup Week, an annual startup conclave and entrepreneurship summit showcasing best of Indian startups and the entire startup ecosystem of India will converge at Goa. AICGIM visions itself to be a nucleus, the energy center for the Goa startup ecosystem, and also a big role in the India startup ecosystem. We believe that there is power in the collective, and becoming a catalyst is our humble attempt towards nation building. We are promoting entrepreneurship and assisting ventures. Together, we are combining forces to create an impact in Goa, India, and our world. AICGIM is a Goa-based sector-agnostic incubator supported by Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission. Our main aim is to help provide startups with the opportunity to scale their ventures by providing them access to talent, finance, market, and subject matter expert via knowledge sessions, workshops, startup programs, and connects with customers, government, and investors. We believe in providing an all-round support to startups by offering an environment that suits their needs. We do this by providing support in 3 ways. Physical, seats in co-working space in the incubation center. Virtual, especially for those not based in Goa. On demand, as per the needs of the startups as and when they arise. From December 2018 to December 2020, AICGIM incubated 31 startups, and out of which 72% are continuing on their journey and have reached the next stage on their roadmap. In 2021, buoyed by our new CEO, Rajesh Joshi.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have before us a very interesting masterclass. A lot of you ideators, every entrepreneur starts with an idea. And what we are here today is to figure out how to take that idea and make it into a viable business and how to make it into an opportunity. Well, today I'd like to call upon Mr. Amitabh Bandyopadhyay, Professor, IIT Kanpur, and a member of the National Startup Advisory Council, and he's going to talk about how to turn an idea into an opportunity. Please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Show him that you're awake after lunch, everybody. Loud, very loud round of applause. Make some noise. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunita ji. That was inspiring. First of all, I would like to thank everybody of this Goa startup ecosystem, starting from Ankita madam to Rajesh ji and Samir and the whole team for having me here and making me extremely comfortable. So I will talk about from idea to opportunity. It is quite a coincidence. If you go to the website of IIT Kanpur's incubator, you will see that I call our incubator an ecosystem that converts ideas into products. So it is right up my alley. First 5-6 slides, please bear with me. I will try to scare you a little bit. This is from 2016. We need 12 million jobs a year, and we are producing merely 1 lakh jobs per year. That is 2016 result. And this did not improve in last 5 years. It has only gone worse. Unemployment has gone up, and it is in all sectors, including in the government jobs. The uptake in UPSC, SSC, railways, in every sector it has gone down. And even those who get job, what is the salary that they earn? Students, I know that many of you look forward to working under someone. Do you have any clue what is the average salary in India today? I learned it few days back and I was horrified. It is around 18,000 for a man and 14,000 for a woman. So, this idea of working under someone and making a living out of it has gone quite backdated. Okay. I will now give you a set of data that should inspire confidence in you that you can do it very differently. And please remember that on one hand, what is on offer is a salary of 14 to 18,000. On the other hand, this is data from the US between 1979 to 2015. That is the latest data I have. 75% of all the jobs created in the US were not by the Fords and GMs and those big companies, rather by small farms that employs less than 15 people. So that is where you see the importance of startups. The data is not very different in India. We do not have such organized data, but my friend Mr. Srikant Shastri, you can go to his LinkedIn page, you will get this data, that here if you calculate number of jobs per crore of capital invested, any of the listed companies in BSE Sensex will have less than one job per crore of capital invested. For Series A, Series B funded startups, it's around 4.5, and early stage startups where you will be, it is 13 to 14. So, if you start up, you can't do much worse than 14 to 18,000 per month, and you will create a whole lot of jobs. Okay. The good news for you is that 7 out of 10 startups, which is outside of an incubator, survive beyond 2 years. But this is still US data. 49% of new companies that were started before 2000 made it to the 5th year. So roughly speaking, 50% of the startups actually survived in the US. But if it is within the incubator, the number goes up to 87%. So here, the entire startup Goa ecosystem, what that is trying to do is create these incubators, top of the line, that will ensure your success. And as I will offer in my last slide, and I am offering again, if there is any help that I can offer on my personal capacity or from IIT Kanpur, I will do that. You will see why that is needed. In India, the data is slightly different. That in India, the failure rate of startups is 90%. But historically speaking, the failure rate at IIT Kanpur's incubator is only 40%. 59.4% of our incubated companies existed beyond 5 years. They are still profit-making businesses, employing people. And there is something that perhaps we do right. and I would be happy to share my ideas with you. So what is it that an incubator does? Incubator's first job is to ruthlessly eliminate the proposals that are not likely to succeed. We should not become, nannies, because this is what I tell students. When some students come to me, what I tell them that, look, it is your life, your career, your emotional status that is all on stake. I have nothing on stake here, but I feel that this idea will not work. You talk to 5 other people. If they also feel the same way, please look for another idea. And I will come to the idea part a little later. Incubators provide finance. That is the easy part, trust me. Secretarial services, most incubators will have a team. They can provide all the legal and financial services. Technical mentorship, business skill development. Technical mentorship in a technical institution, it is very good, like at IITs or NITs or any engineering institute. But we are absolutely pathetic when it comes to business development advice. Do not listen to me about a business development advice. On the other hand, the management institutions, they will be very good at the business skill development, but they may not have that much of competence in the technical mentorship. And that's where I was very happy this morning hearing that here the incubators are planning to collaborate with each other. This is a job that, Ankita madam, you will have to do craftily, because incubation is a business as well. Therefore, there will be competition amongst the incubators. But at the same time, if you can provide right incentive for collaboration, then the technical part and the management part can come together and it will become a very powerful ecosystem. And access to infrastructure. If you are developing a SaaS company or a fintech company or any service industry, IT-based company, there you do not need much more than a laptop and your brain. But if you are trying to develop manufactured product, you will need infrastructure. And that infrastructure often would run into few crores. Therefore, it is not practical that you will first invest few crore rupees to even see if your idea is working or not. And that's where the infrastructure in engineering colleges or science departments become very, very important. But there again, right incentivization is important so that they are willing to give you the access, and at the same time we should not waste our money. I was telling my personal experience to Ankita ma'am that if you just buy equipment, chances are they will remain idle. So again, we will have to do something carefully here. But this is what the incubators do. What is it that you should do? First of all, if it is a business, it has to be about profit. Without profit, there is no business. So, I will give you one idea that came to me just last week. Someone wanted to start a company for eliminating the need for patients to wait in hospital. It's a genuine problem. Even I get irritated that I go to a hospital, you have to wait for an hour, 2 hours. So the problem statement exists. But can an app solve that problem statement? The answer is no, because it is entirely in the hands of the doctor and hospital administration who will decide when you get to come in. Like if you do not show up on time, you will simply be struck off, because here it is, the market is driven by the hospital. So you have no bargaining power there. So just because there is a problem statement that exists, that doesn't mean that any solution will work. Okay? So I asked the guy, who will pay? Because see, unless there is a customer, then there is no profit. So if you develop such an app, who will pay? The hospitals will not pay because they have no need to reduce this wait period. The patients may be willing to pay, but they are not empowered. So we need to think about it. And of course, so what is really needed is an idea. In my book, a good idea is 50% of the business. And I will give you many, many examples. Okay, that's the crux of my presentation. First, I will start with telling you what is the problem in our academic institutions, particularly the elite ones. If you look at my career, what have I done? I have studied all my life, passed BSc, MSc, then went abroad, stayed there for 12 years, came back, live in a 16 square kilometer campus, which I call a very expensive country club that I live there for free, right? So, what is the problem that I have in my life? I have absolutely no problem in my life. I have 24/7 water, electricity, security, decent salary. I even did work from home, did not lose a single day's salary. So, if you ask me that to provide you with a business idea, I will give you the absolutely bookish one, which has no relevance with the market. And this is a problem with our academic system, that we have these ivory towers. I live within one of those, which is so detached from the society where the clientele is. The clientele is in the society outside the campus. That it is extremely unlikely that we will be able to come up with a very good problem statement. On the other hand, many of you students who are not yet spoilt by this kind of a lifestyle, you are facing hard realities of life on an everyday basis. Chances are very high that you will be able to come up with significantly better idea than I can. Then the job of the incubator, professor, technical mentors, etc. is to help you how to solve that problem. Because defining the idea statement is your job, and that is a tough one. So, you all have heard about, I'll give you an example, 2 examples. You all have heard about our Honorable Prime Minister talking about the farming difficulty, that the soil quality and soil health differs in India from a place to another place. Therefore, that one size fits all is not a good idea for our agriculture. Productivity suffers. So there are these soil testing laboratories. I do not know how many of you are aware of it. If you send a soil sample to a soil testing laboratory, they will get back with the result in another 4 months. By that time, that crop cycle is over. So that data is useless for planning your crop cycle. What is needed is on-the-spot determination of soil health. So that is an idea that we got to know only when someone spoke with the farmers, and farmers said that there is no point sending the sample to the government soil testing labs. Similarly, like when I was coming here, I stayed a night at Lucknow, and in the elevator, I met with a family coming from some parts of Africa. They were there to get treatment. And that is the dichotomy of India. That in India, people from other countries come to get what is called medical tourism. At the same time, 80% of our own people, they are pretty much outside of the ambit of the healthcare ecosystem. And because they are outside of the healthcare ecosystem, when something really serious happens, they all rush to the tertiary healthcare systems. Like in Lucknow, it is KGMU Hospital, SGPGI Hospital. In Delhi, it is AIMS. Any of these hospitals you go there, it is always overcrowded. So therefore, the tertiary care facility, though they have the capacity, like the competence, but it is always overburdened. So it is not at par. On the other hand, as a biologist, I can tell you that it is pretty well known that most of the medical problems, if they can be diagnosed early, then they can be managed much better, and you do not have to rush to the tertiary care facilities. So both of these problems are being attacked by a company at IIT Kanpur called Arogyam Medisoft. So the guy is an electronics engineer from IIT Kharagpur. His specialization, like what is his core competence? His core competence is to take any color output, convert it into an electronic output. That is his core competence. Now this colored output can be, if you are looking at soil, if you are trying to assess which are the salts that are there in soil, all those will have a color test. So that color output, you can get an electronic input of it. So you can give like this machine, you can carry it to the field and you can get your soil testing result within 15 to 20 minutes. So you can actually go to the farmer's fields, sample some 5-6 locations, and you get the soil testing done. There are many companies in the country that are trying to develop similar kind of solutions. So this is, like addressing a very large problem, because 70% of Indians depend on agriculture income, directly or indirectly. Because of the very small land size, the number of farmers in the country is very high. So this is a business that can scale. Similarly, this is the case with our healthcare, that governments after governments tried very hard to send doctors to villages. They threatened them, they coerced them, everything, but it did not actually work. The village PHCs, even tier 3 town health centers, they do not have doctors. So now technology can mitigate it. So, most of the tests that you get done, blood test for diabetes or urine test for detection of stones, etc., they all use some chemicals, and at the end of the test you get a color reaction, and that color reaction can be quantitated and can be converted into an electronic signature. So the same company does that as well, and I am very proud to tell you that this one company, if you just search with the name Arogyam and Arunachal Pradesh, you will see that the entire Arunachal Pradesh has started a telemedicine program riding on the back of our company. Now we are trying to extend it in Uttarakhand. Here, I'll tell you that the problem is real, the solution is real, but the economics is not in favor, because the people whom you are trying to deliver this test to, they cannot really afford to pay, because it will still cost you 200 to 300 rupees to get a diagnosis done, and the villagers do not really have the 200 to 300 rupees to pay every 6 months or so. So business models are being worked upon, CSR funds is being looked into, the common service centers, the CSCs are being evaluated. So a variety of things are being tried. Now, if you are into big data analytics, now just think about this, that if you are trying to gather such data from entire villages of India, and 130 crore population we have. If you have only 10% of the population data, 13 crore population data, that is more data than most of the European countries. And as a biologist, I can tell you that because we have historically not moved much from our places of origin, so different genetic variants are in different pockets of India. So if you have their healthcare data, that can be a fantastic system by doing very deep analytics to predict who can suffer from which kind of diseases 5 years, 10 years down the line. That is what is called predictive medicine, precision medicine. The Western countries have all the capabilities to do it, they just do not have the size of the data. We have the size of the data. Once this telemedicine, point of care diagnostics, etc. start, that will become a reality. So those of you who are interested, please go to the Digital Health Mission, Government of India. They are doing very good job. Those of you who are knowledgeable, there is something called India Stack. This whole thing is trying to be built on India Stack. So there they have the whole architecture done. This point of care diagnostics can be, there you can fly your imagination. You can think of what are the different diseases for which you can do the point of care diagnostic. And trust me, you do not have to be a doctor or a biologist. The guy who has developed both of these tools is an electronics engineer. Okay? So all you need is a good idea. You will get your collaborations and you will get your things done. The next example that I will give you will convince you. So this guy, Ankit Agarwal, is not even an engineer. He is a symbiosis management graduate. Now you tell me, each one of you in this room, you know that we go to temples and we offer flowers. And we know that the next day the flower is thrown away. But none of us thought that there can be a business out of it. Ankit Agarwal thought that there can be a business out of it. So he collected those flowers, segregated them. Initially it was a very low-tech business, dried them, made a powder out of it, and mixed with stuff and made incense sticks. And those incense sticks are premium market segment incense sticks. This guy's competence is an outstanding packaging. Okay? If you look at his packages, you will see that how wonderful those are. And if you search with pool on the website, you will see Bollywood's who and who endorse this company. And this whole company literally born in front of me. Okay? Like I was in charge of the incubator when he got in, and now I joke with him, okay, kab tak agarbatti bechoge? But now he has moved on. Now what he has done, and see, this is where the idea, imagination is very, very important. So you all know that fungi grow on detritus, right, on waste thing. So what he did, and this I witnessed it myself, he had the money, we gave him some money and he got some money from Tata Trust. He hired a scientist who knew everything about fungi. He paid him high enough that the scientist came and stayed at IIT Kanpur. By the way, at IIT Kanpur, we give residential space to our incubated companies. He stayed at IIT Kanpur and experimented with some 35-40 odd fungi to see which one gives you the most thick mat, because they are growing on flower. With that material, the entire R&D was done at IIT Kanpur. He has now developed leather-like material out of flower waste. Okay? And that's what got him attention from the market. He is now heavily invested. Watch out for it. You will hear a big bang news by the end of September. A very sweet endorsement that he got in the form of investment. So that's what a simple idea gives you. Another, this guy, Sarthak Gupta, is a mechanical engineer from a local college in Kanpur. He came to me saying, sir, you know, this chicken feather, the stem, it looks just like plastic. Can I not make plastic out of this? So I thought that idea is good. He started working. There is a very senior IIT Kanpur alumnus who is a doyen in chemical engineering industry. I put him in touch with him. Together, they have now developed compostable, not biodegradable, compostable plastic, meaning it will go away in 18 days from chicken feather. Okay? Is it a perfect solution? May not be. You know? Like you may not have enough chicken feather to support the entire plastic industry. But it is a beginning. Chicken feather, as a waste, it is a nuisance, it does not have value. He has converted it into a product. We have been able to put him in touch with Century Papers. Century Papers is absolutely related because their plastic covered papers is actually a hazard. Government says that it is not biodegradable. They are in deep trouble and they have no option but to coat certain kinds of papers with plastic. So they are housing this company within their own premises in Lal Kuan and will develop this product. So that's what I thought I will share a few ideas. And these are all ideas coming from students just like you, okay? 23, 24-year-old students. Yes, there is an importance of technical skill, mentorship, very, very important. For that, I'll tell you another story. It is called the Ventilator Project. I wrote a book on it along with my friend Srikant Sastry. If you just search the net with the Ventilator Project, you will get a whole lot of hits, including our interview with Shekhar Gupta on Off the Cups. So the story goes something like this, that on 16th of March, 2020, Prime Minister Modi sent out a message to every Indian and of course to all the incubators that we need these products to fight the impending COVID-19 pandemic. And within that was mask and ventilator. And a team of 2 students, they graduated a year back, Harshit Rathod and Nikhil Khurele. They were originally making robots that can clean solar panels without water, autonomously cleaning robots for solar panels. They said that we would like to make ventilators. So I jokingly asked them, "Ki dekhe bhi ho kabhi? Like, have you ever seen a ventilator?" They said, "No, but we know about electronics. We know how to control mechanical parts using electronics. So ventilator will be just like that. If someone tells us what to control when, we will be able to do it." So I have, because I am a biologist, so I have a lot of doctor friends. I got a team of doctors for them. They explained what exactly to be done. They made their first model. During these days, there are certain advantages. There is no reason I should shy away from it, of being at IIT Kanpur. The current Secretary of Department of Science and Technology is an IIT Kanpur professor. So he learned about it, so he immediately put me in touch with a group. It's a global group that were trying to help other country people develop ventilators. So within that group, there is an Indian origin scientist of University of California, Irvine, Professor Govind Rajan. So I set up a meeting with the team, with Govind Rajan. And Professor Rajan explained them at length what is referred to as an ambu bag. Okay, ambu bag is not really a ventilator. It is, I don't want to get into the technicalities, we don't have the time. So then our team said, But we have been told by our doctor mentors that we should either make an invasive ventilator or we should not make any. So Professor Rajan said, yes, that's correct, but that is very difficult engineering. And even I did not know that within this period between 23rd March and 26th March, when the lockdown has already been imposed, these two boys, with help of two other boys, and their boys like 24, 25 years old, he put out a model and on the table and demonstrated an invasive ventilator to Professor Govindarajan. And Professor Govindarajan said that, Amitabh, you got a fantastic team, just run with them. So on 27th March, I made a lot of phone calls, and this is my partner in crime, Srikant Sastry. He is an IIT Kanpur alumnus, of course. He is the chairperson of the board of the IIM Calcutta Incubator. He is on the board of our incubator as well as on the board of Venture Centers Incubator. So he really knows the startup ecosystem. Ajay Chaudhary, Ankita, you may want to tap onto him. He is a guest resident of Goa. He is one of the founders of HCL, and is of course also on the board of IIT Kanpur Incubator. So we created a team, and that team met for 2 hours over Zoom every day from 27th March to 1st of July. Okay, this is the team. So these 3 young IIT Kanpur graduates, and Asim, though his experience suggests that he is old, but he is just as young. Some of the times we had meetings at 2 in the morning, and Asim was part of it. This is the clinical advisors, Dr. Prachi Sathe from Pune. Deepak is a very old friend of mine from Narayan Hridayalaya, Bangalore. And Dilip Raman, he is himself a doctor entrepreneur. They guided the team on what the ventilator should be. And we had both Dr. Saurabh Srivastav and Ajay Chaudhary as our guru mentors. Pawan Chaudhary, the current president of AI Med. Sanjeev Verma with years of experience in medical device manufacturing. And these are IITK alumni. Rakesh Bhargava. Yasdeep Kumar is the global R&D head of Stryker Corporation. That is one of the best medical devices companies in the world. Sanjay is another alumnus, experienced. Supply chain was the most critical one. And you cannot get any better than having the ex-VP supply chain of HCL to be with you. So this team worked, tirelessly. We went through iterations, and it developed really, really rapidly. And exactly after 90 days, on 19th June, the ventilator was approved by Director General of Health Services, Government of India. Ours was only the second ventilator to get the nod. And remember that in those days, Tata, Maruti, everybody was trying to make ventilators. We got the nod. Then we went out. Prachi Sathe did extensive testing on the ventilator. She said, I will not put it on a patient till I am sure that it can run forever. So it actually ran in her office for 48 days non-stop. So students, if you are thinking of making a product, please do not forget it is all about quality, quality, and quality. Why? Because in the first wave, many other companies made ventilators and sold it to the market. In the next 6 months, everybody got to know what those ventilators are. They don't sell anymore. In the second wave, it is only Noka Robotics that sold a whole lot of ventilators. They actually made it to the Limca book records, and see the company that they are in. It is in the same league as Vande Bharat Mission and Bharat Biotech. So that is how it is being celebrated. And they made some 2,700 ventilators per day. Okay? So skill is definitely important. Without It doesn't matter how much good mentoring you have, unless you have the engineering skills to do things with your hands, you cannot succeed. Another story, I saw someone else in the room was wearing this mask. I wear it all the time, Swasa N95 grade mask. This was in fact manufactured within the incubator compound. This is directly a result of the PhD project of Dr. Sandeep Patil of IIT Kanpur. Now, at the request of the Parliament, they have developed a special Parliament edition. You can see Mr. Rahul Gandhi wearing it. And he is selling 50,000 such masks every day. You can imagine the volume of business that he is doing. During the second wave, again we took up a challenge. It's called Mission Bharat O2. There we wanted, what we did again, because we now learned from the ventilator project, we created a team of mentors, got money from CSR funding, and gave a dedicated team from the incubator. And in May, we announced that we are going to do Mission Bharat O2. And in August, we completed installation of 10 large oxygen plants in 10 different companies. And this is done by a group of engineers that are graduates from IIT BHU, but they are incubated at IIT Kanpur. They also pivoted. This is not their original business. I will come to their original business in a minute. But they had to take a lot of risk. It's a young company with a revenue of 2 to 3 crore till last year. Suddenly they were doing a revenue of 15 to 20 crore, lot of which is on credit. So, and they had to work really hard because the supply chain, like everybody was looking for zeolite, everybody was looking for compressors. It was very, very difficult time. So you have to have this lot of blood, sweat and grit if you want to succeed as an entrepreneur. But if you succeed, it will be a whole lot better than that 14 to 18,000 rupees per month. And if you get into a good incubator, that's what the Goa ecosystem is trying to do, there is a good 50% possibility that you will actually succeed. Okay. So what is it that AIPL's original business is? AIPL, they are a group of civil engineers. They make these really large floating structures. These structures was first used in a ghat in Banaras for docking of boats. Then they graduated and made a floating Gurdwara in Punjab to observe Guru Nanak Dev Ji's 550th birth anniversary. And now the Bharatmala project in Gujarat, where they are operating these seaplanes. Earlier, this seaplane had to fly back to Maldives to get serviced. Now, because of AIPL's floating structure, they can get it serviced in Gujarat itself. And their very recent project is, I was hearing someone complaining about not getting government order. They got a single bid government order from GAIL and Mekon to create world's first floating CNG pumping station. Because in Banaras, Modi ji wants to convert all the CNG, like diesel operated boats into CNG operated boats. The only limitation is where will be the pumping station. So they are creating a pumping station that will float on the river Ganges. Another company, there's a lot of skills involved in here. They use computer vision to completely automate the quality control system in a high throughput manufacturing unit. Okay? They again got single bid order from railways. They are automating 2 major Indian manufacturers. I do not have the liberty to name it right now, but they're making really good revenue. Another fantastic company, this one is IIT Kanpur alumnus. If you read this news article, you will see that Central Water Commission actually acknowledged that if Krishnam Technologies water sensor was not there, they would have lost this Rishiganga power project. Because this device which even Google Israel took and certified that this is a fantastic device, can give you real-time early warning about water levels. This has applications in irrigation, a whole lot of things, and they are doing very good business now. So our companies are doing good, and those are all set up by students just like you. And when you do good, people notice, okay? You earn praise from none other than the Vice President of India, the CEO of Niti Aayog, or Sachin Tendulkar, or whatever. So that is something that you can certainly achieve. Now I will slightly change the tack. I am glad Jeet is here. Last few slides is for the government. So if you look at the unicorns in India, okay, now we have 50 unicorns. You see that all of these are from the service sector. They are very good, they create wealth. But the problem is that the entire ecosystem in almost all the states, startup is assigned to the IT department, and nowadays investors ask me that do you have deep tech companies? So by deep tech, they mean SaaS or fintech companies. As if you can send a rocket to moon without any technology. So for you, government officers, there is a whole lot more to technology than IT. IT is very important. I am not slighting it. But, when we had COVID, none of those IT companies came to our rescue. It is those who made the ventilators or face masks or diagnostic kits, those are the ones that came to our rescue. So if we want to become Atmanirbhar, we need these product manufacturing companies. It is good to have the unicorns and all of that, but we also need to promote these manufacturing companies. The problem is that I can tell you with my experience with 160 companies, is that the gestation period of manufacturing companies scares off the investors. Now, when it is private investor, I do understand that for them, profit has to be the bottom line. The tragedy is that even when it is government's own fund of funds, and if you read the names that should be funded through this fund of funds, these are the same set of companies that would be chased by the private investors. So then who will fund the manufacturing companies? We all are saying that we need to promote manufacturing, we should not depend on China, and all of that. All these successful companies that I showed you, if they go to the bank to raise money, bank asks for collateral. What collateral will they have? They are coming from ordinary families, hard-working engineering students, barely have a revenue of 2 crore rupees, got a government order for 3 crore rupees, government will pay only after the order is complete. How will they possibly do it? So, of course it is oversimplification, but I did little back of the envelope calculation. We took 3 of our recent successes, and all these 3 happened in last 3 years while I was running the incubator of IIT Kanpur. The total investment they needed would have been around 30 crore. Okay? Today, the combined valuation of these 3 companies is 1,000 crores. If the government or if the funding agency has 10% equity, that is pretty normal. That equity value itself would be 100 crore in 3 years' time. We would have products that would have saved lives. 500 jobs minimally. I know the job data. And earning through GST. If this is not sufficient for the government, I do not know what will be. Okay? In my book, this is not at all a bad deal. So, yes, I agree with Jit that there is always a risk. Manufacturing in India has not really been successful. So choosing the right companies to invest can be a challenge. And there we can involve people who know, okay, like Ajay Chaudhary, Saurabh Srivastav, or there are many doyens of Indian manufacturing industry who have the understanding. And so far, we may not have created unicorns, but every manufacturing company that was created at IIT Kanpur, they are all running pretty good business even today. Okay? 5 years, 7 years, 10 years down the line. In fact, I did not talk about the first successful company of IIT Kanpur called CuraDev. That was a drug development company. Their first molecule was procured by Roche Scientific, a Swiss company, for $550 million in 2014. That is a 3,600 crore rupees. Okay? They have since transferred many other molecules to other multinational companies. The guy is an IIT Kanpur alumnus, die-hard nationalist. He would not set his shop outside. And he is doing fantastic. I did not talk about it because, that is little bit deeper take for the starting students like you. But yes, if you talk to core engineers, scientists, they can tell you which tech will succeed. If you talk to good business people, they will tell you which product to put your weight behind. And of course, good incubators will be able to help. We now have 100 companies incubated in the incubator. We just hit that mark last month. We must be doing something right. You see the number of applications that are coming to the incubator in last few months. It has gone through the roof. Now we are receiving 100 applications per month. So we do have certain experience. And this is my open offer. If asked, IIT Kanpur will help Goa become a startup ecosystem. That's all. Thank you. Any question? I'll be happy to answer. Yes. There are some questions in the back. Yeah.
Entrepreneur by definition. So I see a lot of reluctance with a lot of the large incubators, the top incubators, and you mentioned, slightly inferred, that people are in their ivory towers.
Yeah.
Is there a forum that has been established to interact more with the industry? Because many of us, and I know a lot of peers, are ready to share our experiences.
Yeah.
And create a more, because especially deep tech, as you mentioned, the actual product, need a lot of gestation period and also a lot of collaboration environment to launch a product.
Yes.
You can't do a product in silo. So is there a thought around that as to how IIT Kanpur or
No.
other top incubators are
No,
thinking of this?
You just flagged off another business idea for the SaaS people. So a platform needs to be created for, Meti Startup Hub is there. They are trying to do something along that line. But, we have multiple different, we are not very good in collaboration. I myself do not collaborate with other top incubators. With other incubators who are trying to get my help, there I collaborate. So there are some issues with us. But it's a very, very important point, and I'll go back and see if we can start a free discussion forum. What we do within our incubator is actually what you are suggesting. IIT Kanpur is a like very large incubator where people stay in the campus. It's a physical incubator. So we do forge collaborations among our companies, and that is working really well. But we have not thought about going outside. Yeah.
And also across the industry. Because a lot of industry, as you mentioned, Ajay Chaudhary or
Yeah.
Shrikant Srivastava or many others.
See, the problem with these people, I'll tell you, is that they are so busy, that they will not be able to give individual time. Okay? What can be done, and I'll be very happy to shoulder that social responsibility on behalf of IIT Kanpur, is imagine there is a platform where we ask that this kind of a workshop we need to needs to be conducted, we can do that. In fact, we did that. You know, because you know that in India is a black box. So we conducted a 6-series webinar on this very topic. And if you want, the whole recording is available for you. Just write to me, I will give you the right people. And so yeah, so that you can do.
Thanks.
Sure. Okay. Fine. In that case, I would thank you for listening to me with full attention even after a good lunch. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Amitabh Bandyopadhyay. Actually, it is a very difficult session that you got, a long session after lunch, but I think you held the audience's attention by the questions that you received and the applause that you got. But if I can just ask the audience to just stand up, because I see it's really comfortable in these chairs and it's so cool. Can I just request you to stand up wherever you are? Okay, how many of you have come from out of Goa? Anybody? Besides the delegates, anybody out of Goa? Okay, so I'm going to ask you to do some really simple steps. Okay, I want you to just do it with me. This is like the basics of if you're teaching someone who has never done, just some basic household ghar ka kaam kind of steps, okay? So let's pretend that you're changing a light bulb. Right hand side, change the light bulb this way. Now change it with your left hand. Yeah, we can do it with one hand. Again right hand, again left hand. Then there's some dirt on your left shoulder, dust it off. Some on your right shoulder, dust it off. Left, dust off. Right, dust off. And just put the clothes to dry here. And put the... Okay, now we're going to repeat that with music. 2 steps each. Okay, are you ready? Are you all ready? Oh my goodness. Come on, are you guys ready? Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go! We have an evening function, ma'am. This crowd is going to rock, okay? We're just going to create a huge dance floor. Thank you so much. I just wanted you guys to warm up a little bit because we have a very exciting panel session discussion that's happening now. And all the panelists are very excited. So we want you to be in a similar mood. Well, I'm going to invite our panelists up now. This panel discussion is about the successful Goa startups who have raised investments from investors and expanded their startups outside Goa. So this is something that I think each and everyone out here would like to see. I know I'm looking forward to this. There are many people out here who want to have a great startup. These are the guys who have already started that journey. They're on their way. They're not, none of them have completed the journey. Everyone still has a long way to go. But they have reached a point where we are going to call them up here and ask them about their experiences. Okay, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Samarth Kholkar, the founder of Be Live. Be Live is an innovative travel experience. I think anyone who lives in Goa knows Be Live e-bicycles that are outside in Panjim. Give them a big round of applause. Come on, after those Bollywood steps, I expect little more, little louder. Thank you, thank you. Mr. Sanket Chandure, the founder of Minko, it's a fintech company. He helps retailers with microfinance. Give him a big round of applause. As you can see, these are all youngsters, okay, and they've already started and made it big. Mr. Rohin Parkar, the founder of Mrink Technologies, providing automated solutions to industries and individual homes. A big round of applause. And Mr. Samir DS, who is going to be the moderator. Samir is the program manager, AICGIM Foundation. Give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And this is our last panel discussion. After that, it's going to be followed by a master class. So, all the best. Over to you, Samir.
Hello. Yeah, thanks for that much needed dance step, Sunita. So today we have three entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, three different sectors, and a lot of stories to share. So first thing that comes to mind, so when it's all about government initiatives, so when did it start, how did it start, and what were the support system, how did government help you, and how did the incubators help you? Question to you, Sanket.
Oh, Samir, so I think so. It's really important to understand about why we started, okay, and that is one of the spark which enables us to grow from there, okay. So my journey started back out of college. When I was doing my MBA, I thought of dropping out because I got an opportunity to fly down to Silicon Valley to Facebook headquarters because of a incubation program which I attended there, which was powered by Facebook. And after coming back from Valley, I was very clear with my mind that I want to start something which can impact small retailers because my family has been into distribution and we have seen their pain points very closely. And in that entire journey, we realized to solve the problem of the retailers, it is really important to have some processes and certain resources in place. And I think so we just cannot achieve it by our own. And that's where the incubators and other government policies come in picture there. And AIC has been a great help for all of us.
Superb, thanks for that. You spoke about problems. So problems is something which every entrepreneurs need to look at. So Rohin, question to you. So we have startups like Zerodha, we have Zoho, and we also have startups like Flipkart, Amazon, which have raised ample of funds. And what is your take on that? So where do you want these young entrepreneurs to be, and whom do you want to look them upon?
So I think every startup is started with a problem statement, right? Which is the initial problem statement. But there is a long-term vision which every founder has, and that is where you have to be able to differentiate between what is your long-term vision is and what is immediately you want to do, right? So I've been fortunate to have been worked in Silicon Valley. I've been following Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos as my idols of how big they can dream, right? If you look at Elon Musk's dreams, they are larger than life. If he did not have done PayPal or anything before, if he had to talk about going to Mars, everybody would have laughed at him. And I'm sure actually people laughed at him, even after doing PayPal and all these startups. So how do you, so I think that having the dream, a big enough dream, and being able to convey that to your co-founders, your employees, and your investors, right? That's very important.
So we all understand the initial days of the startup journey. It's very tough, mostly when it's a capital-intensive startup. And Be Live Samarth, we have understood you initially had to make those capital investments and get your setup done. So what is your advice to the young entrepreneurs who are in that journey? So what are your advice on finances? How do we manage finances in very initial days?
First of all, thank you for having me on this platform, and thank you to the entire IT department as well as the ministry. I think this is a very relevant question, and I would want to start by saying that every startup, when they actually initiate their idea, it need not be, decided in terms of, they cannot decide in terms of their roadmap based on where they start. They may start in Goa, they may start in Bangalore, they may start anywhere, right? Nobody in Bangalore says that, hey, I'll get funding because I'm based in Bangalore, right? It's based on the basis of the idea, basis of the financial roadmap or the financial structure or the unit economics that you have defined for your business. At the end of the day, it cannot be a beautiful idea without profitability. So somewhere in your roadmap that has to be very well structured. I worked for almost 10 plus years in IBM, okay? So I had a lot of corporate experience where I had to go and sell solutions to my end customers, right? And they were these huge MNCs. That gave me the insight to kind of, keep the entire function or the business very prudent right from day one. So as you rightly said, we are into electric vehicle tourism. We are a platform which gives consumers an opportunity to try out electric vehicles and then purchase them for their own usage. We felt that tourism was one of the best platforms which was available. I am from Goa, so for me, tourism kind of runs in the blood, so to say. And we felt that while we are seeing the degradation happening in terms of commercialization in tourism, this was a great opportunity to kind of hit two targets with one stone, right? And that's essentially what we did. By giving this amazing platform, which gives you the experience of every place. Now we are in about 9 states across 15 locations. You basically experience a place, but you do it in a clean and green manner. Capital essentially needs to be built up from day one. We as founders had to invest with whatever we had in our kitty, but we also had like-minded people, whether it is from the government through the startup promotion cell or through entrepreneurs who are based in Goa, who bought into the idea not just because it was an idea made in Goa, but it had some business basics also in place.
Super. Definitely.
I'd like to add to that. In terms of being frugal, so as a founder, you have to look for every opportunity to get funds in, like maybe your family, friends, your own thing. I think we came in at right time. 2017 is when the startup policy was actually formulated. I returned from US to Goa in 2017, December. And while in US, I had actually already enrolled our startup as a startup, Indian startup. And we were fortunate to get our first startup certificate from Manor Parikarji that time, in 2018, I think. And we were one of the first recipients of the seed grant and all. I think, and I was actually looking forward to that grant because as a startup, I was looking for funding, but we were not ready for investment from VCs and things. And that funds really helped us initially, actually.
Superb. To the audience there, so the government was the first support to Ruin Parker. So, round of applause to Startup Promotion Cell for that.
Can I just add a little point to it?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, it's a small one. While we always look up to the government and aided agencies, okay, to kind of come and help us in the initial period of our business, but I think we should also not make it a dependency. We should not make it look as if it's a support system for a business. If the idea and the basics around that business are good, you will get support from probably corners and areas which you've not even dreamt about. But trying to position and spotlight it as the reason for your success or failure is something which I will not recommend personally. And that is a learning which we had very early on. And hence, any support which came, it only lifted us further. True. But the basic heavy lifting had to be done by ourselves.
Superb. So Samarth, you spoke about the dependency on place. So it does not matter if you are in Goa, if you are in Bangalore. So, but human resource is definitely a major part. So Sanket, you have built a team of 30 plus now. So what was your journey like? So how did you grab your first few employees, like-minded employees who worked with you?
I think so. Again, it's been in like more than 3 years now. We have been into this whole startup journey. And right from day one, when we started, we knew that this is a roller coaster ride, what we have to go through. And when we look back, it is very interesting journey what we have covered, like from a 3 members team to a 30+ members team right now, based out of 4 states in India. So it was very clear in our mind that the vision, what we want to build for these target customers, what we are building the product for. I know when you are a startup, you don't have enough money to pay them. But I think so you have enough dreams to sell them. And I think so that's what makes you stronger in whichever part of the country you are based out of. I mean, it really doesn't matter if you are sitting out of Silicon Valley or Bangalore or Goa. I think so if you have a potential dream to sell, if the people who believe in that dream, because you need believers. And I think so first, 1 to 100 members is, I think so, believers. You need just believers, nothing beyond that.
Super. Thanks for that advice. So same question to you, Ruin. So was that the same story with you, or because yours is a technology and hardware focused venture, so you wanted a specific set of human resource? Did you find that in Goa? What did you do for that?
I think Sanket used the term believers. I would say dreamers. We were looking for dreamers who could actually dream big. Right? So when we were finding people, our interviews were also that way. What is that they want to achieve in life? Obviously, ours is a very tech-focused company, so we needed specialized talent, and we had to basically build the talent. We had to go to colleges. We still go to colleges. We do internships. We kind of spot talent early on. People who are very good in coding or logical thinking, and then give them internships and then take them on board. But I think the most important part is the attitude. Why would a person reject a job offer from Wipro and join us, right? And we have those kind of people in our company. Because doing a job in Wipro would be a repetitive job, right? If they are looking to do something different, building a brand, what we tell them is, we are trying to be a brand which will compete with the likes of Honeywell or Bosch, right? Can we build a brand like that out of Goa? And that's the dream which we give them, right? And they believe in that, and that's why they're with us.
So now I think we have time constraint. So one very important question which, including me, all the entrepreneurs out there, the student enthusiasts, we would love to hear it from all 3 of you. So how was the first funding experience? What were the things you did? What were the checklist? And you can go first, Samarth.
So I think with all the corporate experience, with all the exposure, and having lived in Gurgaon, Bangalore, all these places, we felt that we had all it took to kind of crack the deal in the first go. Doesn't happen that way. I think reality checks keep happening, and for us, essentially, it was a lot of learning, and we knew that despite all the experience, when it comes to actually believing into somebody else's business and funding them, took a little bit of a different dimension. So what we essentially did right from day one was collaborate, partner, and get mentored. Okay. So when our business was just a piece of paper, right? At that point of time, we walked up to a few people and said that, this is what we are trying to do. Is there a way that you could collaborate, partner with us, and help us sound better or look better, right? Or in real ways, make the business much more fine-tuned. And that is essentially what happened, and it took us almost a year to go live. Why? Because we didn't want to be just a one-day wonder kind of a thing, and it takes that time. So even the first pitch, for that matter, was essentially not a first pitch, because there was a serious amount of preparation which had gone to convince these business stalwarts, these industry stall leaders. And I can share it in this forum because they'll recognize them. So we said that if we are going to be a Goa-based company, who are the people that are going to believe us on the first instance, right? So we approached, Swati is not here, but we approached Mr. Salgaonkar and Mr. Dempo. We said that they are the tallest leaders of the Goan industry. We felt that they would probably resonate with the kind of thought process and the ideas, because they're not just a Goa-based company, but they have literally international operations. And they actually bought the idea. right? They believed in the thought, they believed in the business model, most importantly, and they felt that it was the right opportunity for us to start something in the electric vehicle space. And today we are hearing all about electric vehicles, right? So it took its time to develop, but yes, they believed in the idea and they were the first ones to come on board.
Superb. Same question to you, Sanket.
So again, I mean, for initial 2 years, we have been completely bootstrapped. But at the same point of time, when we thought of going out and raising a fund, first of all, we are one of the few companies, or the second company based out of Goa, which was specifically targeted on fintech as a domain, right? And going out specifically in Goa, we realized that this is not the market which a lot of angels here would understand. That's when we took a call of going to Mumbai Angels and other few angel networks across India. And it almost took us more than 3.5 or 4 months just to keep knocking the doors of every angel investor. I mean, not practically knocking the doors, but attending multiple pitching sessions. And that's when ultimately you try to fine-tune the entire model, the way how Samar told, right? And I think so, you come to that point where suddenly people start believing in your value which you can create for them. And it is not just something as an idea what you are trying to sell them. It is something like, what is the level of potential what it has to create a value for them. And I think so that entire understanding or generating that insight of generating value for them helped us to raise the first funding. And again, the moment you close the first funding round, that is absolutely like you are on the moon that day. But the next day morning, the reality hits you hard that you have to run this business more responsibly, because you are now not just running this company for yourself, you are responsible for XYZ person's money to give them multiple X returns. And I think so this is something how every entrepreneur has to go through.
True story. So you spoke about 4 to 5 months of runway which you had to manage. Ruin, now something else adds to you. So how did your family respond to that in that period when you were actually trying to use your own money to build your venture?
Well, they thought I'll be building a business which will start making profit soon. I mean, that was their thought process. His son has returned from US after staying there for 12 years. He probably has a good idea. And then I was telling them, we're still not making profits, we don't make money. And now they still don't get why I'm into business. I mean, they still, why are you raising money from other people, right? So they don't come from the startup world. So it's still very hard for them to understand what I'm doing. So, but I'm grown up enough, they understand what eventually what I want to do. But I think initial journey, we did bootstrap. So me and my founder, we had tons of years of experience. Both of us came with almost 18 years of industry experience, having worked outside. So it kind of backfired because we thought that we could really build a world-class product. We wanted to perfect it and wanted to do too many things. But raising the first capital kind of got us direction. Right? Okay, we can't do 10 number of things. You need to focus on one thing. You need to start generating revenues. You need to start making gross profits at least, right, on the books that can scale eventually. So that really gave us focus. But I think my learning has been in terms of interacting with investors. It's a family you're trying to build actually. Investors are just not giving you money. And at least we should not take investors who would just give you money. I think we have been looking for investors, or we've looked at investors who would bring in value in terms of taking us to the next stage or advising us what to do, right? And so we've been lucky. I think I can say it here. Through SIBA, we actually got connected with Reso Capital in Silicon Valley. And our last round was from Reso Capital, was led by Reso Capital. And that gave us a huge network effect. Like now we are in touch with a lot of companies in Silicon Valley, right, where we can talk about collaborations, partnerships, integrations, right? So I think raising the money from right source also is really, really important.
Very true. So raising the money, so the investor should bring in not only the money, but also the connects, the experience, everything. So that's the great advice by you, Ruin. So as I mentioned, this would be the last question. I'd like to open the forum to the audience. So if you have some questions, the founders are here. By the way, on 3rd, we have investors coming in, around 20 5+ investors. So this is the right time for you to clarify all the doubts for the startups who are trying to raise funds. Mike, please.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
What is the ROI that investors look for on the investment and on the connect that they give? Two separate questions. One is the return on investment that investors look for on the investment that they make in your startup, and what is the return they seek on the connect that they give you, their ability to take your startup to the next level.
So anybody wants to take it voluntarily?
I would like all three of you all to give your suggestions if possible. No issue.
I mean, in general, investors who invest in early stage startups are looking for, they always invest with a mindset that they want to make 10x returns, right? So they invest in multiple startups with a 10x kind of returns, and at least if they invest in 10, if one of them works or two of them works, that's good enough for them. So,
do you trade your equity for that?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the relation? Any ballpark figures you can give?
It depends. Typically, first round you may dilute 10%, 15%, depending on what you're doing.
Yeah. So how do they value that 10%? On your projections or their projections over the next 3 years?
A typical VC will actually start going into the business model and look at your projections and try to use DCF and all those methods.
Okay.
But an early investor, it's a faith-based investment, right? You'll tell them about the market size and opportunity and what's the future, right? They're investing in the future, not on your current revenue. So eventually it comes down to the founder actually, how much you want to dilute and how much you want to raise.
Okay. So you would like to add?
I would just like to see that when it's a seed investor, investment comes at different stages in a startup's life. Who comes in at an angel stage primarily looks at, either an exit which would happen probably in a year or two's time, okay, giving him 4x, 5x, or as Rohin said, 10x returns, right? But at the same time, there are investors who identify a particular startup in a particular sector, and they would want to stick on to it till the sector becomes a sunshine sector, right? So it has a lot of ifs and buts attached to it. So I hope I could answer some part of it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, Sanket.
So again, technically in terms of the returns, I think so a lot of investors don't look at ROI, but the term what they call it as is IRR. And I think so, as Rohin said, it's like 10x return is an bare minimum returns what every angel investor dreams for. But ultimately it even depends on the longevity of how much they want to hold on, because again this multiple X return also comes with the equation of the patience what you have to hold on to that business. And I think so the first round valuation very much depends on the kind of founder who is starting it up, because we have also seen the founders like Kunal Shah, who is just starting Cred as one of the startup. Just at the idea stage, he has been able to raise $25 million at just 15% dilution at such a high, seed round in India, right? And this always comes in with the kind of validation what they have already proven to all other VCs before. And this is something what everyone has to keep in mind. If it is something where you have already been a CXO or ex-founder, you have a pedigree background to prove yourself, your value always has a different credibility and a lot of people see you in a different angle. But when someone like me who is just passing out of college or dropping out of college, starting something, people have a different lens of evaluating. Sorry, pardon?
Did you have an offer which you could not refuse?
Oh, again, I mean, yes, there have been offer, but again, as Rohin said, you always have to choose the right investors who can help you to reach the next stage.
Superb. Thanks for the question, sir. I think all the founders here are very much reachable. You try to interact with them anytime, so they try to extend their help. Because of lack of time, we would cut it off here. But yeah, they would be available outside the podium. Thank you.
Thanks, Samir, and thanks for having us here.
Thank you very much. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. These are the young entrepreneurs who have started their journey and are living their dream. A big thank you to Samir for moderating the session. Thank you so much. And thank you to Samarth, Sanket and Rohin. We wish you all the very best. You are an inspiration to a lot of entrepreneurs out here. Thank you. And the last and final session, and it's maybe the last, but it is definitely not the least. The big question, you have an idea, when is the right time to start up? To tell you more, please put your hands together for Mr. Dipin Sahu, Assistant Innovation Director, Ministry of Education's Innovation Cell, AICTE, New Delhi. Please, this is our last speaker for today, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause, everyone. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So, very good evening to all, and thank you for inviting me here, and the topic is also very interesting because I can see the student mass is here, and I think this is a common question among the students, those are planning to get into this entrepreneurship career, right? And I will request, because now it is quite thin, so if all students or all the participants will come and occupy in the first or the middle two rows, it will help me to concentrate, and also it will be quite going to be interactive. So I will request, please come to the middle two rows. Please move on. Hello, please move on. Please. Come to front. Come to front. Back, please come to front and occupy here. Please come forward. So let me ask one question. How many of you have actually, this question is running your mind, actually what is the right stage or the right time to start? Is it the question is running in your mind or not? How many? Please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. So before that, all of you are in your academic or you have just graduated? In academic? And how many are from the technical background and from the non-technical background? Technical? Non-technical? You? What is your background? Commerce. And anybody? Okay. So most of you are in the academic, and because you are here, I will assume that you have that inclination and also thinking to start something, if not today, something or after some months or some years, right? Am I correct? Please validate. Yes or no? Yes? Okay, then you are in the right stage, and whatever we are talking about, see, before my session, the masterclass taken by my friend Professor Bandyopadhyay and also my three friends Sanket, Samarth and Rohin, everybody are using some jargons, some terminologies. Sometimes it is very, very difficult to understand, digest and also practice these jargons and their terminologies. It is very, very important to understand that. And that understanding will only come to us when we will get exposed to the events like today you all are the part of it. And if we will miss this, like Sanket, Samarth and Rohin, they have reached to this level because of their self-interest, or they have taken part in this kind of events on regular basis. That's why they have observed, they have digested, and they have reached to this stage. But if you will not start participating, then what will happen? The age of from the graduation to start your startup will prolong. So the gap between your education that in your graduation stage and when you are going to start the startup will take 5 to 10 years. Actually, this is the scenario of our country, which actually we are trying to address through various policy measures, policy initiatives. If you will see the normal landscape of our Indian entrepreneurs, they will be into the 35 to 40. And who are they? They are actually having engineering or MBA background, qualification, and they have worked more than 5 years to 10 years in the IT sector or in the corporates, and they have acquired certain skill set, then networking and some financial strength. Then they realize that now they are actually fit for entrepreneurship or their startup, and they come back and they have applied to the incubation units, because India has more than 400, 500 incubation units, and they have started their own startup. So you will find more than 70 to 80% of the startups incubated in our incubation units have this kind of background, education and qualification, and also the age background. But by doing so, India is losing, our country is losing certain productive years of our youths, because they spend 10 years time from the day of they leave the graduation and they start the company. So that 10 years can be minimized. By minimizing that time period, we can generate more wealth. Also, the employment opportunity also can be increased, because startup means it is self-employment. And that is the reason why India has, a Ministry of Education has started a program, and we set up a cell called Innovation Cell, and we're targeting 50,000 higher educational institutions and 5 lakh schools. 2.5 years back, when we started these programs at Ministry of Education, we first targeted 10,000 technical institutions. After running the experiment for 1 year, then we have scaled it off to 40,000 non-technical institutions. And this year, we have started extending to the 5 lakh schools, CBSE and ISC schools. So what is this program? This program is providing entrepreneurship and innovation knowledge, information and experience, that is learning experience, during their academic itself, so that we can reduce the time period. Also, we will develop that creative mindset and entrepreneurial attitude among the students, and that will actually help them to take a informed choice and informed decision, which ultimately leads to reduce the risk. See, risk means it is when you know the things, your risk is reduced. When you don't know anything, then your risk is high. It is gambling. And this is what we are trying to do through various policy measures, and these are the policies actually we have at the Ministry of Education. I hope those are into the technical, they know the Smart India Hackathon program. It is running from 2017, and this Smart India Hackathon program, it gives the problem statements from the government and the private to students. And students come up with solution to these problems, and they offer the solutions to the government, and later they receive funding support. Also, they receive mentoring supports from the industries and the government to scale it off in the form of startup. Other programs like Institutions Innovation Council. So this is a council, actually this is like a 2-step ahead than the EDC cell. I hope you all are aware about the Entrepreneurship Development Cell or E-Cell generally exists in the technical institutions or the normal higher education institutions, but it has the limitation. The E-Cells are generally taken care by the students, and students, when they feel comfortable or when they feel time, generally they do the entrepreneurship activities. And mostly these activities are seasonal in nature. Once in a year during semester break or during the festival time, when they get some, like in the off time, they do organize certain activities, but you can't expect that one student or anybody will acquire the skill set or in mindset on innovation and entrepreneurship by attending only 1 or 2 events like this and will come up with innovation and entrepreneurship. It is never possible. It's not like a placement. You provide the training that how to sit, how to behave, how to speak and get the placement. Entrepreneurship and innovation is not like placement. It has to be a continuous process and support and experiencing and experimenting, right? So that's why if our institutions where you spend more than 4 years of your formative years in learning, if you will get exposed to number of times and you will able to understand these terminologies and the concept, the approaches, also the platform to showcase your innovations, there you will get kind of a confidence build up. And also you will try to hands-on certain innovation and entrepreneurship activities that will actually inspire you to get into better challenges. And the more and quicker you will fail, there will be a high chance of learning from these failures and you will make a next attempt. And when you will attempt 1 more, 3 and 4 times, definitely the success will come in. And by the time you will leave the education or your graduation, you will have some concrete business model in your hand. And this is what this Institutions Innovation Council is trying to fill this gap of bringing the experts, because one of the entrepreneurs has asked this question that how the collaboration is happening. This Institutions Innovation Council established at institutions actually helping the collaboration, bringing the experts from the industry, startups, alumni, and also the departments, incubation units into the one forum, and that act as a kind of a face for innovation and entrepreneurship of the institute. And we have more than 2,700 institution innovation councils, and 2.5 years back, as per our analysis, only 400 higher educational institutions out of 51,000 institutions we have this kind of innovation, but now it has moved off to the more than 2,700. And we are assuming that in next 3 to 4 years, when this number will goes to around 5,000 to 10,000, then it will be India. Actually, it will help our country to put into the top the first position in the vibrant startup ecosystem in the world. See, just imagine at the only 1% of activeness of our institutions, now India is in the 3rd position of vibrant startup ecosystem. So there are lots of scope for our educational institutions to play in this ecosystem and to lead the ecosystem, because we produce more than 4 crores of students every year, and everybody has this creative mindset and the entrepreneurial skill. Only the matter is that how to discover that entrepreneurship skill and how to refine it and how to make them enable to get into this career choice of innovation and entrepreneurship. That's why this National Innovation Startup Policy came. So in 2019, Ministry of Education came up with a policy called National Innovation Startup Policy, where first time we gave the power to the students and the faculties to get involved in startup activities, start on their own startup while studying, while in their academic. Now, starting and involving startup activities while studying is a legitimate activity, but with due approval from the competent authority of the institutions. Also, this National Innovation Startup Policy provides guideline that if there is an incubation unit, how you are going to set up it, and what is the equity sharing mechanisms, what is the IP generation and ownership revenue sharing mechanisms. All these gray areas which were not defined earlier, we have tried to address all these things. So if you are a student and during your engineering study you developed something and you have not utilized institutions' resources, then your institute cannot claim intellectual property ownership on your IP that you have developed. Earlier, institutes generally they force the students to give the ownership, but institute can't. But on the just reverse case, if a faculty has utilized the institute resource, he cannot keep the institute out from the ownership of the in that intellectual property. So there are so many gray areas we have tried to address, and this Atal ranking of institutions on innovation achievement. This is also one of the first of its kind. You might be hear about QS ranking, all kind of rankings, but generally you will never find our Indian educational institutions into that place. So this is the first time in the world we have developed a ranking framework for innovation and entrepreneurship, which converts or which tries to define the ecosystem in objective way. Before that, it was a subjective term. If I will ask you what is ecosystem, I think you understand, but you will never express what it is. But now, we have converted this subjectivity into the objectivity, and also we have divided into different components with the quantitative measures. Now, institutes know that what does ecosystem means. If they are putting X rupee on the ecosystem development, that X rupee goes and what is the impact it creates and where it's spent, everything can be measured. And because of this ranking system, now institutions know actually in which component they are weak and in which component they are strength, and how to mobilize the strength, how to mobilize the resources so that a holistic ecosystem will develop in the institutions. And this is the what Atal ranking of institutions on innovation achievement ranking framework says. So these are the programs we run, and I'm part of all these programs. And generally, in the last 4 years, actually, we have seen a very good acceptance among the institutions and also students. So let me come down to the main topic of today's discussion, that is the right time or the right stage. Generally, we all have the questions in our mind. And I can see that most of you are the students, and these are the common questions. So also I assume that you all have the intention to start your business or develop some innovation, if not the business, and generating some knowledge out of your efforts. And this is the actually landscape of our founders, Indian founders or Indian entrepreneurs. You will find more than 75% of our founders have the age group of 25 to 35 or 45, and which is actually aligned with the international trend. And also you will find more than 75% of them have the graduate as a qualification, like technical engineering or the MBA programs. Then student startup, this is increasing, and in last 3 to 4 years it has multiplied also. But the proportion of the female is still less. And at the global level, it is 81. It is around 19%, and in India it is still less than the global average. And I believe when this kind of ecosystem and our institutions will take the lead, then this gender difference will come down. In general, if you will see what is the one individual as an entrepreneur, there are so many factors play the role of to become an entrepreneur, and the first question is the age, because today we are going to discuss much about the age and the stage where actually it is right for us to get into this entrepreneurship line. So age is the first factor, and age has a strong correlation with the things, because age is your learning cycle, right? We can measure the age and we can align with the learning cycles. There are different learning cycles we have, and now as we mature, accordingly our learning cycles also refined, and we able to recognize the opportunities and make it into reality in the form of business models and prototypes. So there are two things. The right question is what? Is it the age or it is the time? So time means it's not the age. Both are different. So generally we say that time means age, but actually time and age both are different. So what is right? So what is the right stage to start a business, or what is the best time to launch a startup? So are you believe on age or are you believe on time? So can somebody will give their view or opinion? So you believe on a age or you believe on a time? Time? So what time, how the time is different than the age?
about it.
Yes. Please explain, because others also.
Yeah. Time as in like, if you get an idea now itself, you can start knowing more about it. But as in age, if you start looking for age at 60s and 70s, if you get an idea, it's not use of, right?
So you are saying that time is the better decision than better proposition than the age, but if you will get the idea at the age of 60, you will not be able to execute? Is it the thing?
We can, but if you take time to execute, then it would take much more time.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, so that means you are saying that there are different age groups are there, and the more you will delay, there will be also chances of delaying in the implementation of your idea. Okay. So you can identify that there are different, in our next picture, you will identify the young entrepreneur, then also you will find there are Steve Jobs, then Rohit, and also Bill Gates, right? So they have the different age group, but there is some similarity here. So who can say that what is the similarities here between these two? And who are they, right? So one is Michael Dell and second is Steve Jobs. So what is the similarities between these two entrepreneurs in terms of the age? In terms of age, when they started the startup, what is the similarities? The clue is both started in their mid-20s, right? Both started in their mid-20s. At the very, very early stage of their, just during their college days. What is the similarities between these two? You know this, you know Ambani, right? You know Ambani, but you know also these two young kids. They have developed an app, and in 2011, and that first time that got also traction, and which got more than 35,000 downloads in the Google and Apple App Store. So both started, Ambani started at the age 17, and these two kids also started at 12th and 14th years. So the similarity is that they started, they realized the opportunity at the very, very early stage. Then what is the difference between here? What is the similarities here? Who are these two entrepreneurs? Henry Ford and Kroc. So he's the founder of McDonald's and he's the founder of. What is the similarities? The similarity is that they've started at their mid-40s. They've started their business at the mid-40s. We have seen one extreme where entrepreneurs started in the mid-20s, and the other extreme where the entrepreneurs started in the mid-40s. That means there is no much difference of age matters towards developing a successful startup. There is no age difference. There is no much age difference. So let again, but every age group has their own demerits and merits, but there is something to overcome that. Age doesn't matter, right? This is the survey, this is the data from the USA, and they made it, as per this survey, the finding is that every individual, that is, there is a two age groups, or at the two age cohort level, you will get potential to become more entrepreneur. One is during your 20s, that is before 30, before you turn to 30 years old, you will high potential to become entrepreneur. And the second one is at before you turn 50. That means if you will miss the bus by 30, also there is a potential to become a successful entrepreneur when you will in the 45 to 50. So this is the research data says that there is a two sweet age group where you have the potential to become a successful entrepreneur. But there is no restriction that you can't during the other time. And also there is a research result says that the more you will old, the chances of success is high. The chances of success is high. let's start with early 20. You all are early 20, right? All are early 20. Few of are in 30, but almost you all are in 20. So tell us what actually motivated you, what actually helped you, or what inspired you to become entrepreneur, or tends to become entrepreneur. What is the factor? Just tell one or two. Anybody? Madam ji? Why you think you want to become entrepreneur?
So that I can become independent.
Yes.
And I can do something for my country.
Okay.
And also, it will help in the development of the country.
But the first one is, the first answer is, you want to?
I want to become independent.
Independent. So see, the independent factor is the deciding factor that you choose entrepreneurship line or you want to start your startup. Actually, this thought is more predominant in the 20s and the 30s. In 20s, mostly we have the lots of energy and enthusiasm. Also, we are studying, so we have enough time, right? After doing the academic job, after doing the academic task, we have the time to spend on with friends and also work on our innovations. So there are two things. We have the lots of energy, enthusiasm, and also we have the time to work on the new ideas. And the second thing is that we are quite risk. Because we have nothing to lose, we can take risk. Because our tuition fee is already taken care. Our everything, we are staying in the hostel, right? We have nothing to lose. So we can take risk. And the risk is not money, the risk is time. The risk is time. Here risk is not the money. So we can spend n number of nights. We can go and collaborate. We go and network with the other friends. And we meet with professors. We take advice. And if nothing will come out also, we never felt disappointed from that. Right? We take risk. So this is the what actually more applied to the 20, those are in the 2020. And majority of the startups, I think Sanket or somebody had said that he left college because he found an opportunity in Silicon Valley. This is generally mindset and the trend of the entrepreneurs or the persons, those are in their early 20s to get into the startup. So you can identify that actually what actually factors inspires you, motivates you, and helps you to take a decision to get into this startup. Then what is in early 30s? When you are in early 30s, you have some responsibility comes in because you are into the family and you also have some financial burden. But the positive things is that in early 30s, you have started working on certain industry. So the experience you gain through that working with the industry, that actually helps you to take the better decisions. That means in early 30s, individual has more maturity to take the decisions. And they take more balanced approach to the startups. But contrast to the early 20s, that mostly kind of if not gambling, but there are more they're just jumping into the sea. Sometimes they fail, sometimes they success if it clicks. But in early 30s, it is more balanced approach. That's why you will find that most of the entrepreneurs' success rate in early 30s. Then also, good thing is that they have a good education, because by early 30s, you complete your graduation and post-graduation, even the PhD, so you have no burden on that, and you understand also, you know how to see the data, big data analysis, everything you can use, and you have acquired certain skill set that actually help to take the right choice for your career. Comes to the late 30s or the early 40s. Here is the twist. You are into your career where you have worked till your late 30s, and now you want to get into the job, get into the startup. Here, madam, comes the role of that you want to be boss of your company or not. Because you have already spent more than 15 years time and you have acquired the whole knowledge and you understand the whole trend, everything. Now you don't want to work for others and you want to start your own business. So mostly this factor is predominant in early 40s. In your early 20s, this exists, but this is not that much a predominant. But in early 30s and late 40s, actually this is the independent is also one of the factor, because you understand what are the risks, what is the uncertainties, what is the market trend, that gives you better choice to get into the startup. 50s and 60s, we call them last or the late stage of the startup, but still there are entrepreneurs, those in their 60s and 50s also they have started their business. I have already shown some examples, but what is the reason behind, what motivates them? That they have a extraordinary extraordinary hold on the skill set, which is not with others. And also they are into this business, they are into the industry in depth that they know that this expertise they can sell it in form of the consultancy or in the form of the business. So this is the advantages with the 50s and 60s. Now the question is that, what is the ideal age to be an entrepreneur? I have explained you the 20s, 30s, 40s and the 60s. It has different pros and cons and also advantages. Also, I have given you example that there are many entrepreneurs which are distributed to both of the extremes, but is still age is the number? Entrepreneur's opinion is that age is just a number. Age is just a number, and age is just a mental issue. The moment you will remove the age, it will never prevent you to get into this startup business. So this is the quote from Steve Jobs: the heart and intuition actually decide you want to be an entrepreneur or not, and almost all founders, they know that truly what they want to become. It is not to discover, it is more than 99% entrepreneurs, they know actually they want to become an entrepreneur. They know in advance. And this is a self-discovery process. Self-discovery will only happen when you will go and try and test in your academic itself. What is the first skill? The first skill is that the problem. Have you identified a problem of our industry or society? Do we have the solution for that? Is that solution has some business opportunity? So these are the common things generally one individual asks, and have a clear mindset and the goal to make it or to convert into a business model. There are two things required, because if it is a mental readiness, then it is two things. One is called cognitive skill. That cognitive skill actually helps the persons to identify the business opportunity. And the entrepreneurship skill actually helps to convert that business opportunity into a business. There are two skills required, irrespective of the age. Irrespective of the age, these two skill set only required. One is called cognitive skill, and second one is called entrepreneurial behavior. The cognitive skills comes through this creative tendency, and the creative tendency consisting of your problem identification and development of the solution. Whereas entrepreneurial behavior includes three things. One is called your attitude. Attitude means how you perceive the opportunity. your ability. Entrepreneurship ability, that means you have perceived the opportunity, but how you will convert that opportunity into a startup. That is your ability. Then your aspiration will keep you move on. That you will not stop somewhere. You will keep move on. You will keep move on. The aspiration will make you move on. So these three things, the attitude, the ability, and the aspiration, combined with the innovation, that is creative tendency, this is a deadly combination of an entrepreneur. Irrespective of age, if you make it happen, that is the actually stage where you have to start your startup. This is the only combination where you have to start a startup. Let's discuss with one example. I hope all of you are aware about that. Now there are so many startups, they are promoting that. Send your children and start this coding, join this coding classes, right? This is the common advertisement we see in the TV, and now every parents are also equally concerned that how to enroll their students or enroll their children into this kind of coding classes. Actually, these coding classes are also, we can relate with this entrepreneurship. Because this coding class, actually, a student will start coding, that means he or she should have developed the mindset, the cognitive skills. Only when you have these cognitive skills, then only you will get into the coding skill. Neither you will not able to develop the codings. So coding skill is correlated with the cognitive skill development. And generally when you do the coding, because you most of the are from the technical background, you have to be very clear about the logic while coding. What is input, what is process, what is output. Am I right? If you will not have this clear logic, then you will never do the coding. And this development of the logic develops at age of 7. This is the research. At the age of 7, one or an individual will develop this cognitive skill of logic. And this logic, that's why these startups are trying to use this opportunity of grabbing or attracting these students or the above age 7 to enroll in their coding classes. Taking some taking clue from this, then what is the right age for starting the business? Age 7. But there is some kind of a point here. From age 7 to age 11, 7 to 11 is your creative mindset development. Cognitive skill with creative mindset development. From 11 to afterwards, this is called operational skill development. So there is some distinction, 7 to 11 and 11 to and above. That's why during 7 to 11, your innovation skill will, creative tendency will develop. But after 11, you can get into business thinking, because you can correlate with ideas. This is the 4th stage of cognitive development. So from one is called sensory motor stage. Generally it happens with the children at the age of 2, because they are learned through the image and through the sign. But when age 2 to 7, it is called pre-operational stage, and it generally happens with the all children. But concrete operational stage, that is 7 to 11, and 11 and older. The 7 to 11 is for the innovation skill development, and from 11 and above is called entrepreneurship skill development. That means the combination of innovation and entrepreneurship comes at age 11 and after onwards. That means once you will attain the stage of 11, you are ready for become an entrepreneur. But actually, at what stage we are now ready? At the age of 25. That means in our learning cycle already we have missed 10 years. Now we are thinking what to do. But this is not the case in developed countries. This is not the case with other developed economies. Because they have introduced the innovation and entrepreneurship program in their education, in their school education, in their higher education, they learn these things, they understand the whole process during at the school stage. And that's why you will find the countries like Switzerland, then Norway and USA, that more the entrepreneurship age is quite low compared to our country. So how we will what the indication actually we will get? Actually, we are ready for entrepreneurship or not. What are the indications? The first indication is that every day you will not stop thinking about the startup. If you will start thinking about the startup on every day, that means you are now in that stage of, you have attained the stage of become entrepreneur. The second one is called, you are keep on motivated and focused on the problem statement or the solution you are developing. The first one is every time you are thinking how to take that, thinking about the startup or some company or some business. And second one is that you are motivated and focused about the problem or the solution you have identified or the solution you have developed or you are developing. Then if the indication is that you feel stuck at your current job, if you are in the job, you feel that this job is not for you, then also that is the one of the indication of you are moving towards or you are preparing yours, this is the readiness level of yours towards entrepreneurship. If you want to make a name of yourself, the identity, if you hate working for others, next, you are feeling good when you put yourself into the challenging situation. That means you are always ready and happy to take more challenges, and you are always taking more challenging assignments. These are the indications. If you are getting, that means you are ready for entrepreneurship. If you are feeling at least one also, you are in the right track, and you have to discover the other indications. You got my point? So at the student stage, please discover yourself. These are the indications. If you have crossed that stage, that means you are in the, you discover yourself, you are in the readiness, then you apply the second level of indications. This is the second level of preparedness. First is that, have you identified a market, the target customer for whom you are going to work or for whom you are going to prescribe the solution? That means the market that you choose and the identified opportunity will actually give you the indication, is it the right time for you to get into entrepreneurship or to start the business or not? If you have no clarity on the market, you have no clarity on the target customer, then I think still you are not crossed to the second stage. You are in the first stage only. The second is called niche market, or for the target customer, the people, the clientele base for whom you are working. So what is the unmet need? Unmet need of the target customer, have you defined? You will find n number of solutions. And if you will just copy the same solution, you will try to do something, then definitely in the next few months, you will be out of the market. We have to find something which is not met yet. The need is not yet addressed. The problem is still exists. The existing solutions are not able to give any solution to that problem yet. That means we have to connect emotionally with the target customer's problem. And if you develop that, if you have identified that well, and your solution is properly aligned with that unmet need of the target customer, then actually that will give you the competitive advantage. Also that will give you a kind of a, the first step into the business. Next is your business model. The solution that what you have developed is the business model. That business model, you have to take care of the components, like where to raise finance and what is the, that how it will reach to the market, then what is the reach out strategy, who are the partners, you have to also work out in the business model and the team. Next is funding. So this is the second level, readiness level, and you have to ask yourself and you have to find the answer for the solution and have a business model ready for your innovation. This is called second level, readiness level. First level is done, mental level. Second level, it is done at the business level. And the third stage is called validating what you had in your first level and the second level. The validation is that, am I passionate about the business? Can I stick it to for long term or not? Sometimes our interests are for the short term, and like somebody has developed the mask for the production of the mask or designing of the mask during the COVID time, what will happen once COVID is over? So, are you able to stick this business for long term or not? Or your interest is only for 1 year, then leave and switch over to the another business? So this will actually have to validate yourself. And the second one is called, are you the right person to start this particular business? What is my target customer? How I will to reach my customer? And which are the people who most need my service? Can I go to talk to them and get feedback? That means your accessibility to the market. Then is the team, can I do it alone, or I need a team of having different skill set? The last one is called, how soon I will implement it? It will take year-long time, or it will take very few months, or do you need to go through these incubation units, or what is the process, what is the plan? So once you have the idea, once you have the mental readiness, then you have to validate it, and if you are getting green ticks for all these lines, then I think definitely you should start it. Then how soon? The moment you got the tick, from that day onwards, you have to start it. You should not delay it, because the day will never come. The right time will never come in your life if you will further delay it and only think about it. Your readiness level, your validation will give you the proper indication and the prediction that actually you will start it or not, and you should start once you have the green ticks for this validation, the readiness level. You should get out of these limitations and the comfort zone, what you have now, and go and test it. Because there is a concept called start early, fail fast. Start early and fail fast is the concept actually applicable to the startup. Actually, it borrowed from the IT industry. In IT industry, when they develop the softwares, they apply this concept of start early and fail fast, because they want to identify all the bugs and all the errors in the testing room itself before it gets installed in the clientele or the client server, right? So that when the data will start feeding into the software, if such error will come later, then actually it will be a huge loss to the company. That's why they use this startup, this start early, fail fast concept. Actually, startup has, and this, interestingly, this startup concept also came from the IT industry first, 20 years, 30 years back. Mostly the IT people only, they have started into these companies. Now this startup concept has gone and extended to the other sectors and other disciplines. But earlier it was only first started with IT sector. That's why this concept and the concept of the start early and fail fast is also most suitably applicable for the startups. And the more and quicker we will start and you will fail and you have to learn from these failures, that will actually will give you the more confidence. And more failures, that means more and more learnings. More and more learnings, that means less chance of doing mistakes. And less chance of doing mistakes, that means you are increasing the certainty and reducing the uncertainties. And reducing the uncertainties, that means risk is low. Risk is low means success rate is high. You got the whole chain, how it is looks like, how it moves. Okay. Then the starting point is, once you have this, then the starting point is that you have to start with a problem statement. You have to start with a identification of a problem. So mostly in today's context, when you say problem actually generally reflect in the form of the data. Problem means is something, it is a data, right? So how you will get the problem? I can't get a problem just by imagining something. I have to generate the problem from a data or from an information, pool of information. And this is the what we says that, and this data actually generate from asking these three things: what, why, and how. And everything revolves around the customer. What for customer, why for customer, and how take the how to solve that for customer, right? So everything revolves with this why, how, and what. Innovators, entrepreneurs never work for their own idea. They work for customers' problem. They work for the customers or the clients. Once that moment you will start working for your own idea, that means you are doing a mistake. Definitely in some point, somewhere you will limit your progress and you will not able to take to the scale actually where this startup or where actually you are expecting. That effect is called, what do you call that effect? Actually generally there is a theory which says that people, students are getting obsessed with their idea and they only think that this is the only biggest or the best idea in the world and it should be pursued till the death of, till their life end. And actually this is the where we do mistakes and we never accept the other ideas, other things, and we never changes ourselves. That means our changes, our business model, our innovation should be response to the customer's need, not our perception or our way of thinking. So for that, you have to rely on the data. You have to get the data directly from the customer, from the community, or from the industry, and you have to synthesize, and from there you have to formulate the problem statement. For example, this is a very simple example of how to get the data. Today we are interacting, right? We are interacting. You are listening or you are interacting with me. Tomorrow you will go somewhere. You will spend time in your classroom. Also, in night you will spend time in your laptop or you will search in the Google. So every point of interaction you made with any living object or non-living object, that interaction point itself is a data. Every day in 24 hours, what we think, what we interpret, what we see by using all our sensory organization is called, every point has potential to generate data. And that data, when we identify, when we synthesize this data into a form, we call them information. And from the information, when we get the useful information for for the purpose, we call it as knowledge. That knowledge, that information may be generated by us or from the different sources, and the data move from informations to then to the knowledge, and further when you will use the knowledge, existing knowledge or the generated knowledge by us, and we use it for certain purpose, like we develop some new concept, way of addressing the problems, then we call it as insight, and that further insight will convert into a startup. We call it wisdom and wealth generation. That means every day what we interact, what we think, what we do, every point of interaction has the potential to convert into data, and from there we can generate some meaningful information, and that meaningful information will has some utility value, then we call it as knowledge, and that knowledge we can use for developing the new solutions, and that new solution has the potential to convert into the startup. So these are the flow of data to startup formation, and every day every person goes through this cycle. Only the thing is that we ignore this process. We are going through this process, but generally we ignore, we skip this process. So what we have to do? Consciously we have to think about it, that what the data I need, what the information I need, what is the knowledge exists in somewhere or different places of the things, then how to utilize this knowledge, what the solution I have to develop, and how I will convert this solution to a business model or the startup. So these are the stages involves in your, when somebody starts from the problem identification stage to the startup formation stage. This is one of the best, this is one of the quadrant or the metrics generally you need to understand at the beginning stage, because this will give you kind of a understanding on what type of innovation actually you are going to do or you are going to develop or the startup you are going to develop. See, there are two type of metrics. These metrics are the two axes. One is called incremental innovation, the radical innovation, and another is called disruptive innovation and sustaining innovation. When I say incremental innovation, radical innovation, this is related to the product. Consider this is a product, this is a remote, and this remote is already exist in the market, right? But consider you are one of the startup who has designed a new type of remote, but that remote is not going to replace or not going to remove this remote from the market completely, right? And it is improvised version of this one, we call it is incremental. But if it is going to remove the whole thing or it is completely different form, then we call this radical innovation. For example, mobile phone. If you are developing a remote which is mobile phone based and there is no need of this kind of remotes, then we call it is a completely different from this existing one, we call it radical. Similar, the disruptive innovation and sustaining innovation, these are two types of innovation which happens at the market level, not at the product level. The previous one, the incremental radical, it happens at the product level. That is, this is incremental or not the radical, but disruptive and sustaining happens at the market level. Like Samsung or Apple brought the same mobile phone with different technology, with some different versions. But when they introduce, it creates market disruption. Like automobile sector, they never bring an extraordinary technology, but the way they project, the way they position in the market, that creates the disruption. Like SpaceX. So the SpaceX comes under the extreme top right, where it is radically disruptive. That means they are into the space industry, completely different, and also first time they have get into the commercialization of the space industry and putting satellites into the space by using the commercial vehicles. So that they comes under radically disruptive, and you will find hardly 1 to 2% of total startups fall into that quadrant. And it is very, very difficult for most of the entrepreneurs to fall into that quadrant. Mostly, majority of the startups, they fall into the quadrant of top left bottom, that is incrementally sustaining. Most of us, we are trying to develop a incremental innovation which has business potential, but not that much. And this is the general trend. But ideally, startups should focus on the left top, that is radically sustaining. Because your core is the innovation, right? Your core competence is the innovation. You have to use the innovation and you have to develop some intellectual property based startup or the innovation which will make other technologies exist in the market or the product exist in the market, which is something radically different, but it will also sustain in the market. Our startups need to focus on radically sustaining, and hardly 25% total startups are actually into this category. Majority of the startups, 70% startups, they are into the top left category, and 23% of the startups, they are into the top right category, that is incrementally disruptive. Those are the automobile sector and the mobile phone sectors. So this is also a common question among the students, that what is the good idea? How you will validate that your idea is good or not? You should pursue it or not. There is a thumb rule. So this is the equation actually there that will give you an idea that your idea is actually worth to pursue or not. The first question, before you start doing anything, the first question you should ask yourself, whenever you think some idea, that who is the target customer? Who is the target customer and what is the size of the target customer? Some number. If you will not able to reach out to that number and the target customer specific, then I think you should not proceed further. That is the first point. Who is the target customer and what is the size of the target customer? Once you are sure in this stage, then you ask that when I am going to develop the solution, is that solution will be accepted by the customer? If yes, then what is the frequency of use of that solution? Is it going to be a one-time solution or it is going to be used by repeatedly by the customer? Then the third question is that willingness to pay. My solution will be purchased without fee or with some pay. If it is a philanthropic, if it is something that you are doing for the favor of the society, then it's okay, but to survive the business, you need money. You cannot do something with free of cost. And that's why willingness of the pay of the customer in return of the services you are providing is also very, very important. So these three things are the measure and the most important component to validate your business ideas worth to pursue or not. Once you are having the figure and the value, that is number, frequency and the willingness to pay, then the fourth one is called, is that kind of solution is already exist in the market or not? If it is exist, then who are the competitors and what they are offering? How far better you from them or their services? So comparison, competitors' perspective is your fourth factor. Once you have these four things in your mind and in your paper, then next day you start working on an idea. Neither don't spend your money, don't spend your time, and don't waste your resources. You go for next idea. This is the thumb rule for to check that your idea is good or not, worth to pursue or not. And this is the design thinking tool generally used. And the first step, once you have the idea, and this idea generated from the design thinking approach. I hope you know the design thinking, right? You know design thinking? Design thinking is thinking in designed way. Thinking in designed way. That means not ad hoc, go and ask anybody, go and ask in this way. Who? Again, the 5W1H. Who? That means if I am working any app for the youth, then youth. Youth is the who. Then what? Entertainment app for the youth. It means what to do, need to do. That means I want to develop a entertainment or alternative to the TV as an entertainment for the youth on an app mode. That is second question. Then what do they hear? That means I have to understand that existing stage, how the youths are using their entertainment channels. That are they good at, or are they actually go for the TV, or what they are good at the using the laptop, or what actually they spend time, and what are the alternative mode of entertainment channels they are actually currently using. So we have to understand the customer. We have to understand their need. We have to also watch that their behaviors. So that means by putting yourself into the customer's shoe, you will understand their pain points. You have to understand their pain points, you have to understand their gain points, and there you have to develop the solution. This is what we call empathy mapping. And empathy mapping is the first stage of design thinking approach, actually which helps in problem confirmation. That is, your good idea is good or not. And also it helps in developing the alternatives to your problem solutions. And also it helps in validating your business idea. And once you have the solution in your hand, then you have to plan for achieving fits at the 3 level. One is at the problem solution fit. That means what the solution you have developed, what the problems you have identified, there should be a proper match. The next level of fit is called product and market fit. Once your solution will reach to a prototype level or a demonstration product level, then you have to go and demonstrate, you have to give these things to the customer to feel it, to experience it, and you have to get the response from that is it actually right things you have developed or not. That is called product and market fit. And the third is called business model fit. Here you have the product, now you have to sell it. So then how you are going to sell it? What are the channels through which you have to sell it? It's called business model fit. So this is the 3 level of fit you have to achieve when you have the problem and solution in your hand to reach to a level where you can say that you have a business model, or you have a startup, or you have a product which is market potential and also opportunity to develop an enterprise. This is the quote by Steve Blank. I think most of you also aware about the lean startup. So lean startup is something when you are in a very resource constrained stage, and how you will plan, and through agile way you can take your startup and reach to the market and grow your business. So he said that cheating on customer discovery interviews is like cheating in your parachute packing class. That means while you are in this empathy designing and getting customers' view on designing your solution, if you will not make right things, then actually that will put you in the trouble when you start getting into the market. That means when you are taking your product into the market. That means we have to ethical, also we have to be true to ourselves that what we are doing, it is as per the requirement also of the customer. So customer is the first and priority and everything for us, for the startup, for the innovators. And these are the points, so I'm not going to cover much. Yes, that's all. And when you are in your academic and you have to utilize your time, and you have to reach out to your faculties, and also if incubation unit or pre-incubation units are existing in your campuses, that is the best point to get the mentorship support. And nowadays government is also offering financial supports and training supports through these pre-incubation units. And because you have no, you are into the risk aversive stage, because you have nothing much like a financial points. So there only government grant is the first point to access. But government grant cannot assure you to go to a long miles. You have to first develop a product by using this government grant and demonstrate in the market and get the business traction. After that, you have to reach out to the investors, and investors will show interest on invest on you. So government fund can be utilized for prototype development up to that. Beyond that, you should not rely on the government fund. And also government fund has that amount is also not high. Only when you will reach to a very kind of a incubation stage, then you can attract certain government fund, but that also size is not big. So never think that government fund is going to take you to the somewhere else. Initially, it can help you to design the prototype or even up to the initial formation of the startup. And after that, you have to rely on the market and the investment or the investors, angel investor or the VC venture capitalist for growing your business, right? So these are the inputs, and if you have any questions, you can ask and we will take 3 to 4 questions. After that, we will close it. Any questions?
I'm Sangam. I'm a second year mechanical engineering student. So my question is that, so you said that age doesn't matter when we have to start a business. So is it so that people who start late, I mean in their early 30s or early 40s, they have a higher chance of getting success in their business because they have high level of maturity and experience?
Yes. As I said earlier, also you have also rightly pointed out that when you will start bit later, the chances of success is high. But actually they have lost the period of fail and learn period, right? The sooner you will start, you have some time. If you will do mistake, you will get some time to rectify it, or you will learn from your failure. But when you will start bit late, if you will do mistakes, then that time the return of that mistake will be, you have to pay high, right? So that is a high risk also associated with that. But no doubt, as research says that once you will get mature and once you will get more experience, and simply age is not the experience. Experience is that you have spent you have actually spent the time in industry, you have developed the network, you have the right education, also you have a good connection with the people, right? Like all the stakeholders, that says the experience. Somebody has aged 35, that doesn't mean that he has all kind of these things, right? So, but no doubt, if you have all these things and you will start at 40, you will get better balanced approach and better mature decision to invest, and you will less likely to do some mistakes. But once you will do a mistake, you will get better setbacks.
So I think we don't have time for too much more.
Yeah,
we
sure.
need to wrap up.
Yeah, sure.
But you can, of course, speak to Mr. Sahu post the function. We're almost done. Thank you. Could you give Mr. Dipen Sahu a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. That was very informative, and you were right in the audience, so they were bang there on attention. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to an end of today's ANTHA PRERNA, and as we said earlier, thank you, Mr. Sahu. Well, as we said earlier, ANTHA PRERNA means self-inspired and motivated in Sanskrit. And throughout the day, we realize that even if you are sometimes not totally inspired or not fully motivated, you have here the opportunity to meet up with mentors, with incubators, with investors, with people who are ready to hold you, who are ready to help you, and who are ready to motivate you. So do not give up. We hope to see you guys. We hope to see a lot of you come on the next few panel discussions in a couple of years. We are going to be meeting again on the 3rd of September. Till then, I wish you all the very, very best, and I hope that you make your dream a reality. Thank you so much. Tea and coffee is served outside, ladies and gentlemen, so please make sure you have that before you go. Thank you. Good evening.
AIC GIM is a